Good morning and best wishes for all of us. The honorable judges, who I respect and I love, the moderator and timekeeper, and who I proud of all the participants in English debate competition. I respectfully invite the jury to take a seat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Salve, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Pede Dong Tien, and good morning for all of us. So today we're gonna start our English debate competition. But first of all, I'm gonna introduce our jury for today's competition. We have Mr. Adele, Mrs. Rini, and Father Kelvin. So now I will give the opportunity to our moderator for today, Miss Ernie, to tell the rules and all the things that we have to do for today.
Okay, thank you so much for the chance. Once again, good morning for all of us. Welcome back to the annual English debating competition for Ngada Regency. It's been a huge pleasure to meet you guys here. We've been met a couple of times there, but also we find new faces here. So once again, welcome back. As a moderator today, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ernie, and I will act as a moderator for this whole English debating competitions. I will make sure that our competition will go as efficiently as we expect. So without further ado, I would like to call the committee members to give the motions for the educators, because we have 8 motions here, and the educators are allowed to take 2 of the motions for grand finals, and the rest of the motions we're gonna do it on the finals. Okay, so for your informations, the motions is being picked randomly. So no one knows what the motions is. So we have 6 motions left, and before debating competitions, we're going to have 30 minutes of case buildings. But before that, I will highlight some rules or the regulations of our competitions for all the members. So once again, all the members, are you guys here? All of you? 6 members? Okay, I just want to make sure all of you here. So, okay. Oh, one of them, okay. So maybe, okay. Oh, restaurant. Okay, so maybe, I'm going to start with, the instructions for today's competitions. So, okay, some quick points here. First of all is about related to the time. So, me as the moderators, and this is Joey as the timekeeper. So, for each member, so each participants, each speakers, you're going to have 7 minutes and 20 seconds time to speak, to present your argument, So, at the second minute, the timekeeper will ring the bell once, like this. Oke, itu saja. Pakai yang di sana. Okay, once again, at the second minute, the timekeeper will ring the bell once. Okay, that means that it is the sign for the POI to start. Yeah, so the opposite team can start to give the POI. Yeah, and then at the 6th minute, the timekeeper will ring the bell twice. Okay, that's just an example. So at the 6 minutes, it means that that is the end of the POI time. So for the opposite team, your time for giving the POI is over. Yeah. And then at the 7 minutes, the timekeeper will ring the bell 3 times. At this moment, you will only have 20 seconds to speak. So ensure that you have to give your opinion and just strongly decided to give your position on the motions. Sorry. Yeah. And then that's all. Any questions? Okay. For the reply speaker, you only have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Yeah. At the 3rd minute, for this reply speaker, at the 3rd minute, the timekeeper will ring the bell once. It means that you still have 1 minute and 20 seconds to speak. And if my timekeeper ring the bell endlessly, it means that your time is over. Yeah, okay. Once again, any questions? Okay, so no problem. And the second thing is related to the POI, the interruptions, yeah? The first one, POI or the interruptions, should only be given after the timekeeper ring the bell once. Yeah. So it's the start of POI. And if the timekeeper ring the bell twice, it means that is the end of POI. So you're not allowed to give POI again. Yeah. The second is, please remember that there is no limitations as to how many POI you can give. So you can give as many as POI as you want. Yeah. Just make sure that you use the time wisely for the opposite team. And then POI can be given by any member of the opposite team. Yeah. So POI can be given by any member of the opposite team. However, the speaker is the one who choose which one can give the POI or which one can speak. Yeah. And the next is for the speaker. Yeah, you have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. You can only refuse the POI twice. You can only refuse the POI twice. So at the 3rd POI, if the opposite team gives you the 3rd POI, you must accept it. Yeah, you must accept the POI. Yeah. And then POI for the opposite team, POI should be given as briefly as you can. So please don't take too much time from the speaker. Make sure that your POI is as brief as possible, and don't beat around the bush. Yeah. Okay, so once again, any questions about this? Okay, thank you. And finally, I would like to ask for the supporters and the audiences here to please put your cell phones on mute to avoid any distraction for the speakers. They need total concentrations while giving their arguments, so please no distractions. Okay, so without further ado, we would like to invite the representations of each of the team to take the lot. of the motions and the positions. Government? Government. Government. Area will be opposition. Okay, so the result is for the first team, the motion is this House believes that there should be an age limitation for applying for every jobs, with SMA Negeri 1 Golewa as government team and SMA Negeri 1 Emere as opposition team. Please take 30 minutes of time to building your case and prepare your arguments. Time is yours. Okay, once again, good morning to all of us. I would like to invite both of the team to please enter the room. We will begin our competitions. Okay, thank you so much. Are you ready, guys? Okay, so please go to the stage and take your position. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin our debate competition for the first performance from SMA Negeri 1 Golewa and versus SMA Negeri 1 Emere. Please introduce your team.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time given to us. So now we will introduce ourselves. My name is Lutgaris Gracia Mungi. You can call me Grace as the Prime Minister. And beside me, my friend.
I'm Siran. I'm as the Deputy Prime Minister of this house and my friend.
I'm Astari. I'm the government whip. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government team. Now the time will be given to the opposition team to introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity given to me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, respect moderators, my beloved government team, and their audience. Before we continue our argument, let me introduce my teammates to you. My name is Vena, and I'm the first speaker from the opposition team. With me are Longki as the second speaker and Christine as the third speaker. We represent Manwan Aimere, stand here to discuss the motion. This House believes that there should be an age limitation for applying for every job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition team. Now the time will be given for the Prime Minister from the government team to begin your argument. You can proceed now.
So I will continue to my argument. Based on Compasiano.com says, age limitation or age limit is a policy of rulers that sets a minimum or maximum age for carrying out an activity in this context for applying a job. General purpose of age limitation. Ladies and gentlemen, all often people don't apply for a new position simply because they don't hit every single criteria included in the job description. Research shows that while men and women share similarities in how they browse and look for jobs, we propose upper and lower age limits for general employment. For example, a minimum age of 18 and maximum age of 60, with experience in the informal or freelance sector. The age limitation that we know are: 1. Age limitation in 2025, state-owned enterprise joint recruitment. In 2025, joint recruitment clear age restrictions are applied based on education level and application status. High school graduates make age as 25. Diploma graduates make as 27, and bachelor's degree makes as experience application match as 45. This policy implement to yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Many developed countries do not impose age restriction on the workforce and still have productive and workers. If an age limit in force, doesn't that limit individuals' right to work according to their abilities?
Once again.
Okay. Many developed countries do not impose age restriction on the workforce and still have productive workers. If an age limit is enforced, doesn't this limit individuals' right to work according to their abilities?
Once again.
Okay, many developed countries do not impose age restriction on the workforce and still have productive workers. If an age is enforced, doesn't this limit individuals' right to work according to their abilities?
Okay, thank you for the beautiful question. So I will answer your question. Based on comparan.com says, will age limits might intelligently appear as discriminatory? They can just justified when they serve a limited aim and the purported means of achieving that aim. For instance, certain jobs require specific physical or mental capabilities that typically associate with particular age groups. Implementing age limits in such a context ensures safety, efficiency, and effective performance of job duties. Moreover, legal hard works like the U Quality Act allow from age-based discussions when they are justified. So I will continue to my argument. Work efficiently and productively. Age limits can help companies recruit workers who are physically and mentally still of a productive age. Thus, a supporting work efficiently and competently performance is especially relevant in fields of work that require physical strength of certain cognitive abilities. Yes, please. First speaker.
Okay, thank you. With an age limit for workers, don't there be an increase in unemployment for those who are still capable and want to work but are forced to resign earlier?
Once again.
Okay? With an age limit for workers, would there be an increase in unemployment for those who are still capable and want to work but are forced to retire earlier?
So I will continue to my argument. Protection for the elderly workers with age limits. The government can focus more on providing social protection and schooling programs for the elderly who may need letters of more flexible work. Reducing employment among young people age limits keep open up more opportunities for young workers who have just graduated and are looking for their first experience. This can reduce the employment rate of the younger generation and encourage the generation of the national work police. Age limit is not intended to hinder your. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much for the Prime Minister from the government team. Before we continue, I would like to give you a heads up. If you want the opposition member to repeat the question, you can say, can you please repeat the questions? Yeah, and then you can choose whether which one you want to choose. You can say, oh, first speaker or second speaker. Yeah, please use your mic. Yeah. Okay, so this time we're going to the leader of the opposition team. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity given to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the first speaker from the opposition team, I strongly oppose this motion. This House believes that there should be an age limitation for applying for every job. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in addressing complex economic and social challenges, we need more flexible and adaptized approach to managing the workforce rather than limiting job opportunities based on age and instead focusing on individuals' competencies, experience, and potential. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the first speaker, I will explain why imposing an age limit is a form of discrimination and violates human rights. My second speaker, Longki, will discuss how a workforce with various age groups enhance productivity and innovation. And our third speaker, Christian, will analyze how age limitation harm both individuals and the economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the opposition team, we firmly believe that limiting job opportunities based on age is unfair, discriminatory, and detrimental to individuals, business, and the economy as a whole. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I present my argument, let me first explain some key terms in this motion. I have two key terms in this motion. The first is age limitation, and the second is every job. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first is age limitation. Age limitation refers to the practice of setting a maximum or minimum age for individuals to apply for jobs. The second is every job. Every job implies a universal restriction that would apply to all industries and positions regardless of job opportunities. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I present my first argument, let me feature the claims that might be made by the proposition team. The first, if they argue that the older workers are less productive, I challenge them to provide solid empirical defines that productive is solely determined by age. Ladies and gentlemen, research from the World Economic Forum 2023 state that productivity is more closely aligned to, no thank you, let me finish this part, workers' environment and motivation rather than age. Furthermore, no thank you, let me finish this part, Farmer and Warner Buffett, Steve Jobs, yes please.
Okay, thank you. What your opinion about how can companies plan for the recognition if there not age limit in the recruitment?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. I will answer it. So, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, if the countries do require to the age limit, this can productive determined by age by skills, experience, and the work effectiveness. So the senior workers will bring valuable experience and strong workers' ethics, contributing positive to the economic growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to my argument. The second is, if they claims younger workers are more innovative, we counter, no thank you, let me finish this part. We counter this by pointing out the innovation is the result of experience, adaptability, and knowledge sharing, no thank you, I'm still explaining, rather than age. The Harvard Business Review 2022 found that, yes please.
Thanks for the time given to me. I will ask to you. If all age can apply to any jobs without restriction, how do you ensure that workforce regeneration won't be obstructed? So what do you think about this?
Okay, thank you, my friend. That's a very good question. I will answer it. So, ladies and gentlemen, if the younger workers are more innovative, we counter this by pointing out that innovation is the result of experience, adaptability, and knowledge sharing rather than age. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go back to my argument. So, why I strongly disagree with this motion? The first is the right to equal job opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, restriction job applications based on age is direct violation of human rights and anti-discrimination laws worldwide. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first violation of the human rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 2003, no, thank you, let me finish this part, states that everyone has the right to work, to force choices of employment, no, thank you, let me finish this part, to just and favorable conditions to work and to protection. Yes, please.
Okay. How do you ensure occupational classify without age regulation in HARDKNAS jobs? So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. I will answer it. So, ladies and gentlemen, adaptability to the technology and workers can still learn and adapt to the technological advancements if given the right opportunities. Instead of imposing age restriction, a better solution is to provide a technology training for all workers without the discrimination. So, let me go back to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the second is legal, no thank you, let me finish this part. Legal protection against age discrimination. Many countries have enhanced anti-age discrimination laws to protect workers. The United States, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act prohibits age-based employment discriminations against individuals aged 40 and older. So the second is the United Kingdom. The Equal Act 2010 makes it unlawful to reject job applications purely because of their age. So third, the European Union. The EU Employment Equal Directive ensure that age is not a factor of hiring or firing employments. Thus, the proposition states conditions stable human rights and legal protections that have been designed to promote fair and equal employment opportunities. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the leader of the opposition team. And now the time will be given to the Deputy of Prime Minister from government team. You can start now.
Thanks for the time and chance given to me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now I stand here as Deputy Prime Minister. Now I will providing my arguments. Honorable members of this House, I stand before you as the Deputy Prime Minister to voice our team unwavering support for this mission. We firmly believe that instituting age limits for job application is a necessary step towards creating a safer, more efficient and equitable workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition may argue that age restriction constitute discrimination and violate principles of equality. However, we assert that age limits are not discriminatory, but are policy grounded in the particular needs and realities of various professions. For instance, role demanding specific physical strength or mental resilience are naturally more suited to certain age groups. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Kompas.com, implementing age limits ensure that job application possess the appropriate capabilities required for specific roles. Take, for example, careers in the military or firefighting service, which demands peak cycle conditionally typically found with certain age range. By setting age parameters, we guarantee that employees can perform their duties effectively and safely. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Tempo.com, age restriction contribute to overall workplace efficiency and productivity. Employing individuals within suitable age brackets can lead to reduced workplace incidents, hidden productivity, and discrete expenditures on training and healthcare. Ultimately, this bolster as company competitiveness in the global market. Yes, please.
Okay, so how would you ensure fairness to older workers who are still physically capable of performing their jobs?
Sorry, once again.
Okay, so how would you ensure fairness for older workers who are still physically capable of performing their jobs?
Thanks for the beautiful question, and I will answer your question by my following argument. So I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Compasiana.com, age limits also serve to protect individuals from exploitation. By establishing minimum working age, we prevent children from entering the workforce prematurely. No thanks. Conversely, setting maximum age for certain physically demanding jobs safeguards older individuals, no thanks, individuals from tasks that might exceed their physical or mental capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, yes please.
What about the industries where experience outweighs age? How would you ensure that such workers are not excluded?
But ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team only see the bad side of the age limitation. But ladies and gentlemen, age limitation for job application is necessary step towards creating a safer, more efficient and equitable workforce. So I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, based on JavaScript, numerous countries have adopted a great restriction across various employment sectors. For example, in Japan, age limits in public sector jobs are implemented to ensure workforce efficiency and facilities generational renewal. This illustrates that age-based employment policies are globally recognized parties and aimed at achieving specific occupational objective. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Kumparan.com, while age limits might, yes please?
Okay, so how can you answer that the age limit for workers won't negatively affect sectors that rely heavily on the experience and expertise of senior works, such as education and healthcare?
Sorry, but I think you're just wasting my time, so I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Kumparan.com, while age limits might initially appear discriminatory, that can be justified when they serve a legitimate aim and are proportionate means of achieving that aim. For instance, certain jobs require specific physical or mental capabilities that are typically associated with particular age groups. Implementing age limits in such context ensures safety, efficiency, and the effective performance of jobs duties. Moreover, legal frameworks like the UK, yes please?
Okay, how would you address the potential loss of diversity in the workplace due to age limitation?
Sorry, once again please.
Okay, how would you address the potential loss of diversity in the workplace due to age limitation?
I keep your question and I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, based on Wikipedia, experience is undeniably valuable. However, in roles that demand high physical exertion or rapid adaptability to new technologies, there might be partial limitation associated with age. Age limits are not about undervaluing experience, but about aligning job requirements with the typing capabilities of certain age groups. Ladies and gentlemen, it's also essential to note that age limits will be applied judiciously, considering the nature of the job and ensuring that they serve a legitimate purpose. Honorable members, instituting age limits for job application is not an of discrimination but a policy rooted in the particular needs of the workforce. It ensures the alignment employee capabilities with job requirements. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy of Prime Minister from the government team. Before we go to the next speaker, I would like to give the time for the committee member. Please invite the next team to take the motion and the positions so we can start case building, 30 minutes case building. Okay, and once again for the participants, please remember that you still have 20 seconds. After 7 minutes, you still have 20 seconds, yeah, to reinstate your positions, 20 seconds, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to the deputy leader of the opposition. Okay, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the time given to me, and thank you to the first speaker from our team for such a clear and compelling argument. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we, the opposition team, strongly reject the motion that this House believes that there should be an age limitation for applying for every job. Well, ladies and gentlemen, why do I say so? Because age should not limit job opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, as the second speaker, my task is to strengthen the opposition team position by providing a deeper analysis and evidence while also refuting the statement made by the first speaker from the proposition team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, many older people still have skills and experience to work well. Jobs be given based on ability, not age. Well, ladies and gentlemen, setting an age limit can cause problems like unemployment and financial struggle. A mix of young and older workers benefits companies. Ladies and gentlemen, young people brings new ideas while older ones share experience. As long as someone can do the job, age should not matter. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully disagree with the statement made by the first speaker from the proposition team. And now, I will continue to support the points raised by the first speaker from our team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as human beings, we cannot judge someone's ability solely based on age. Successful companies understand that workers with diverse age groups create a balance between innovation, experience, and problem-solving skills. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today, I will prove that first, age diversity improves productivity and innovation in companies. Second, age restriction in employment negatively impact the economic and social welfare. Well, ladies and gentlemen, restricting job opportunities based on, no thank you, I'm still explaining, age deprives companies of the chance to build a balanced and diverse workforce. No thank you, let me finish this part. First, scientific evidence on the advantage of multi-generational teams. Yes, please.
Thanks for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, age limits for jobs application is a necessary step towards creating a safer, more efficient, and equitable workforce. So what do you think about this?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. I will answer it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, we cannot judge someone's ability solely based on age. Successful companies understand that workers with diverse age groups create a balance between innovation, experience, and problem-solving skills. Well, I will continue my argument. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a study by Harvard Business Review 2020 and 22 found that teams consisting of different generations perform better than just composed of a single age group. This is because of the combination of young workers' creativity and senior employees' experience, which leads to greater innovation and efficiency. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is the real-world example of successful companies. Now, thank you. Let me finish this part of successful companies with age diversity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. How can companies design training and the career paths if the age range of the applicants is too broad?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. I will answer it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if there is not limits for employment, does That means people will have to work identify without enjoying retirement age limitation. Okay, I will continue my argument. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in example, one country, there's Toyota. This Japanese automobile company deliberately hires employees from various age groups to ensure continuous innovation without losing the technical knowledge of previous generation. This global teach Guyam believe that age diversity brings new perspective and improve businesses efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, for this example, no thank you, I'm still explaining. For these examples, we can see that major global companies prioritize age diversity, no thank you, let me finish this part, over age-based hiring restorations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if companies start implementing age limitation in, yes please.
Thanks for the time given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, age limits are not discriminatory but are politicized, grounded in the potential needs and realities of various professions. So what do you think about this?
Okay, thank you, that's a very good question. I will answer it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, job availability is not fixed research. Economic growth and investment can create more employment opportunities for all age groups. And young workers can benefit from senior employees through mentorships and knowledge transfer. Okay, I will back to my argument. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if companies start implementing age limitation restriction, the consequences will be severe both economically and socially. First, ladies and gentlemen, increase unemployment and government burden. Ladies and gentlemen, if senior employees are forced into early retirement due to age restriction, employment rates will rise and the economic will suffer as more people rely on government fail. Well, for example, in Japan, the government encourages senior citizens to work longer to maintain economic stability. Second, loss of expertise and knowledge in the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, many professionals require years of experience, such as doctors, engineers, and lawyers. If age limits are enforced, industry will lose highly skilled professionals who still have much to contribute. Ladies and gentlemen, a World Economic Forum 20 and 23. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the time will be given to the government whip to present your argument. Time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time given to me. I'm Astari. I will continue my example. As leader of government and deputy leader of government had said before, now I stand here to argument and emphasize again that our argument is right, and we really agree with our motion that there shall be an age limitation for applying for every job, and I will provide you some examples that I choose. Based on DETICOM, some reason why there is a need for age limit when applying for jobs. 1. Physical jobs requirement. Some jobs require a high of the physical strength, stamina, or agility. As people age, their physical abilities may naturally decline, making them less suited for the certain physically demanding roles. Example, 45 years old applicant might not meet the physical demands of the police office of the Fairfielder training program. That's why Love Enforcement Agency often set an upper age limit, such as 30 years for new recruits. 2. Training, investment, and the career longevity. Employers want to invest in the employees who can serve the company long term. Younger employees are the often preferred for the entry-level roles because they offer the longer potential career span and the more years of the productivity. Example, a tech company hiring junior development may set a limit 27. This allows them to train younger employees who can grow with the company over time. No thanks. 3. Legal and regulatory requirements. Government jobs of the official position of the include no thanks age limit based on the national labor law or the institutional regulations. Yes, please.
With many Indonesian workers going abroad, including professional workers, would age restriction actually reduce the competitiveness of Indonesian workforce on the international stage?
Okay, I answer your question. In reality, many jobs require the physical stamina, quick the response time, and the multitasking ability, all of the which study so tends to decline with age. So age limits are not about discrimination, but about matching jobs demands what demands. Okay, I will continue my example. Paid in the more years of to ensure fairness and efficiency in the requirements. Example, in mainly civil servants requirement programs, there is an upper age limit, usually around 30 years old, no thanks, for applicant with a bachelor degree. 4. Workplace culture and them compatibility. No thanks. Some companies prefer age limit to maintain a dynamic team environment, especially in the creating of the fast-paced industry where things the technology change. Example, a startup hiring social media content creator. Yes, please.
Okay. How would age limitation help those who need a second career later in life?
Once again.
Okay. So, how would age limitation help those who need a second career later in life?
I keep your question. I will continue my example. Okay, example, a startup hiring social media content creator may prefer application under 30 to better align with the culture, digital trends, and team dynamics. Okay, I will really agree with the motion today because equality does not always mean training everyone the same. In the workplace, fairness also means considering efficiency, training costs, and long. There's potential, younger generation needs space for the growth to sustain the healthy, workforce, people. Here is the, yes please.
If many professional workers from Indonesia sucks abroad without age limits, would an age restriction in Indonesia harm those who wish to pursue an international career? Please answer my question.
Once again.
Okay. If many professional workers from Indonesia sucks abroad without age limits, would an age restriction in Indonesia harm those who wish to pursue an international career?
Okay, I will answer your question. Age limit also serves to protect individuals from exploitation. By establishing minimal working age, we prevent children from entering the workforce prematurely. Conversely, setting maximum age for certain physically demanding for jobs prevent older individuals from tasks that might exceed their physical or the mental capacities. Okay, I will continue my example. Here is the explanation based on the data, fact, and the research. 1. Occupational safety and health. Certain jobs such as the firefighter, police office, and the military personnel record optimal physical condition. To ensure workers' safety and health, government often set minimum and maximum age limits. For instance, Indonesian its law number 13 of the 2003 on the manpower states that the minimum age for the employment is the 15 years old and the for hazardous jobs is the 18 years. 2. Efficiency and productivity. I emphasize or the team strongly agree with our motion. That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip. Now the time will be given to the opposition whip to present your argument.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity given to me. Today, I stand here to discuss this motion that this House that there should be an age limitation for applying every job. As the third speaker from the opposition team, I strongly disagree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that age limitation for applying every job is a bad idea. Age limitation can prevent many people from getting job opportunities even if they have a relevant skills and experience. This is unfair and can lead to a loss of valuable talent. Ladies and gentlemen, moreover, age limitation can make the job market less flexible. Many people have valuable experience and skills but cannot apply for jobs due to age limitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that there should be no age limitation for applying every job. What matters is individual skills and experience, not their age. Now, I will present the main reasons why we strongly disagree with this motion. First, skills and experience cannot be measured by age. Many people remain productivity and make a significant contribution well into their later years. Second, age limitation can lead to discrimination against certain age group. This reduces their opportunities to contribute to the workforce. Third, a dynamic job market requires flexible and mobility. Age limitation can hinder this and make it hard for companies to find the right candidates. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I will divide our motion into 3 important points. First, older workers are less adaptable to technology. Second, younger employees are better for the economy. Third, older workers should step aside for younger generation. Okay, let me explain one by one. First, older workers are less adaptable to technology. Adaptability is not determined by age, but training and experience. A study by Massachusetts Institute of Technology shows that workers over 50 can master new technologies as effectively as younger workers when, I'm sorry my friend, let me finish this part, when given proper training. Second, younger employees are better for economy. No thanks, let me finish this part. What about the millions of experienced middle-aged professionals who drive business policies? A study by Harvard Business Review found that companies with multi-generation, okay please.
Can you give me a real example that age limit is a bad idea for individual?
Okay, my friend, it's a very good question. I will answer it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for example, in Japan, the government encourages senior citizens to work longer, maintain economic sustainability. Okay, let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany and Japan effectively encourage older workers to stay employed because their government recognizes that economic growth depends on their and knowledge sharing. Third, older workers should let me finish this part. Older workers should step aside for younger generation. Ladies and gentlemen, this assumption is, I'm sorry my friend, let me finish this part. This assumption is thought about economically harmful. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. How can we ensure that younger workers remain engaged in the workforce if there are no age limits that give them room to feel important positions?
Okay, my friend, it's a very good question. I will answer it. If there is no requirement age limit, it does not mean that someone is workforce their encouraged life, every individual should be given freedom to choose to continue working because they want to stay mentally and financially active. Okay, thank you. I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, in medicine laws and encouraging senior professionals are vital mentors for younger generations. Let me finish this part. If age restriction from the out, who will train the next generation who skilled professionals? Ladies and gentlemen, countries like Singapore, South Korea offer incentives for companies to retain other employees. Let me finish this part. Employees because they understand that a strong, okay please.
Thank you for the time given to me. I will give some questions. If there's no age limit for a job applications, how can companies ensure that the work they choose that have no energy and stamina to meet the demands of physically demanding jobs? So what do you think about that?
Okay, my friend, it's a very good question. I will answer it. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, job availability is not a fixed resource. Economic growth and investment can create more employment opportunities for all age groups. Ladies and gentlemen, young workers can benefit from senior employees, drug mentorships, and knowledge transfer. Okay, let me back my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, age limitation violates fundamental human rights. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Laws in the US, UK, and EU provide age-based discrimination in employment. Ladies and gentlemen, diverse workplaces perform better and increase innovation. Harvard Business Review found that multi-generational them perform better in problem-solving, innovation, and productivity. Microsoft, Toyota, and IBM effectively required employees of all ages to maximize talent diversity. Age-based restriction harm the economy and create social inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany and Japan prove that age-diverse workforce strengthen economic rather than weaken them. Countries that early retirement increase employment rather than dependency on government aid. Ladies and gentlemen, let's consider why we are debating this issue. We are really suggesting that someone's ability to work should be judged by their date of birth rather than the skills, experience, and contribute. Ladies and gentlemen, from our second speaker, Fena, we learned that age limitation violate fundamental rights and go against international employment laws. She explained that hiring should be based on compet, not age. From our second speaker, Longki, we discussed that.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition whip. Now, 4 minutes and 20 seconds will be given to the reply speaker from government team.
Thanks for the time and given to me. Now I will give a conclusion from this house. To conclude, let me emphasize this clearly. This policy does not aim to exclude but to align the right age with the right role, align hiring with rational planning, and align job suitably with individual welfare. In doing so, we build a workforce that is stronger, safer, and more sustainable for all. For the reason, the opening government believes that age limits when decided fairly and job specifically are not only justifiable, they are necessary. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. Now the time will be given to the reply speaker from the opposition team. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, for the opportunity given to me. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the conclusion of today's debate, allow me to summarize out key sides of the motion. So, ladies and gentlemen, in addressing complex social and economic challenges, we need more flexible and adaptized approach to managing the workforce rather than limiting job opportunities based on age and instead focusing on individuals' competencies, experience, and potential. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the opposition team, we firmly believe that limiting job opportunities based on age is unfair, discriminatory, and detrimental to individuals, business, and the economy as a whole. So, ladies and gentlemen, many older people still have skills and experience to work well. Job be given based on ability, not age. Ladies and gentlemen, setting an age limit can cause problems like employment and financial struggles. A mix younger and older workers benefits companies young people brings new ideas, while others want sharing experience. As long as someone can do the job, age shows not modern. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as the opposition team, we strongly oppose this motion. This House believes that there should be an age limitation for applying for every job. Ladies and gentlemen, we, the opposition team, strongly believe that age limit not for applying for every job are a bad idea. Age limits can prevent many people from getting job opportunities, even if they have a relevant skills and experience. This is unfair and can lead to a loss of a valuable talent. Moreover, age limitation can make the job market less flexible. Many people have valuable experience and skills but cannot apply for jobs due to age limitations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, therefore, I believe there should be an age limitation for jobs application. What matters is an individual's skills and experience, not their age. So, ladies and gentlemen, skills and experience cannot be measured by age. Many people remain productive and make significant contributions with their later years. So, age limitation can lead to discrimination against creating age groups. This reduces their opportunities to contribute to the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, a dynamic job market regulates flexible and mobility. Age limitation can hinder this and make it hard for companies to find the right candidates. I hope my arguments can confide the counseling to reject this motion and research its limitation in the job workers. So, ladies and gentlemen, we challenge them to provide a solid experience expressive that productivity is solely determined by age. So, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, Warren Buffett, Steve Jobs, and Mahatma Gandhi all demonstrate exceptional leadership and productivity well into their later years. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I strongly oppose this motion. This House believes that there should be an age limitation for applying for every job. So, ladies and gentlemen, why we strongly disagree with this motion? Because age limitation is harm both individuals and the economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, we counter pointing out by innovation in the results of experience, adaptability, and knowledge sharing rather than age. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the end of the first performance. Please give them a big applause. Yeah, what a great opening performance from all of you. Please return to your seat and give a handshake to the adjudicators. Okay, so thank you so much. Now it's 10 minutes into the next performance. Our next performance will be from SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa versus SMA Citra Bakti. Okay, good afternoon for all of us. Without wasting too much time, I ask the moderator, welcoming all the participants. Is everyone here? Okay, thank you so much. So before we begin our competitions, I would like to highlight some rules. Yeah, the first rules is about the timing. So every speaker will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Yeah, if my timekeeper ring the bell once, that means it's the start of POI. So the opposite team will should start to give the POI. And if my timekeeper ring the bell twice, it means that the end of POI. So you cannot give another POI after the bell ring twice. Okay, and then my timekeeper will ring the bell 3 times. Okay, at this moment you only have 20 seconds to speak. Yeah, so 20 seconds you can reinstate your positions. Okay, and then is that clear? Okay. Okay, so the next thing is about the interruption of POI. So the POI should be given after the timekeeper ring the bell once. Okay, and the POI will be over if the timekeeper ring the bell twice. Okay, so there is no limitations for the POI. You can give as many as POI as you can within the time frame. And then the POI can be given by every member of the opposite team, but the speaker will decide who will give the POI or who will speak. Okay. And for the speaker, please pay attention that you can only reject the POI twice. Yeah, twice. So if the opposite team give you the third attempt, yeah, the third POI, you must accept it. Okay, is that clear or any questions? Okay, and then the POI should be given as brief as possible, so as short as possible. Don't take too much time from the speaker. Okay, and then if the speaker doesn't understand the questions, you can ask for, can you repeat the questions? Yeah, can you repeat the questions, or the opposite team can repeat the questions. And then, yeah, I think that's all. Any questions once again from the participant? Okay, thank you so much. So for the participants, please go to the stage and take your positions. Please give them big applause. Okay, now the time will be given to the government team to introduce your team members. Time is yours.
Good afternoon to all of us,
Good afternoon.
your honorable judges, timekeeper, and my respected opponents. Me, Adi, as Prime Minister, Lan as a Deputy Prime Minister, and Anki as a government whip. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government team. Now the time will be given to opposite team to introduce your team members.
Okay, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, judges. Good morning, moderator, timekeeper, and our dear partner from the government team. Thank you for the time that given to our group. Before we start the debate today, let us introduce our team. Let me introduce myself. My name is Teresa Natriu. I am the leader of opposition.
My name is Maria Francisca Mowaselo. I am Deputy of Opposition. And my friend?
My name is Marianus Febriano Ruba. I'm the opposition whip. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to, for both teams, could you please try the bell? Okay, so if you want to give PLI, you can push the button, yeah? Today, our motion will be this House will cancel free lunch program for students. This House will cancel free lunch program for students. Okay, without further ado, the time will be given to the Prime Minister from government team to present your arguments. Time start now.
Good afternoon to all of us, the honorable judges, timekeeper, and my respected opponent. Today, we discuss about this House will cancel freelance program for students. We, as a government team, totally agree with this motion. Before I start with my arguments, I would like to give the definition of this motion. Word cancel means used to express that someone might or is likely to cancel something if a particular condition is met. Freelance program for students means a government-funded program that provides free meals, usually lunch, especially those from low-income families during school hours. Okay, I will continue to my arguments. Today, as a government team, we are agreed today's motion that if this freelance program will be cancelled, before my friends and sorry, that's not my argument. Let's discuss today's motion. First, I will take the keywords from today's motion, which are cancel, freelance programs, and students. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I, as the Prime Minister, believe that this program should be cancelled because it can increase loss, especially if it has an impact on inflation. That's all from me. Sorry, that's not my argument. The cancellation of the freelance program for students is the right move, seen from the perspective of state's budget efficiency, social policy effectiveness, and long-term fiscal sustainability. This program, the reality is that the implementation does not always go as expected, and it drains more resources than delivers significant results. In this context, the House believes that canceling the freelance program is a rational decision for the sake of more target public policy making. First, let's review it from the budget side. According from the calculation of the Indonesian Ministry of Finance on the proposed national freelance, as discussed in the 2024 until 2029. It is estimated that the cost of this program will reach 400 till 500 trillion rupiah per year. This figure is equivalent to more than 20% of Indonesian total annual state budget. This is a huge allocation and has the potential to sacrifice other strategic sectors, such as educational infrastructure, curriculum development, teachers training, and strengthening health service. With the existing fiscal limitations, it would be wise to allocate funds of this magnitude to improve the quality of education as a whole, not just to provide lands that have a temporary impact. Second is, in terms of effectiveness, various studies have shown that the impacts of freelance programs. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Brother said that freelance program is a rational decision. Please give me data from your argument about that.
My data, thank you for your questions. My data is Indonesia's proposed freelance program has raised concern among international institutions such as the World Bank, Fitch Ratings, and Moody Investor Service. The World Bank warns of the need for careful preparation so that the program does not strain the fiscal budget. That's my answer. I will continue to my arguments. Third is, the cancellation of this program will open up space for a more needs-based policy approach. Not all students need freelance. Many of them come from families that are able to provide decent provisions. By applying a target subsidy approach, assistance can be focused on only students from underprivileged families through direct cash assistance, SEM or nutrition-based scholarship. That way, the state remains present for those in need without having to spend large budgets on groups that don't need it. Policies like this are more equitable and effective because resources are used selective and on target. In addition, freelance programs can also potentially burden school administratively and logistically. School should be the center of learning activities, not a big kitchen that takes care of food every day. Instead of focusing on teaching and developing students' character, education personnel must take care of non-pedagogical aspects that consume time and energy. In the long run, this can obscure the main function of educational institutions. My personal opinions is favor the efficiency and quality of education. Indonesian children need more than just lunch. They need competent teachers, relevant curriculum, educated facilities, and safe and inspiring learning environment. Rather than spending hundreds of trillions on lunch, it would be better to defer those funds to teacher training, lab updates, digital libraries to improve connectivity in remote school. Quality education will have a long-term impact that is far greater than momentary safety. Taking into account budget efficiency, implementation effectiveness, principle of fairness, and national strategic priorities, the House fully supports the cancellation of the freelance program, not because they don't care, but because they want to ensure that every rupiah issued by the state really has the best impact on the future of Indonesian children. Thank you for my arguments. We, as the government team, totally agree with this motion today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Prime Minister from government team. Okay, please remember that you can give as many SPOI as you can. So utilize the time for POI. Yeah. Okay, and now the time will be given to the leader of the opposition team. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. I am the leader of opposition. And ladies and gentlemen, the motion today about this House will cancel freelance program for students.
This is leader of opposition. We disagree with the motion today. We as opposition team has some argument why we don't support the motion today. Based on this motion, we take one keyword, namely a freelance. Freelance is a freelance refers to situation where there is no cost incurred by the individual receiving the goods in the service being provided. Ladies and gentlemen, the first reason is supporting children's health. The freelance program ensures that children receive education, nutrition, which is essential for growth, concentration, and overall health. With the program, many children at the risk of malnutrition. Healthy and well-educated children will become productive future generation, contributing to future social and economic progress. The program helps prevent malnutrition, strengthen the immune system, and support optimal growth by ensuring students receive healthy and nutritious food. The academic perspective also highlights the contributing and the freelance program to alleviating nutrition and stunting problems in Indonesia. At the national levels, Indonesia is not only facing the challenge of hunger, but also the problem of stunting, which is still quite high. From the data, the 2024 Nutrition Status Survey showed that the prevalence in stunting is still above the WHO standard, creating additional pressure to achieve national targets by 2024. Therefore, the freelance program is becoming increasingly relevant in supporting government efforts to address the problem of nutrition and welfare of children in Indonesia. Data from 2022 National Nutrition Status Survey. Yes, please.
You said that the stunting, a freelance program can solve the stunting, but the stunting happened in 100 days after born or 3 years. So there's no match or there's no relationship in stunting and freelance. What do you think about that?
Okay, I go to point. At the national levels, Indonesia not only facing the challenge of hunger, but also the problem of stunting, which is still quite high. According to data 2022 National Nutrition Status Survey showed the prevalence of stunting is still above the WHO standards, creating additional pressure to achieve national targets by 2024. Okay, that's all my answer. I continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the first reason is improving academic achievement. Hungry children have difficulty concentrating in class. With a guaranteed lunch, they can focus more on learning and so improve academic performance. Freelance programs have been shown in increased students' attendance and participant rates, especially in areas with high poverty rates. Students are more motivated to come to school because, I'm sorry, yes please.
Can you, as the opposition team, if want to run this program, how did the government can control the chance of corruption? If there is so many distributor of this program, what do you think about that?
Please, once again, your question.
How did the government of Indonesia, can control the chance of corruption? Because, as we know, the distributor of this program is too much. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. I got the point. From the data regarding the freelance program,
shall not be cancelled or delayed. The freelance program, is known as free nutrition for school students, pregnant women, and breastfeeding mothers, and address stunting and malnutrition issues in Indonesia. Data on this Kompasiana.com, freelance is crucial for ways for the managing and evaluation in effectiveness as well for individual potential problems. Okay, I continue my argument. Not all students may enjoy or finish the food, which can lead to food waste. Not all students may like to Children are more motivated to come to adequate nutrition, which in turn can affect the health and concentration in class. Academics have observed the children who get adequate nutrition tend to have better cognitive abilities, accelerate their learning process, and improve their academic achievement. Therefore, the freelance program can be considered a long-term investment in improving the quality of human resources. In this context of education, the freelance program can also be linked to the concept of independent learning, which is being enjoyed by the government. By providing access to adequate food, the program supports the concept of learning focus. That's all my argument. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please once again remember, if you want to reject the POI, you can say no thank you. Yeah, no thank you. And then you still have 20 minutes after 7 minutes to reinstate your position. Yeah. Okay. So the next one is from the leader, the Deputy of Prime Minister from government team. Time is yours.
Good afternoon to all of us, especially the honorable judges, the timekeeper, the moderator, and of course, my dear friend from side of opposition. So, before I start to my real argument, I want to rebut some point from your opinion. First, you talk about stunting. This program want to solve stunting, but as we know, stunting happen in 100 days after birth or 3 years after they born. So it's not there is no relationship about freelance and stunting. And when I was give you some question before that how did the government solve the corruption, because as we know the student get 100 rupiah per day for this program, and you did not answer my question. So I will move to my real data. The cancellation of the freelance program for students is the right move. As we know, like I said before, the program is taking 10,000 rupiah per children, and this program is not distribute equal for every part in Indonesia. So I will continue to my argument. The cancellation of the freelance program for students is the right move, seen from the perspective of state budget efficiency, social policy effectiveness, and long-term fiscal sustainability. This program really shows that the implementation does not always go as expected, and it drains more resources than delivers significant results. In the context, the House believes that cancelling the freelance program is a rational decision for the sake for more targeted public policy making. Like I said before, this program drains too much resource, because this as we know, the student in Indonesia is too much, and the resource is not enough for that program. First, let's review it from the budget side. According to the calculation of the Indonesia Ministry of Finance on the proposed national freelance as discussed in the 2024 till 2029, it is estimated that the cost of this program will reach 400 till 500 trillion rupiah per year. So that's why the government will be difficult to control the corruption because the budget is too big. If the freelance program is implemented in Indonesia, there is a high chance that there will be an inflationary pressure, considering that Indonesia is still a developing country. In terms of the economy, the inflationary pressure may arise due to increased government spending to fund the program. With a very large budget estimate, which is 550 trillion rupiah, this large need for fund can encourage an increase in demand for goods and service, which in turn can lead. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. I will question for you. Can you elaborate on your point about the difficult control? How do you think about that?
Thank you for your question. So I would like to explain for you about the difficult control the corruption. So as we know, like I said before, the budget is estimated for like 550 trillion rupiah. And the distributor of this program is too much because the part of Indonesia is too much for like Kalimantan, Jawa, Sumatra, NTT, and Papua. So with that much of part, they need so much distributor for this program. And the government can control the corruption at all because there is so much distributor. So I talk about too much distributor for this program. So I will continue to my argument. Based on survey data from Center of Economic and Law Studies, or CELIOS, in 2024, the majority of respondents, namely 59%, do not agree with free nutrition meal program. This high percentage shows that there are still great doubts in the community regarding the effectiveness, sustainability, and management of the program. On the other hand, only 21% of the public said they agree with this program. This group is most likely to see the benefit of free nutrition meal program, especially in helping underprivileged people and addressing malnutrition problem. The main concern of the public about the free nutrition program is related to inefficient distribution. Like I said before, with a percentage of 46%. This shows that there are doubts about the distribution mechanism of the program, such as the possibility of logistical obstacle or mismatch between food needs and allocation in the field. In addition, as many as 37% of the public are worried about the potential for corruption in the implementation of this program. So with that, I am, as the Deputy Prime Minister, want to say that again, we from the government team really agree with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy of Prime Ministers. Once again, please utilize the time for POI, yeah? If the timekeeper ring the bell once, you can start giving the POI. And then if you want to reject the POI, after you hear the bell, you can say, no, no, thank you, or yes, please, yeah? Okay. And then the next will be the deputy leader of the opposition team. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. Before that, sorry. Thank you for the time that given to me. I am Deputy Prime Minister, and I will continue to explain more why we support our motion today. Okay? Before that, my friend as a leader of opposition explain about supporting children health. At the national level, Indonesia is not only focused and channels on hunger, but also the problem of stunting with the quality higher. Data from 2024 National Nutrition Status Service show that the prevalence of stunting is still above the WHO standard, creating additional pressure to achieve national targets by 2024. Now, I will explain the emphasis. We really disagree with the motion that we are debate today. Ladies and gentlemen, the second resource is improving academic achievement. Hungry children have the difficult concentration in class. With the guarantee lunch, they can focus more on learning and so improving academic performance. Freelance program has been sought to increase student attendance, the participant result, especially in areas with the profit rates. Students has more motivated to come to school because their children's basic needs are met. By providing free school lunch, it is expressed that their children will get quality nutrition, which the truth can affect their health and concentration in class. Academic health approach, the children who get quality nutrition, then to have better cognitive abilities, a clear that learning process can improve their academic achievement. Therefore, the freelance programs can be considered a long-term emphasis in improving the quality of human resource. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of the education, yes, please.
You said before, the freelance program want to improve the academic performance. But why, if we want to increase the academic performance, why we don't just use the budget for increasing the quality of education and use the budget for the education? Because as we know, the freelance program is cut so much budget from the education sector. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you for your question. Okay, I will answer for your question. Freelance program improving academic achieve because with it guarantee lunch, they can focus more on learning and so improving academic performance. The lunch programs has been so the increasing student attendance, the participation rates, especially increase with the higher profit grades. Children are more motivated to come to school because their basic needs are met. Okay, that's all. I will continue my argument. Therefore, the freelance programs can be considered a long-term invest to improving the quality of human resource. In the context of education, the freelance programs can also be linked to the concept of the independent learning with the being icons by the government. By providing access to inadequate food, the program support in the context of the learning freedom, where students can focus their academic activity without being considered by flare issue or malnutrition. Therefore, from an academic perspective, the freelance program can be considered a contract step towards creating confidence learning environment. Compass.com on the national pollution and family plan. Yes, please.
Thanks for the time. I want to ask in here, in your argument before, you say that this freelance program can up student academic performance, but you must know that before, to up the academic performance in students, they need more quality of teacher, so they can learn more, and better we can the budget we can allocate to up the quality of.
Okay, I will continue my argument. Compass.com of the National Pollution and Family Planning again, Ratu Isyana Boges Oka explained that the free nutrition meals program also to advise parents improvements of prepare nutrition for their families. By overseeing the daily menus, parents, both the father and mothers, will understand that every meal should have the blends competition. This program also serves an education tool on which food provide advocate daily nutrition, said Isyana, as contained by Atara of Standard January 11, 2025. That's all my argument. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Now the time will be given to the government whip to present the arguments. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, all of us, the honorable judges, the timekeeper, moderator, and of course my friend from side of opposition. Before I go in my argument, I want to rebut some point from the opposition team. In my second speaker PI before, he asked about how can the freelance program can up academic performance in students, and we think that the academic performance from student is not have relation with the freelance, because the students need more quality of the teacher, not need more food for themselves. And I think for this year, in 2025, all the families can cook their own food to their children. So if their children need to eat the lunch, they can bring that from home. So let's move to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, to support my position here, I will give you some point about this motion. First reason why I support this motion is encourage personal responsibility and empowering families. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the fundamental reasons why the freelance program in school should be cancelled is to encourage family to more responsible for their children. Like I said before, in this time, 2025, all the parents, all the family can cook their own food, and the parents can know what the nutrition their child needs. A study by the Demographic Institute of the Faculty of Economic and Business University of Indonesia found that relation on food assistance programs, including school meals, reduce parents' awareness to importance of healthy eating and proper nutrition for their children. This survey revealed that around 13% families in urban areas were dependent on food assistance and did not prioritize a balanced diet at home. Now I give you a concrete example that of this can be we can see in Singapore, that in Singapore government programs focused on improving parents to meet their children's food needs have been successful in promoting family independence. According to report from the Ministry of Education, families that were more self-sufficient in meeting their children's nutritional needs tend to have healthier and more motivated children in school. The second point and the main point I will talk in here is the budget from the freelance program. We can relocating to the, we can relocating by the budget to the other critical sector. Like, ladies and gentlemen, like we know, this program takes too much budget from the critical sector, like from the education system, from the health sector, and the others. According to the statistic Indonesia, the budget for the freelance program can amount to trillion rupiah. For instance, in 2020, the Indonesian government allocate around 4 trillion for the supplementary feeding program for primary and secondary school. This substantial amount could be relocated to the education sector. Like I said, if we want to up our academic performance in school, we need more quality of teacher, and maybe we can up the school facility so we can learn happy and we can get more of information. The third point is addressing root cause of food insecurity through economic empowerment. Freelance programs do not address the root cause of the poverty and food insecurity. According to the World Bank data, 25.8 million people in Indonesia were living below the poverty line in 2022. Relying on food assistance prevent families from finding sustainable solution to food insecurity because they are not encouraged to become more economically independent. Or I give you more example, like in Brazil, the government focused on the Bolsa Familia program, which provide direct cash transfer to low-income family, and this can more help not just the student, but their family can get help too from this program. The fourth point is promoting healthier and more affordable sustainable eating habits. Ladies and gentlemen, canceling the freelance program families will give the families opportunity to choose their healthier and more nutritious food that suits their need and preference. According to the Indonesian Children Nutrition Status Survey by the Ministry of Health, around 35.5% of children in Indonesia suffer from stunting, primarily due to lack of balance of nutrition. If we say that this program can help us to out from the stunting case, I think it's not illogical, because this program just around about 5 years, and how can this program can help stunting in Indonesia? In this context, relocating funds to empower families to provide balanced meal could be more effective. Because why? This can more help stunting case in our country. So from the child, before they got into teenagers, they can get more healthier food, so they can free from the stunting case. The fifth point is improving educational quality through food security, and skill enhancement. Improving the quality of education in Indonesia is an urgent need. So that's all from me. We from the government team strongly agree with our motion today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip speaker. Now the time will be given to the opposition whip speaker to begin your argument. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time given to me, and the opposition whip will continue to explain more why we support, why we don't agree with the motion today. Ladies and gentlemen, data from the 2000 and 2022 National Nutrition Status Survey show that there are still significant challenges to malnutrition, especially among children. This program can be an activity first step to address this problem, encouraging that children get adequate nutrition for optimal growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, the second reason is improving academic achievement. Hungry children have difficulty concentrating in class. With a grounded lunch, they can focus more on learning and show the improved academic performance. Freelance programs have been shown to encourage students attendance the participation rates, especially in areas with high power rates. Children are more motivated to come to school because their base the nets are made. By providing physical affects their health and concentration in class. Academics have observed that children who get adequate nutrition tend to have better quantitative abilities, accelerate the whole learning process, and improve their academic achievement. Therefore, the freelance program can be considered a long-term investment in improving the quality of human resources. In the context of education, the freelance program can also be linked to the concept of independent learning, which is being called by the government. By providing access to adequate food, the programs support the concept of learning freedom, where students can focus on their academics achievements without being considered by welfare is often malnutrition. Therefore, from our academic perspective, the freelance program can be considered a considerate step towards creating a constructive learning environment. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the third reason is reducing social inequality. The program helps reduce the gap between students from different economic backgrounds, creating a more inclusive and yes, please.
In your argument before, you say that with this program, students can get motivated, right? My question is simple. What motivate the student get when this program is launched in their school? Thank you.
Okay, I will answer for you a question. Compascom motivate for population and family development. Warren Banga and head of the National Population and Family Planning Against. Ratu Isyana Bagos Oka explained that the free nutrition meals program also seeks to educate parents of the importance of prepared nutrition of their families. Okay, I continue my arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, the free nutrition is reducing social inequality. The programs help reduce the gap between students from different economic backgrounds, creating a more inclusive and equitable schools environment. The program assesses the economic burden on low-income families, especially during difficult times such as economic crisis or high inflation. By providing free lunch to all students, schools can parent stigma against children from low-income families. If only creating children receive assistance, they can feel embraced or excluded. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth reason is local economic benefits. Freelance program often involve local suppliers, such as a food producer. By maintaining this program, the local economy continue to move and support the. Yes, please.
In your argument before, you say that the freelance program want to reduce the gap between the student with different background. But if we want to reduce the gap for the student with different background, why we don't just give the social assistance for their family to reduce the gap? What do you think about that?
Okay, I continue my arguments. Ladies and gentlemen, such as farmers and food producers, by maintaining the programs, the local economy continues to move and support the surrounding community. Hungry children have difficult concentrating in class, with a ground lunch day and focus more on learning hands-on improve academic performance. Freelance programs have been so the increased student attendance and participation rates, especially in areas with high profit rates. Children are more motivated to come to school because their basis needs are met. By providing free school lunch, the children will get adequate nutrition, which in turn affects their health and concentration in class. That's all my argument. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition whip speaker. Now the time will be given to the reply speaker from the government team to conclude your arguments. You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak.
Thank you for the time given to me. So I, as the Deputy Prime Minister, want to give the reply speech about this motion. So, in your statement before, we can use the freelance program for solve gap in between the student with different background. But if we want to do that, why we don't just give the social assistance for the family with different background? For example, that are some family that are low income or low economic family, and we can just give them social assistance. And if we want to improve the quality of the education, why we don't just give the free school or scholarship for the student? And as we know, this program is cutting the budget from the health sector and the education sector. So it's illogical if you want to say that this program can help health sector and education sector. And if we want to help the health sector, why we don't just give free health insurance? With a very large budget estimate, which is 450 trillion rupiah, we can give so many free health insurance and free scholarship for the student. This large need for fund can encourage an increase in demand for goods and service, which in turn can lead to a general increase in price. In addition, if the funding source of this program comes from increased tax or government debt, this can also put additional pressure on the economy. And I want to say that if we want to solve the stunting, as we know, like I said before, the stunting happen in 100 days after they're born or 3 years after they're born. So why we don't just give the freelance for the pregnant woman so the stunting can solve? And Indonesia proposed freelance program has raised concern among international institutions such as the World Bank, Fitch Rating, and Moody's Investor Service. The World Bank warns of the need for careful preparation so that the program does not strain the fiscal budget, while Fitch Rating predict that the cost of the program will reach about 2% of gross domestic product, or GDP, each year. Moody's Investor Service is concerned that the implementation of this program could deviate from the conservative financial policy that Indonesia has long implemented. Domestically, the funding of this program is also a debate, especially regarding the use of school operation assistant, or BOS, funds which are rejected by some teachers. And based on survey data from the Center of Economic and Law Studies in 2024, the majority of respondents, namely 59%, do not agree with free nutritious meal program. So with that, the conclusion from us as the government team is canceling the freelance program for students in Indonesia could have long-term benefit if the budget is reallocated to more critical sectors such as education, health, and economic empowerment. Data and example from other countries shows that the empowerment-based policies, whether for families, communities, or local sector, are more effective in providing sustainable solutions. So maybe that's all the best from me.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. Now the time will be given to the reply speaker from the opposition team. Time is yours.
Thank you for the time that given to me. I am the reply speaker of the opposition team. We'll give the conclusion. We truly don't agree with the motion about this House will cancel freelance program from students. Ladies and gentlemen, the first reason is supporting children's health. The freelance program ensures that children receive adequate nutrition, which is essential for growth, concentration, and overall health. Without children receive without the program, many children are at the risk of malnutrition. Healthy and well-educated children will become productive future generation, contributing to future social and economic progress. The program has prevented malnutrition, strengthened the immune system, and super optimal growth by ensuring students receive healthy and nutritious food. The academic perspective also highlights the contributing of the freelance program to alleviating nutrition and stunting problems in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the second reason is improving academic achievement. Hungry children have difficulty concentrating in class. With a guaranteed lunch, they can focus more on learning and so improve academic performance. Freelance programs have been shown in increased students' attendance and participation rates, especially in areas with high poverty rates. Children are more motivated to come to school because their basic needs are met. By providing free school lunches, it is expected that the children will get adequate nutrition, which in turn can affect their health and concentration in class. Academics have observed the students who get adequate nutrition tend to have better cognitive abilities, accelerate the learning process, and improve their academic achievement. Therefore, the freelance programs can be considered a long-term investment in improving the quality of human resources. In this context of education, the freelance program can also be linked to concept of independence learning, which is being associated by the freelance program. By providing access to adequate food, the program supports the concept of learning freedom, where students can focus on their academic achievement without being constrained by welfare issues or malnutrition. Therefore, from an academic perspective, the freelance program can be considered a concentrated step towards creating a conducive learning environment. Ladies and gentlemen, the third reason is reducing social inequality. The program helps reduce the gap between students from different economic backgrounds, creating a more inclusive and equitable school environment. The program assists the economic burden of low-income families, especially during difficult times such as economic crisis or high inflation. By providing freelance to all students, students can prevent stigma against children from low-income families. If only certain children receive assistance, they can feel embarrassed or excluded. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth reason is local economic benefits. Freelance programs often improve the supported such as farmers and food production. With the opposition team, totally don't disagree with the motion about this house will like cancel freelance program for students. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker. That is the end of this debate competition for the teams. Now please return to your seat and please give them a big applause for the amazing performance. You can give a handshake for the educators. Okay, maybe Okay, once again, good afternoon for all of us. Good afternoon. Okay. Okay, so while waiting for the judges, I'm going to highlight some of the rules for our debate competitions. But before that, maybe I want to check, is everyone here from SMA Negeri 1 Jerebu and SMA Negeri 1 Golek? Okay, so the first one will be related to the interruptions. Yeah, the timing. Okay, I'm sorry, technical problem. Okay, so the first one will be related to the timing. So every speaker will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Yeah, so after 7 minutes, you still have 20 seconds to reinstate your position, whether you agree or disagree with the motions. If my timekeeper ring the bell once, it means that that is the start of POI. So the opposite team can give the POI to the speaker. Yeah. And then if the timekeeper ring the bell twice, it means that that is the end of POI. So your time to give POI is over. Okay. If my timekeeper ring the bell 3 times, yeah, it means that you still have 20 seconds to speak. Yeah. Okay. Is that clear? Okay. And the reply speaker will have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. The other one is about the interruption or POI. The POI should only be given after the timekeeper ring the bell once. Okay, and then it will be over. It will be over if the timekeeper ring the bell twice. Okay. And then for the POI, you can give as many as POI as you can. So there is no limitations how many POI you can give, as long as it is in the time frame, you can give the POIs as many as possible. Okay, and then the POI can be given by each member of the opposite team. Yeah, can be given by any member of the opposite team. But it will depend on the speaker who will choose who will speak or who will give the interruptions. Okay, and then for the speaker, pay attention that you can only reject the POI twice. You can only reject the POI twice. So on the third attempt of the POI, you must accept the POI. Yeah? Okay, is that clear or any questions? Okay, so you must accept the POI on the third attempt. Okay, and then please give the interruption as short as possible. Yeah, please don't take too much time from the speaker. And also, if you don't understand the questions, you can ask the opposite team, could you please repeat the questions? Yeah. And then if you want to reject the POI, please say no thank you. Or if you want to accept, please say yes thank you. Okay. I think that's all. Any questions once again before we begin? Okay, thank you so much. Now please go to the stage and take your seat. Give them a big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so the government team will be from SMA Negeri 1 Golewa, and the opposition team will be from SMA Negeri 1 Jerebu. The motion will be this House regret junk food should be banned. This House regret junk food should be banned. Okay, without wasting too much time, we give the opportunity to the government team from SMA Negeri 1 Goleba to introduce your team members. Time is yours.
Thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. I want to introduce our team. We are from government team. My name is Maria Claudiana Boki. I is the first speaker and my friend.
My name is Adrianus Muja as the second speaker and also replay speaker. Next.
My name is Vanessa de Bebea as the third speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government team. Now the time will be given to opposition team to introduce your team members.
Okay, thank you for the time. Good afternoon and gather all of us. Let me introduce myself. I am Natalia as the first speaker from the opposition teams and my friend.
My name is Jenny Chufengino. I am second speaker.
My name is Kuriakus Elias Keu. I am third speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for introducing yourself. Now we will begin with the Prime Minister from government team to present your arguments. You have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time and opportunity given to me, the honorable judges, moderator, timekeeper, members of the opposition team, and distinguished audience. Who are here has never enjoyed the delicious taste of crispy fried chicken or a juicy burger after a long day? Fast food has become an intolerable part of Indonesian society for student casing deadlines to family spending time together or weakness. However, this source on banning in raised major concern. Therefore, we from government teams stand here to present our opening arguments on the motion this House reject junk food should be banned. A motion based on the realities of Indonesian society. First, we need to understand what is junk food means. Junk food refers to food that is prepared and served quickly, usually in a ready-to-eat form. This type of food is often served in fast food restaurants and is designed to be consumed in a short time, either outside, on-site, or as takeout. The characteristic of junk food include, first, quick preparation. The cooking and serving process is designed of efficiency. Second, ready to eat. The food is fully cooked and requires an additional preparation. Third, affordable price. Junk food is typically sold in relatively low price. Fourth, limit menu option. The menu usually focus on a few popular dishes. Fifth, convenient packaging. Junk food is packaged in particular containers for takeout or eat-in consumption. Example of junk food include burgers, pizza, fried chicken, french fries, ice cream, donuts, and cookies. Bans on junk food have been implemented in various places, from schools and restaurants to national scale restriction in some countries. Government claim that sex bans aim to reduce offside rates and improve public health. However, we urge that banning junk food is not the right solution and instead harms many parties. First argument about economic impact on Indonesian society. Let's talk about the real economic impact on Indonesian citizens. This ban would not only hurt major corporations like McDonald's and KFC, but also destroy thousands of small food vendors offering similar minutes. Image street food vendors who rely on selling snacks and behaviors of the same kind. They will lose
Their livelihoods and consequences will be deeply felt by their families. Yes, please.
Does junk food really lie at the root of our crisis?
I'm sorry, can you repeat again?
Does junk food really lie at the root of our crisis?
Okay, thank you. We need to understand what is junk food means. Junk food refers to food that is prepared and served quickly, usually in ready-to-eat form. This type of foods is often served in fast food restaurants and designed to be consumed in a short time, either outside or as takeout. I will continue my argument. Once again, let's talk about the real economic impact on Indonesian citizens. This ban would not only hurt major corporations like McDonald's and KFC, but also destroy thousands of small food feeders over in similar minutes. Image street food feeders who rely on selling snacks and beverages of the same kind. They will lose their livelihoods, and the consequences will be deeply felt by their families. This is not just about numbers, it is about the real lives of millions of Indonesians. Second argument about ignoring the reality of modern lifestyle. This ban ignores the reality of Indonesian fast-paced and dynamic lifestyle. For busy office workers, students facing deadlines, or experienced homemakers, fast food is often a practical and affordable option. Limiting their access to taste food choice is akin to ignoring their needs. Circumstances should be forced them to spend hours in the kitchen just to get nutritious meals. Third argument about education not providing is the key to health. Health issues must indeed be addressed, but banning fast food is not the solution. Instead of providing, why do focus on more effective and accessible nutrition education? We can collaborate with schools to teach children about balanced nutrition, and we can launch public components that are more creative and easier to understand. It's education and public awareness more effective than right and empirical bans. We can learn from successful health education programs in other countries and adapt them to Indonesian context. Fourth argument about the rise of augmented black market. Banning junk food will create a dangerous black market. Image unrelated illegal junk food circulating everywhere with food or quality control. Based on the points we have present, it is clear that banning junk food is an unwise and realistic solution for Indonesian society. This occasion harms the economy, discourages people's needs, and creates bigger problems. Instead, let's focus on more comprehensive solutions, such as effective nutrition education and smart regulation. Therefore, we firmly reject the decision on best junk food. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Prime Minister from government team. Please, once again, remember that you only have 4 minutes to give up your eye. Maximize the time, yeah? If you have something to say or something to ask, don't hesitate to push the button and ask to the opposition team, okay? Okay, the next opportunity will be given to the leader of the opposition team to present their arguments. Time is yours.
Honorable judges, moderator, and esteemed audience, before I begin, let me remind to all that is the debate. We are not just talking about food or eating habits, but about individual freedom, human rights, and diversity in lifestyle choice. We believe that the freedom to choose what we may consume is a fundamental right that shall not be discouraged by the state. Therefore, the opposition team is here to oppose this motion, bringing forth several strong and well-reasoned arguments. For arguments, individual freedom to choice. The first point we meant the rise in the individual freedom to choose what we consume. In a democratic country like Indonesia, freedom is a basic right protected by the Constitution. Society has a right to make their own life choices, including what food they consume. If we ban junk food, we are instantly stripping individuals of their right to choose, even taking away the freedom of parents and educate their children about healthy eating in a way that suits their capacities and abilities. Based on the principle, we argue the banning junk food is not only excessive but also infringe upon a fundamental human right. Instead, what is more effective is providing education to the public about the harmful effects of junk food and how to manage food consumption wisely. The state should support society with information and access to healthy food choices rather than controlling or eliminating those opposition. Second argument, focus and education, not banning.
You say that fast food is unhealthy and causes disease. We do not deny that excessive consumption of junk food can have negative health effects. However, the issue does not stem from junk food itself, but rather from an unbalanced diet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. And in this answer, no, and really, junk food consumption is only one factor among many, including a sedentary lifestyle, high level of stress, sleep deprivation, lack of nutritional education, and economic limitation that prevent people from affording healthy food. I will continue my argument. Research has shown that education and awareness are key to changing unhealthy eating habits. For example, in several countries, educational programs that successfully provide clear information about the risks of consuming foods high in fats, salt, and sugar have helped people make healthier food choices without relying on strict banning policies. By providing accurate information, society will be more aware and capable of making wise choices without scarring their freedom.
You say that children and teenagers are the most vulnerable groups to the negative effect of junk food. But on the other hand, for busy office workers, students facing deadlines and in haste home cares, fast food is often a practical and affordable option. Thank you.
Can you repeat again your question?
You say that children and teenagers are the most vulnerable groups to the negative effect of junk food. But on the other hand, for busy office workers, students facing deadlines and in haste home cares, fast food is often a practical and affordable option. Thank you.
According to existing data, the fast food industry in Indonesia for students provides jobs for millions of people, ranging from restaurant in place to farmers supplying raw food materials. If junk food is banned, not only would work in this industry lose their livelihoods, but it will also create a large wave of unemployment. Given that Indonesia is still grappling with challenge in reducing unemployment rates, this banning policy could exacerbate the economic issues, particularly among the lower middle class. No thanks. I will continue my argument. Third argument, economy and social impact. Third, let's consider the economic and social impacts of banning junk food. As part of the global food industry, junk food contributes significantly to the economy of a country. Additionally, there is an important social impact to consider. We must remember that eating is part of culture. Fast food like burger, pizza, and other and particular and very popular choice, especially among the youth. Banning junk food could lead to social tension and among the public, who may feel this policy is overly influences their habits. For argument, focus and more appropriate health solution. We agree the excess consumption of junk food negative impacts health. However, the best solution is a not ban, but a more targeted approach, such as trigger regulation on unhealthy food at surfacing, and especially those aimed at children, as well as imposing taxes on foods that contain excessive amounts of sugar and fat. In this way, we can reduce junk food consumption without stripping the freedom of choice from society. On the contrary, such policies are fairer and more effective in the long run. These measures allow individuals to make informed decisions while still encouraging healthier choice and their address the root of the problem and forcing and access to unhealthy.
The time is over. I'm sorry. So once again, you only have 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, 20 seconds. If it's already 7 minutes, 20 seconds, in the rest of 20 seconds, you can reinstate your position. Yeah. And then please, for the team, all the team members, if the opposite team push the button and then want to give you POI, if you don't want to take the POI, you want to continue the argument, please say no, thank you. Yeah. If you want to accept the POI, you can say yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now we continue with the Deputy of Prime Minister from government team. The time is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. The honorable judges, moderator, members of the opposition team, and distinguished audience. The first speaker from our team has generally explained why banning junk food is a misguided policy. As the government team, we firmly support this motion because it is based on strong and logical reasoning. On this occasion, I will strengthen that argument with data, evidence, and a deeper analysis highlighting the negative impact on this ban on the economy, employment, and consumer rights. First, significant economic impact. The junk food industry is a major contributor to the national economy. According to data from the Badan Pusat Statistik in 2023, as cited from its official website, this sector contributes 2.5% of product domestic brutto, equivalent to 250 trillion rupiahs. Additionally, this industry generated 50 trillion rupiahs in value-added tax and income tax revenue in the same year. A ban on fast food would result in enormous economic loss, estimate uh, estimate 100 trillion rupees per year, which includes first, loss of company revenue, 70 trillion rupees, and the last, decline in tax revenue, 30 trillion rupees. Moreover, I would have a ripple effect on related sector, such as first, agriculture, a 50% decline in demand for wheat and vegetables. Second, livestock farming, a 20% reduction in demand for chicken and beef. And the last, distribution and logistics, reduced shipments of raw materials and finished products, threatening tourism and transportation business. Next, the second, impact on employment. Junk food industry employs millions of workers, both directly and indirectly. According to the Indonesian Retailers Association, as cited from the 2024 annual report of the Indonesian Employees Association, this sector provides jobs and approximately 2 million people, including first, 1.2 million restaurant and junk food outlet employees. Second, 500,000 farmers and livestock breeders supplying and raw materials. Third, 300,000 drivers and logistic workers. Yes, please.
What benefits junk food for students?
I'm sorry, can you repeat again?
What benefits junk food for students?
Okay, thank you. According to the Indonesian Retailers Association, as cited from the 2024 annual report of the Indonesian Employees Association, the sector provides jobs and approximately 2 million people. I will continue my argument. Once again, first, 1.2 million restaurant and junk food outlet employees. Second, 500,000 farmers and livestock breeders supplying raw materials. Third, 300,000 drivers and logistic workers in the supply chain. And the last, around 100,000 managers, marketing staff, and administrative personnel. With this ban, millions of people who lose their jobs, increasing unemployment rates and hindering economic growth. According to research from the Ministry of Manpower, the closure of the junk food outlet could result in an average loss of 50 jobs, creating a domino effect on small and medium-sized businesses that depend on this industry's supply chain. Next, the third, consumer rights and freedom of choice. Banning junk food means restricting consumers' rights to make their own choice. Free market economic principles emphasize that individuals have the right to decide what products they want to consume. If the government aims to address health issues related to fast food consumption, the more appropriate approach is nutrition, education, and regulation, not a complete ban. Key points regarding consumer rights include, first, freedom of choice. Consumers have the right to choose their food based on their preference and needs. Second, alternative solution. Instead of banning, the government can enhance regulation on nutritional content and food labeling to help consumers make more informed decisions. Third, social impact. This ban could lead to the rise of the black market, increasing the consumption of unregulated, potentially unsafe products. And the last, impact on UMKM. Many small and medium enterprises that partner with fast junk food, would lose their primary source of income. Next, the fourth, more effective alternative solutions. Rather than based on the arguments and evidence present, we firmly conclude that banning junk food is not the right solution, as it has severe negative consequences on the economy, employment, and consumer rights. Instead, more effective policies include nutritional regulations and incentive products.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy of Prime Minister. Now we proceed with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition Team. Time is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable judges, moderator, and all audience. The second speaker of the opposition team, I heard to continue and strengthen of foundation of arguments presented by my team, as well as correctly respond to the points raised by the government team. In this debate, we are faced with a motion that seeks to ban junk food entirely. From the opposition team firmly reject this motion. Why? Because we believe that banning is neither a fair, wise, nor effective solution to resolve the complex issues rooted in lifestyle, social inequality, and the failure of the public health education system. We are confident that the government shall not adopt such as repressive approach nor reduce a major society problem into a mass issues of food. Today, I will present three main points. First, the banning does not address the root of the problems. Second, that it will cause significant social and economic consequences. And third, the education and selective regulation are far more humane and effective in the long run. One argument. We all agree the public health is major priority, but let's be honest, does junk food really at the root of the health crisis? Not entirely. Junk food consumption is only one factor among many, including a sedentary lifestyle, high level of stress, sleep deprivation, lack of nutritional education, and economic limitation that prevent people from affording healthy food. If the government focuses on banning junk food, it's like cutting off one branch of a problem while completely ignoring the roots. We overlook the prices for vegetables, the high cost of free lunch in big cities, and the lack, no thanks, nutritional education in school are real barriers. In other words, no thanks, when the government bans fast food, they are creating the illusion of solving the problem, no thanks, while merely sweeping it under the rug. Real life example. Let's take a look to no thanks. Like Mexico, they implemented a high tax sugary drinks. It didn't significantly reduce upside rates as people simply no thanks, other high carb, low nutrition food. In essence, banning one kind of food only pushes people toward consuming other equally and healthy alternative. Second, yes, please.
You said before, implementing a ban of junk food sales in schools and taxing sugary drinks children obesity. But banning fast food is not the right solution. We can collaborate with schools to teach children about balanced nutrition. Thank you.
Can you repeat again?
You said before, implementing a ban of junk food sales in schools and taxing sugary drinks childrenhood of society. But banning fast food is not the right solution. We can collaborate with schools to teach children about balanced nutrition. Thank you.
Okay, I answer for your question. Because we believe the banning is neither a fair, wise, nor effective solution to resolve the complex issues rooted in lifestyle, social inequality, and the failures of the public health education system. We are confident that the government shall not adopt such a repressive approach nor reduce a major social problem into mere issues of food. I continue my arguments. Not less shift or focus to the social and economic consequences. The fast food industry is one notice of the economic backness of Indonesia. Small and medium businesses that sell nothings, French snacks, local style crispy chicken, burgers, and even flavored drinks and snacks for kids without nothings by such ban. These are not big corporations that can essentially profit. No thanks. They are everyday citizens who depend on this business for their daily income. Let's not forget. No thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a deep look at why ban could be contradictive for society at large. In real life, we all know that banning something of the backfires. This is called the forbidden fruit effect. No thanks. When something is strictly provided, it becomes more attractive, especially to who are naturally servants. No thanks. If junk food is banned completely, people won't instantly healthy. What more likely is the emergence of a black market or illegal distribution channels for fast food. We've seen these other cases like alcohol ban in some countries where prohibition only led to the spread of unrelated dangerous alternatives. Moreover, banning junk food will create confusion and public resistance. Many people don't consume it exclusive and still live healthy lives. They will feel punished even though they've done nothing wrong. The ban approach does not consider the different social, cultural, and economic realities of Indonesia. As we know, Indonesia is wide and highly diverse. Consumption patterns in Jakarta are very different from those in rural Papua, Kalimantan, or places in Sumatra. When junk food is banned informally, the policy ignores the complex realities on the ground. This leads to inflexible policies and further public dissatisfaction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the deputy leader of the opposition team. Please once again pay attention that you can only reject the POI twice. So on the third attempt of the POI, you must accept it. Yeah. So if the opposition team give you push the button one time, you can reject. 2 times you can reject, but the third times, you must accept it. Okay. Okay. So now we'll continue with the government whip speaker. You have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. As the third speaker from the government team, I will strengthen the arguments previously presented by my teammates. Refute the opposing team's claims and conclude why this rigid junk food should be banned. Before I deliver my speech, I don't agree with the second speaker from the opposition teams. She said that they oppose the ban of junk food. On the other hand, I affirm that banning junk food is not the right solution. This policy would only destroy an industry that significantly contributes to the economic, eliminates millions of jobs, restricts consumer freedom, and still fail to effectively address public health issues. I will continue my arguments. From the beginning of this debate, our teams firmly stated banning junk food is a misguided policy is it negatively impact the economic, employment and consumer rights. Moreover, we have demonstrated there are more effective policy alternatives than a total ban. I will summarize the arguments presented to further clarify our team stance. Here are the key points we have put forward. First, significant economic impact. The junk food industry contributes significantly to the gross domestic products and national health revenue. Banning junk food will lead to massive economic losses, hinder business growth, and reduce investments in the food and beverage sector. Second, impact to employment. This industry employs millions of people, ranging from restaurants, workers, farmers, and livestock, burden to workers in the logistics and distribution sector. A ban would result in mass layoff and increase unemployment rates. Third, consumer rights and freedom of choice. Consumers have the right to determine their own food choice. The government should provide nutritional education and transparency in the information rather than banning consumptions of certain foods. Fourth, more effective alternative solution. Stricter regulation regarding the national content of junk food. More extensive nutrition education campaigns to help people make healthier choices. Incentives for restaurants that offer healthier menu options insist for banning specific products. We would also like to rebut some arguments presented by the opposition teams. First, the opposition argues that fast food is unhealthy and causes disease. We do not deny that extensive consumption of junk food can have negative health effects. However, this issue does not stem of junk food insists, but rather from an unbalance. Many junk food restaurants and yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you give real example?
Related to your feedback. For example, of junk food include burgers, pizza, fried chicken, French fries, ice cream, donuts, and cookies. I will continue my arguments. Second, the opposition claims that banning junk food will reduce obesity and chronic disease. There is not evidence that banning junk food will directly lower obesity rates. The root cause of obesity is an overall poor diet on junk food, on just junk food. Countries that have attempted to restrict junk food, such as Mexico, have not shown significant reductions in obesity rates as people continue consuming. Based on all the arguments presented, our team reaffirmed that banning junk food is not the right solution. Therefore, we from government team firmly that this House should regulate the ban on junk food. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip speaker. Now we're going to proceed with the opposition whip speaker. The time is yours.
Good morning. Thanks for the time that given to me. I am third speaker. Thank you to the pro team who have presented their argument about junk food. However, we still believe the negative impacts of junk food, how it is been fixed. Junk food has been proven to cause various health problems, such as obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. In addition, junk food can also affect the quality of life and increase health costs. We do not deny that junk food can be a practical delicious, but we believe that awareness and education about health food are very important to improve people's quality life. Therefore, we continue to support the anti-junk food campaign and promotion of health food to raise public awareness of the importance of balanced and nutrition diet. Here, we from the counter team do not regret the ban of junk food because basically junk food has many negative impacts. Junk food, the counter very high level of sugar, salt, and fat has been proven to be 85% of the main cause of various non-communicable diseases such as obesity type 2. The WHO should exhibit composition of junk food is directed 9 to increases in the prevalence of the disease worksheet. Junk food not only affects nothings or health in the short term, but more is in the long or health in nothings in the short term, but more than in the long. Same what? Hang junk food? Yes, please. Can you repeat again?
You said that the ban violates individual freedom of choice, but however, limiting their access to taste for
Okay, thanks. Because we believe that with police orders, the strengthen freedom, create awareness, and provide broad access for people to choose healthy lifestyle without taking away their rights. Let's all work together a health center. Give her an argument. There are several reasons why our team totally disagree from this motion. Reduction quality of life, consumption junk food and regular things, unregulated basic can impair both function in the long run in percent and percent quality of things overhead disease, diabetes, and digestive. Disorder and effect are present. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You say that fast food is the main cause of various chronic diseases, one of which is obesity. On the other hand, fast food is not the main cause of chronic disease such as obesity, but is caused by lifestyle, diet, and genetic factors. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Because if the government focus solely on banning junk food, is lacking cut off of one branch of problem the with completely ignored the roads. We overlook the fact many communities lack excess nutritious food, the fluctuation prices of vegetables, the heat caused fresh fruit in big kids, and the lack of nutritional education in school are real barriers. I'm going to my argument. The short and effect a person daily with reduction fatigue nothings ability to have optimal 5. A person quality reduction their ability to live optimal life. Second, causes cholesterol dependencies. Nothings junk food of the contents excess sugar, set and white singer and instant hike and crater addition. This cause a person nothings to continue wanting more displays the negative impact onto her health. This addition makes it difficult. Can I going to my argument? This addition makes it difficult for people to switch to health foods, leaving to national, international to be hit body in the long run. Third, bad influence on children and young generation vulnerable to the influence of junk food, adversity, activities and eternally them choose magnitudes. Foods consumption during growth affect the physical and mental development of children, exhibits constipation of junk food and damage to observe it, and serious diseases in the future for eating habits from a lot of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition whip speaker. Now we're going to the government team to conclude your arguments. Please, for the reply speaker from government team, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak.
Thank you for your time and opportunity given to me. As the reply speaker from the government team, I will summarize the overall arguments present by our team. From the beginning, our team has firmly stated that banning junk food is a main sweet policy because it negatively impacts the economy, employment, and consumer rights. Moreover, there are more effective policy alternatives than a total ban to address to health concerns raised by the opposition team. We have present several reasons supporting our stance. First, significant economic impact. The junk food industry contributes significantly to the economy, creates millions of jobs and provides substantial tax revenue to government. This ban would negatively affect the economy, leading to a decline in income for many, including small business owners who rely on the supply chains on this industry. Second, impact on employment. The junk food industry
employments millions of workers, but directly and indirectly, from restaurant employees to farmers and livestock birds supplying raw materials. Banning junk food would result in massive job loss, increase in unemployment rates, and placing a greater economic burden on society. Third, consumer rights and freedom of choice. People have the right to decide what they eat. Banning junk food means taking away an individual's right to choose. The government should provide clear information about nutritional content rather than dictating what people can or cannot consume. Fourth, more effective alternative solution. Instead of banning, the government can enforce stricter regulation on nutritional content and transparent labeling policies. Nutrition education should be strengthened so that people can make better decisions about their diets. Incentives can be given to the junk food industry that offers healthier options. With this ban reliance on people who lost their jobs, increasing employment rates and hindering economic growth. According to research from Ministry of Manpower, the cost of just one junk food outlet could result in a average loss of 50 jobs, creating a domino effect. A small and medium-sized business that depend on this industry supply chain. As a solution, a race approach will be strict regulation on the junk food industry, broader educational companies, and incentives for business that provide healthier food options. Therefore, we from the government team firmly state that this House should reject the ban of junk food. And the honorable judges, we urge you to evaluate that our arguments are superior and we deserve to win this debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the reply, Speaker from government team. Please, opposition team, please prepare to sum up your arguments. Reply, Speaker from the opposition team, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. Conclusion, by banning junk food, the state fulfilled its responsibility to protect public health from long. Then texts such as OT and chronic disease discussion, the policy is not only a preventive measure, but also a strategic tip toward shaping healthier consumption habits. Junk food has been proven to cause various health problems such as obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. In addition, junk food can also affect the quality of the life out increased health costs. We do not deny that junk food can be a practical, delicious choice, but we believe that awareness and education about healthy food are very important to improve people's quality life. Therefore, we continue to support the anti-junk food campaign and provision of healthy food to also public awareness of the importance of a balanced and nutrition diet. Thank you.
Thank you for the reply, Speaker from opposite team. Now that's the end of this group performance. Please give them applause. And thank you so much. Please return to your seat and give your handshake to the adjudicators. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch break. Before we're going to the break, I want to announce that while we're having our lunch, the next team will prepare the case or prepare their argument. So after having lunch, we can start the debate immediately.
Check. Check. Check.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All the participants, thank you for attending the debating competitions, and for all the committee, thank you for working so hard until this midday. And without further ado, I, as a moderator, will begin to read some regulations or some rules related to our competition. So for all the participants, are you guys here? All here? Okay. So please pay attention. There are some rules regarding the timing, the POI, and also for each of the speakers. So each of the speaker will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Yeah. So if my timekeeper ring the bell once, it means that the POI starts. Yeah. So the opposite team can give the interruptions. And then if my timekeeper ring the bell twice, it is the sign for the ending of POI. Yeah. Okay, so you only have 4 minutes to give the interruptions or rebut the other team arguments. And then if my timekeeper ring the bell 3 times, it means that you will only have 20 seconds to speak, yeah? So make sure that in 20 seconds left, you can reinstate your positions whether you agree or disagree with the motions. Okay, is that clear? Okay, thank you. And then for the reply speaker, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. The rules regarding interruptions will be, the first one is that it will begin if the timekeeper ring the bell once, and it will end if the timekeeper ring the bell twice. Okay, so once again, this is not a speech competition, this is the debate competitions. So debate will be active or will be fun, yeah, if the other team give as many SPOI as they can. Yeah. So please, if my timekeeper ring the bell once, give the POI. Do not hesitate to give the questions or rebut the other team arguments. Yeah. And then for the interruptions, there is no limitations at all for how many POI you can give. You can give as many SPOI as you can within the time frame. And the POI can only be given by, POI can be given by any members of the opposite team, but it will depend on the speaker to choose which one they want to, they want to speak. And then for the speaker, please pay attention that you can only reject the POI twice. So at the third attempt, you must accept the POI, okay? And then please give the interruption as short as possible, as briefly as possible. Do not take too many time from the speaker. And then once again, if the opposite team ring the bell to give the POI, please, if you want to accept, you can say yes, please. And if you want to reject, you can say no thanks, yeah? Okay. So, without wasting too much time, please go to the stage. For the participants, we will begin our competitions. One of the member, could you please push the button? Okay, if you want to give BOI, just push the button. Okay, let's give them applause. And we give the opportunity to the government team from SMA Regina Pacis, SMA Regina Pacis Bajawa versus SMA Katolik Kejora Riung. Okay, SMA Regina Pacis Bajawa will act as a government team, and SMA Katolik Kejora Riung will act as an opposition team. With the motion, this House believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. Once again, this House believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. For government team, this is the time for you to introduce your team members.
First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Brigita Kanira Oje, and you can call me Brigit, and I'm from Regina Pacis Senior High School.
I am Marta Juliana Gomena. You can call me as Arta, and I'm the second speaker from the proposition team.
And I'm Krisante Kasaribrata, and you can call me Krista and act as the government whip.
Okay, thank you. Now the time will be given to the opposition team to introduce your team members.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, the honorable moderator and timekeeper, all honorable participants of this English debate competition, and the honorable our opponents. Thank you for the opportunity given to us to introduce our team. My name is Olivia Lai, the first speaker, and my beside.
My name is Flaviano Sunipati, and you guys can call me Vian, and I'm the second speaker.
My name is Elnova Lai, the third speaker.
Okay, thank you for the opposition team. Now 7 minutes and 20 seconds will be given to the Prime Minister from government team to present your arguments. Time is yours.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, all and my beloved partner from the opposition team. With our motion today is this House believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is the manifestation of worsening mental health. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, can you even imagine being trapped in the little boat by yourself and then trapped in the middle of the storm by yourself, and then you feel desperate because you feel under pressure, and the things that you see in front of you is just that. Nobody will save you, and then your common sense will not work properly. And this is what's happening in our status quo right now. When your common sense cannot working properly, this thing that we call as a mental health disorder, and of course pressure. And this kind of situation that support the suicide cases among teenagers, where they feel in the pressure because of family problem, economic conditions, social, etc. And if this thing happened again and again, they will get a mental disorder. Move to my definition. What is mental health? What is teenagers? What is teenagers' psychological conditions? Then the category of a what kind of mental health. So in here, ladies and gentlemen, mental health condition is when a person is able to think, feel, and act as well as a cope with stress. Teenagers, in here, ladies and gentlemen, in our position, we categorize teenagers as a 13 until 19 years old, and in a transitional pace toward adulthood, and experience many physical and emotional changes, making them vulnerable to mental disorder, mental pressure from the environment, school, and family, and can trigger psychological problem. If this insufficient support yes, please.
Okay, you said that you agree with this motion, that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers a manifestation of worsening mental health. But according to data from the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention USA, suggests that more than half of teenagers who die by suicide had no prior mental health diagnosis. This means that many cases occur impulsively or as a result of short-term pressures such as arguments, embarrassment, or failure. So can you explain why do you still
I got your
agree with
point,
this?
but ladies and gentlemen, in our data itself, according to World Health Organization, thought that for a people or people of seconds, ladies and gentlemen, every more than 700,000 of teenagers got major depression, and 46% died by suicide as a result of a previously diagnosis of mental illness. I'll continue to my argument. Definition then. Mental health is a condition which is a person is able to think and act as well. Pressure from the environment, school, or family trigger psychological problem. And if these infections support, some common mental health disorders among teenagers include depression, anxiety, bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, PTSD, and ADHD, and OCD could occur. Yes, please?
How do you address external factors such as academics, family, or social pressures that might also contribute to suicide?
So, ladies and gentlemen, if they talk about economic, school, or mental pressure, it's included as a mental pressure. And in our argument, ladies and gentlemen, mental health problem is included as two. First is mental pressure, and the second one is mental disorder. And here, our team will divide that into a two real argument. So, why I state like this, ladies and gentlemen, if the proposition team state that mental health problem is the not real reason why teenager gets suicide, then they take a wrong statement. Why? Because in here, our team divided mental health problem into a two part. First, mental disorder, and the second one is mental pressure. So that this is the cause of an increasing number of the teenagers got suicide itself. So the honorable judges and my beloved partner from the opposition team, in this debate, we want to emphasize it. Mental health does not only refer to a clinical disorder, such as bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, but also included chronic psychological pressure, such as stress, social anxiety, academic pressure, and emotional exhaustion. Yes, please?
Over the years, awareness of mental health has increased significantly. This awareness has led to more teenagers coming forward to seek help and more professionals identifying mental health struggles in the population. What do you think about that?
Okay, I got your point, but ladies and gentlemen, in here again and again, I stated clear that in our motion itself, we divided this mental health to two divided sectors. First is mental disorder, and the second one is mental pressure itself. So I hope that the opposition team could hear our argument carefully and clearly. Okay, first layer then, I will talk about mental health problem as a root cause of the suicide among the teenagers. So the panels, in here, our team give identification and stated clear that mental health problem have a two-part unit. First is mental disorder, and the second one is mental illness. So ladies and gentlemen, what is mental disorder? For example, anxiety, bipolar, OCD, PTSD, and etc. And the second one is mental pressure, like teenager that could get depressed, and the other. Why they could get mental pressure, ladies and gentlemen? Because they have a first family issues. Family issues like what? Like their parents got divorced, or the other. Bullying at school, whether at school or online. Bullying can cause deep feeling of low esteem and anxiety pressure. Pressure from parents, for example, high expectation, such as a pressure to excel academically or choose a particular career, can make teenagers feel overwhelmed, ladies and gentlemen, or they get academic pressure. So here, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, teenagers often fans didn't perform well at school, which can lead them to a stress and anxiety that will be the part of the worsening mental health itself. And maybe get treated from someone, ladies and gentlemen. If this said about mental pressure, it's because social, economic, family problem is not a real reason. Why? Because we can see that people could kill themselves because of why? Because of common sense cannot working. And why their common sense cannot working? Because they get treated for someone. And when they got this, ladies and gentlemen, just for 3 days, they could get suicide and kill themselves because their common sense cannot work. Proud as proposed.
Okay, thank you so much for the Prime Minister from government team. Now the time will be given to the leader of the opposition to present their argument. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. We're from the opposition side strongly disagree with the motion that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. While mental health is undeniably a factor in many suicide cases, claiming that it is the sole cause of the rising suicide rates oversimplifies the complexity of these issues. Teenagers have always dealt with mental health challenges, but it's important to note that many suicides are not directly tied to mental health issues in the way we might assume. In fact, some suicides might be influenced by personal crisis, in unresolved emotional struggles, or specifically life situations which don't necessarily reflect on overall decline in mental health across the board. Moreover, it is worth considering that the increase in suicide rates. Yes, please.
Okay, so if you said about the suicide is caused from the personal of crisis or something like that, that you say that that is our cases, that is in our case. So actually we stated that the mental pressure itself, and you actually support us from this. So that's why in here we stated clear that your cases in our cases. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, the time for POI haven't started yet. It's on the second minute after my timekeeper ring the bell once, yeah? Okay. Let's continue.
As a result, more people are now seeking help and mental health diagnosis and recognized at higher rates than ever before. This could contribute to a prophesied increase in suicide rates because we are now more likely to decade. Yes, please.
Okay, so before that, you stated about emotional changes. So what do you think about emotional changes? Is that a part of mental health or not? Thank you.
Okay, I will answer your question. Okay, then maybe true that in recent years there has been a concrete effort to increase mental health.
I'm sorry? The speaker should answer the questions, yeah, not the other, the first speaker.
Okay. Okay, that may be true that emotional that is a mental health, but While mental health is an inevitable factor in many society cases, claiming that it is the sole cause of the rising society rates oversimplifies the complexity of the issue. I will continue my argument. Additionally, the improvement in diagnostic techniques and access to mental health service may have unintentionally led to the identification of more teenagers suffering from mental health disorders, even in cases where these disorders might have gone unnoticed in the past. As a result, it may appear that mental health struggles, identifying and addressing them earlier. The growing number of diagnoses doesn't necessarily correlate with a worsening of the condition, but rather with a shift in how mental health is approached. It is also important to differentiate between awareness and actual worsening health. While society has made great strides in recognizing the improvements of mental health and encouraging people to seek help, the increased visibility of mental health issues may not necessarily indicate that the overall mental health of teenagers has worsened. Instead, it could suggest that in individuals who require support and that more individuals are coming forward to disclose their struggles. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the leader of the oppositions. Once again, I want to give you a heads up that if my timekeeper ring the bell once, then you can start the POI. Okay. If it twice, then the POI is over. Okay. And then another thing is that if it is too difficult to answer, then you can just continue with argument, just to make sure that all your arguments is well presented. Okay, we continue with the Deputy of Prime Minister from government team. Time is yours.
Before that, I would like to say that my POI preferences is just ask what really matters. Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Define teenagers as the individual who define herself and build her own identity to actually enter the life of a grown man or woman is like being as a teenager that being trapped in a transition where you don't know how to look back or move more. Well, for the rebuttal then. Firstly then, the opposition has stated about that more than half of the teenagers who do suicide is not from the mental health itself. But don't you know that every type of social problem is included to the mental health itself? It has divided into the two, the mental pressure and the mental illness or mental disorder itself. So I would like to say that your cases in our cases now. The second one is, they said about how we address the academic pressure, economic, and the others. But we believe that the academic pressure, economic pressure, and the other is what exactly the mental health are. It's between the mental pressure and the mental illness itself. And the last itself, they actually cannot understand about what is exactly the emotional change means. Emotional change means is that it's in a part of the mental health pressure. Part of the transition of the mental health means as the emotional change itself, means as the emotional change from the transition of the teenager itself. Well, I would likely to link back to my argument. Why do we believe that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is the manifestation of worsening the mental health? Because at first panels, teenagers are being in a transition where they cannot call as the child or they cannot call as the adulthood itself. That's why in here, we face many problems who represent the teenager itself. My first speaker already stated about what exactly the mental health is the root cause of the suicide. We actually believe this. We believe that no matter how many cases of the suicide there is always a connection to the mental health. With this, I will give some points that actually make all the panelists consider what exactly the crisis problem that we face right now. First layer then. More problem means more suicide. Living in this world means that we have to live this life even though hard. It's like climbing a high mountain. Every step feels like heavy and challenging with slippery ground. Step through wide and increasingly thin air as we climb. Yes, please?
The pressure on teenagers today to meet high academic standards and fit into societal norms may play a significant role in the increase of suicides. While this pressure may not directly correlate with mental health conditions like depression, they can certainly amplify existing psychological distress.
Okay. Thank you, I get your point, but actually the opposition cannot understand about what exactly the correlation between the academic pressure and the academic pressure itself. Academic pressure means that you have the mental pressure itself, means that you have the mental health problem, and it's likely that you have to state it that your cases in our house, in our cases. Okay, I would like to state it clear to my argument. Even though we know that the top of the mountain is beautiful, every step towards to the top feels tiring and sometimes make us want to give up. The pressure of social problem feels like that. And somehow, as a teenagers, sometimes we do lost in our translation or lost in our problem. And with this, it can lead to the suicide itself. The actual solution for the teenager who actually lost and didn't know how to come or wake up from the nightmare. There are many causal factors, such as excessive academic pressure, social isolation, peer harassment, stigma against the psychological health, cyberbullying, and the role of the family. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the actually problem that we face right now. Why I stated about this? Because at first, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition cannot guarantee and cannot understand about what exactly the meaning of the mental health problem is left. They just talk about pressure, and pressure, but they don't understand what exactly the argument that they give into. So actually, I would like to state it, why do we believe that the pressure of our problem can lead to the more suicide? Because at first panels, teenager at all is still a teenagers. Many cases from our suicide leads to the teenager because they have unbalanced mental health. Teenagers are in the significant psychological transition phase from childhood to adulthood. During this time, they experience emotional turmoil, search for identify, and often like mature coping mechanism. At their age, teenager is still in unbalanced mental, so that many pressure will come from any problem. But might the opposition still state about, but actually the pressure is different between the mental health and the pressure of the academic problem, the social problem. But actually we would likely to state it that as my first speaker stated before, that the suicide is come from the two main points that we stated before, the mental pressure and the mental disorder itself. Even though you would like to say that mental disorder and mental pressure is not the same, but actually it comes from the one tree, the mental health itself. Okay. At their age, teenager is still in unbalanced mental, so that many pressure will come from any problem. That's why in here, mental pressure is the most reasonable and logical reason why teenagers want to do suicide. In here, opposition can argue about what exactly the most reasonable and logical reason why the teenagers have to do suicide besides this reason. Because at first, ladies and gentlemen, they just think about the pressure and kind of think about the others. They kind of think about what exactly the impact, what exactly the cause that they have to do besides the mental health problem. Okay, so coming to my second layer. What is the crisis that we face right now? The crisis that we face right now is the nature is still in the psychological phase. They feel more worried because they are still in the transition childhood to adulthood. And they feel more worried about all problems that happen to them. What is the example of feeling more worried and more pressure? Here, we would like to state it. First, the academic pressure that would like to be stated by the opposition. Why do we believe that academic pressure is playing the most hard reason on mental pressure? Because at first panels, academic pressure was one of the problems that teenagers in this nowadays face right now. Because at first panels, this problem, the teenager itself kind of feel and realize that they are in the pressure of academic, and because of that, they cannot make a solution. They cannot see further, they cannot see in their future to think about, oh, I got this mental health problem. But actually in here, we actually can state it that academic pressure is one of the mental health problem itself. Okay, after that, the second of all is stigma against the psychological health. Why I say that as this of the issue that we bring right now? Because at first panel, we would likely to state it that these two parts of this problem is one of what exactly the cases that we face right now. So that's why in here, we actually can see that the worsening of suicide is caused from the mental health problem as well. Partly to propose.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy Prime Minister. Now the time will be given to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition to start your argument.
Okay, thank you for the time given to me. I will continue our first speaker argument. Another factor to consider is the potential for misdiagnosis or overdiagnosis in some cases. In today's climate, mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and ADHD are often recognized and diagnosed at higher register. Well, this has undoubtedly helped many teens get the support they need. It may also lead to a situation where normal adult state strugglers are misinterpreted as most serious mental health disorders. This overdiagnosis could make it seem as true mental health is worsening, while in reality, many young people may be experiencing typical developmental struggles that do not necessarily warrant a diagnosis of a mental illness. Furthermore, the pressure on teenagers today meet high academic standards and fit into social norms may play a significant role in the increase of suicide. While this pressure may not directly correlate with mental health conditions like depression, they can certainly amplify existing psychological distress. The feeling of being unable to meet this expectation can lead to feelings of inadequacy, worthlessness, and despair. Yes, please.
Okay, so the opposition team again and again they stated that the other things at least like this mental health is those academic pressure, pressure, etc. But what the opposition team didn't consider is that we have defined really clearly that this kind of economic pressure or academic pressure is a part of mental pressure that is likely what mental health really is that we define in our motion. Please give your response about that.
Okay, let me continue my argument. Even with an increasing understanding of mental health, there are still challenges when it comes to identifying and treating mental health disorders early. Some teenagers may suffer silently for long periods of time before ever receiving a paper diagnosis or help. Others might find it difficult to express their feelings, making it more challenging to address their issues before they become more severe. This gap in early intervention could contribute to the growing societal rates, not necessarily because mental health has worsened, but because the system for addressing mental health struggles still has its limitation. Over the years, awareness of mental health has increased significantly. This awareness has led to more teenagers coming forward to seek help and more professionals identifying mental health struggles in population. Nothing. I will like to finishing my argument. As a result, there is more data available, which could explain why it appears that society factors are rising. However, the increase in identification does not mean that mental health among teenagers is declining. Yes, please.
Okay, so the second speaker from the opposition team already stated that depression is not a part of mental health problem. So what do you think depressed is? Is that not a part of mental health problem? Thank you. Please give your response.
Let me continue my argument. Furthermore, mental health treatments and therapies have become more advanced with new methods being developed to help manage conditions like depression and anxiety. However, despite this advancement, treatment effectiveness is not universal, and many teenagers still do not receive the appropriate care they need. This lack of effective treatment or delay in seeking help can contribute to the tragic rise in society. It is not the mental health condition themselves that are worsening, but rather the challenge in addressing this condition adequately that may contribute to the insertion in society. Additionally, the surge in diagnosis and treatments in recent years could be misinterpreted as an indication of worsening mental health. In fact, rather, access to mental health care and research social aspect of seeking help may have led to more cases being diagnosed and reported. As we become more attitude to recognizing mental health struggles, we may simply be unaware of hidden issues. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the deputy leader of the oppositions. You only have 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So if it's already 7 minutes, then in 20 seconds, you can sum up your positions or reinstate your positions. Okay. Okay, the next one is the Deputy Prime Minister. Please proceed.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Well, what the opposition simply cannot argue is that the fact that mental health is the biggest problem why people would like to commit suicide. If it's not mental health, then what? I think this is what the opposition should consider about, now arguing about that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable educator, timekeeper, moderator, Natulan, and my beloved opposition team. The motion that we're talking today is very clearly, this House believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. But before going right into my rebuttal, I would like to state how we framing this motion, how we make this motion, and where is it goes, because we as the proposition are the one who can framing this motion, right? So panels, in these motions, there are worsening mental health. So how we define this worsening mental health? It's pretty clear since the first speaker that will define this worsening mental health. It's not just like those kind of like clinically diagnosed, for example, bipolar, schizophrenia. It's not just that. We define worsening mental health as those kind of like mental pressure that coming from academic pressure, social pressure, economic pressure, and I think this is what the opposition should consider it about. Well, going to my argument. Firstly then, in their argument, their main point is they're talking about the other things unless that mental health is those economic pressure, mental pressure, etc. But I think, but this is pretty clear that is in our argument, even though in our argument, this kind of like economic disaster or even academic pressure is a part of mental pressure. Why? Because it leads teenager to have like those kind of pressure and depression, and these things is how we define mental pressure, ladies and gentlemen. Secondly, then, since the first until the second speaker, they didn't consider our definition that we stated worsening mental health is not just those kind of mental illness or those kind of like mental illness like bipolar or schizophrenia, but we framing this motion into those who like mental depression, etc. And this is the thing that the opposition didn't consider. Thirdly, then, they stated about, yes, please.
A teenager may experience intense emotional distress that does not meet the criteria for a mental health diagnosis, but still leads to suicidal thoughts and actions. In such cases, it is a mistake to attribute the cause solely to mental health deterioration. The mental health struggles may be real, but they may not be the primary cause of the tragedy. That's one thing.
Thank you for the POI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the POI, they're saying about emotional disaster, that this is not a part of mental health. But this is pretty clear that even in our argument, we stated again and again and again that emotional disaster is a part of mental pressure, because emotional disaster makes a student feel pressure. And when a student feels pressure, that is mental pressure. No, thank you. Well, continue, ladies and gentlemen. They stated about emotional changes. And when our first speaker POI to them, what is emotional changes? They say that it may be a part of mental health, which means that they agree these emotional changes are a part of mental health, which means that they supported our argument in all. Fourthly, ladies and gentlemen, even though they clearly stated again and again about this kind of academic pressure, etc., it's still a part of mental pressure, because in here, we as the proposition who defined this motion clearly stated that this kind of thing, which is economic and also academic, is a part. Yes, please.
So what do you think about the suicidal cases among teenagers? This is caused by a heartbreaking.
It's also pretty clear, ladies and gentlemen, heartbreaking, which means that you experience mental disorder, you experience emotional changes, you experience emotional disaster, and I think this is what heartbreaking looks like, that right? And this kind of heartbreaking is also a part of mental pressure, because you get pressured, you mentally get pressured, and this is what our team always stated again and again is a part of mental health. Please consider about our definition. Okay. Going to my argument, two arguments that they stated clearly by the first and second speaker. The first is mental health is the main reason why people would like to commit suicide. Second is more problem means more suicide. First point then, why we clearly stated that mental health problem is the main reason why people commit suicide, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, as our definition stated before, there are two types of mental health that we've been stated before, which is the first, a mental illness such as bipolar or schizophrenia, but also secondly, we stated mental health as mental pressure who comes from those kind of economic problem, social problem, academic expectation, etc. Even on the data presented by WHO, 720,000 teenagers suicide from 15 until 19, they died. 90% of them experience major depression, and 46% of them experience mental illness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, what the opposition must be asked, where did this come from? Where did this mental pressure come from? It's pretty clear in our argument that firstly we stated family issues, those kind of like people who like having a break relationship with their parents, they're likely to get more suicide. Because what? Research by Professor Muh Salim stated that teenagers that having poor relation with their parents were 10 times more likely to experience depression, which leads them to suicide directly. Secondly, parents' pressure. For example, the good grades or social manners ethic also push teenagers to have those kind of mental pressure that they want to commit suicide. Thirdly is cyberbullying happen around the social environment, kills people physically or psychologically. We know that bullying is very hard, and this kind of thing also causes teenagers to have mental depression, mental illness that can lead them to suicide directly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what do we mean by this? These certain things makes students lost their common sense, ladies and gentlemen. And if their common sense didn't work, suicide is the only solution that they can find. Where in the first layer, it's very clear that teenager is still teenager. In between the phase of child to adult age, they have those kind of like unbalanced mental condition. And when certain problem approaches them, for example, those kind of things that we stated before, it made them think about, oh, what kind of thing that I should do? Oh, I experience mental depression. What the thing that I should do? And between this kind of depression that kills them day by day, one thing and one solution that they will probably do, suicide. And I think this is the thing that the opposition cannot even argue about. Well, at the last, ladies and gentlemen, it's simply that we're trying to stating you what kind of mental health really is and how the opposition really have to consider our definition again and again. And I think when we started the solution that we think that this kind of society is one solution that those teenagers who experience mental pressure, this is the thing that the opposition can consider about, proudly propose.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip. And then the next opportunity will be given to the opposition whip to present the arguments.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. I will continue argument from our second speaker. Additionally, the surge in diagnosis and treatments in recent years could be misinterpreted as an indication of worsening mental health. In fact, greater access to mental health care and increased social acceptance of seeking help may have led to more cases being diagnosed and reported. As we become more attuned to recognizing mental health struggles, we may simply be uncovering a previously hidden issue. Thus, the rise in suicide rates may reflect more visibility and awareness rather than a drastic deterioration in mental health among teenagers. Another crucial point is that not every suicide is linked to a diagnosed mental health condition. In many cases, suicide can be triggered by a combination of factors, some of which may not be directly related to mental health disorders. For example, teenagers may experience intense emotional distress that does not meet the criteria for mental health diagnosis, but still leads to suicidal thoughts and actions. In such cases, it is a mistake to attribute the causes solely to mental health deterioration. The mental health struggles may be real, but they may not be the primary causes of the tragedy. Suicide rates among teenagers have indeed increased in recent years, but this should not automatically be seen as evidence of worsening mental health. While it is undeniable that mental health struggles such as depression and anxiety affect many young people, there is no clear indication that these issues have worsened significantly over time. In fact, the rise in suicidal cases may be a reflection of greater visibility and awareness of mental health issues rather than an actual decline in overall mental well-being. No, thank you. Over time, the stigma around mental health has decreased, and society is now more open to discussing and diagnosing these issues. With this increased awareness, it is possible that more teenagers are being identified as struggling with mental health conditions, but this does not necessarily mean that the severity of these conditions is worsening. No, thank you. Additionally, the rise in suicide could be partly explained by societal factors, such as the pressure of academic achievement, peer comparison, and the pervasive influence of social media. This external pressure will... Yes, please.
It seems like the opposition are playing hide and seek. They hide the important things and they seek for something that's unimportant. So I would like to state it that what is the real cause that you have been stating about what is the real cause of the suicide that you cannot state it because you cannot support the mental health itself.
Thank you for asking. I'll answer your question. As our first speaker said before, that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is not just because of mental illness. According to data from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention USA, suggests more than half of teenagers who die by suicide had no prior mental health diagnosis. This means that many cases occur impulsively or as a result of short-term pressures such as arguments, embarrassment, and failure. So can you explain? So I will continue my argument. Yes, please.
So by the data that you said that more than teenagers died, not directly because they have diagnosis of the suicide and self. And in our position, I would like to give a question so that if you state like this, what kind of problem that could cause people or teenagers to suicide themselves? Because you say that this is not, because you say that in the case of, because you said that in the case of people, teenagers died because of suicide, not directly in their diagnosed. What do you think about that? Thank you.
As I said before, that the suicide cases is not just about mental illness, but it can be heartbreaking, like a debt or something like that. That's all, and thank you. I will continue my argument. Furthermore, the increase in suicide rates could also be attributed to the fact that mental health issues are being more accurately recognized and documented today than in the past, ladies and gentlemen. In previous generations, mental health struggles may have been underreported or misunderstood. The improvement in the mental health care system, along with more open discussions, means that people are now more likely to seek help and report their struggles. As a result, the rise in suicide could simply be an indication that more individuals are reaching out of the support, or the previously hidden cases are now being recognized. This heightened worsening, when in fact we are just better at identifying issues that we are once overlooked. Moreover, not every suicide is the direct result of mental health decline. Some suicides occur due to factors such as personal relationship, family issues, or specific life events, which may not necessarily be caused by or related to long-term mental health struggles. In that cases, it would be inappropriate to attribute the rise in suicides solely to worsening mental health conditions. These deaths can often be the result of momentary crisis or emotional distress that may not fit in the framework of a diagnosed mental health disorder. Suicide rates among teenagers have indeed increased in recent years, but this should not automatically be seen as evidence of worsening mental health. While it is undeniable that mental health struggles such as depression and anxiety affect many young people, there is no clear indication that these issues have worsened significantly over time. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, the rise in suicide cases among teenagers may be a reflection of greater visibility and awareness of mental health issues that rather than reflection or of greater visibility and awareness of mental health issues. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opposition's whip speaker. Now the time for both teams to sum up the arguments. We start with the government reply speech. You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak.
Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, the honorable judges and our beloved partner from the opposition team. So today, I would like to give some reply why our team should win and why the opposition team should lose. First is, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, the opposition team cannot even give us a proof what is another reason for a people or teenagers to commit to suicide and get mental health problem. And they don't have give us a proof about cases and also deep analysis. Why I said like that? Because in their case, it's in our case. Because why? Because as my definition before, I stated that mental health problem has 2 units. First is mental pressure, and the second one is mental disorder. So what is mental disorder? It's like anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, PTSD, ADHD, and OCD, and etc. And mental pressure is a pressure that could get some teenagers. Because why? Because they don't have they have an unstable mental health, which means that when they get a pressure, they would get a mental pressure itself. And the second one is, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker already said that teenagers face many things that rely to suffering this mental health. It means what? It means many things, ladies and gentlemen. It means that in their position, they support our position that agreed that many things that happened in teenager, which is mental health problem. The second one is emotional struggle. What caused this emotional struggle, ladies and gentlemen? Of course, it's mental pressure and mental pressure itself. And this is what is our case, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why our case, their case is in our case. And by this, our team should win. And the second one is lack of proof. Why I said like that? Because in their proof, ladies and gentlemen, they say that teenagers could get a greater access to mental health. But in the other case, they say that many teenagers got a wrong diagnosis. What does this mean, ladies and gentlemen? Their case is a contradict with their another cases. Because why? Because if they said about get greater access to get a mental health fixed, it means that they suggesting a people to get to the therapist or something, or psychological. But in another hand, ladies and gentlemen, they said in their argument that there are a wrong diagnosis of mental health disorder itself. What does this mean? It means that the proof that founding their argument is lacking. But in our position, ladies and gentlemen, we already stated about our proof that more than 700,000 people, teenagers, got suicide because of depression, which is 19% teenagers got suicide because of depression, and 46% of teenagers got suicide because of the mental disorder itself. And the second one is, I would like to give some rebuttal. I would like to give some reply that mental health is because mental disorders like stress and depression. It means, like, ladies and gentlemen, their position is supporting our position. Why? Because they totally agree that mental disorder, mental pressure itself is a part of mental disorder itself. And in here, ladies and gentlemen, they're talking about the cause, like economic problem, social problem, but in the reality, ladies and gentlemen, why people get pressure itself because of economic problem and social problem and educate, like in their school problem, could cause them a mental pressure itself. And the mental pressure, again and again, I stated that mental pressure is a part of mental health problem itself. And this is why I state in our argument. So, ladies and gentlemen, what our team should win is because, first, we have a right regulation definition. We stayed in our position, and we give a deep analysis of this motion, ladies and gentlemen. The second one is we don't lack of our proof, and the opposition team cannot be bad about that. Proud to propose.
Okay, thank you for the reply speaker from government teams. Now, for the reply speaker from opposition team, please state your conclusion.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, the rise in teenage suicide cases should not be seen as direct proof of worsening mental health. It's a complex issue influenced by many variables, including greater awareness of both reporting and external stressors that don't necessarily indicate a decline in mental health itself. Claiming otherwise oversimplifies the problem and risks misunderstanding the true nature of the crisis. So, this House strongly disagree. The increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you for the reply speaker from opposition team. Please give them an applause. Okay, so that is the end of the debating competition between SMA Regina Pacis and SMA Katolik Kejorario. I'm sorry. Please return to your seat. Okay, so now I would like to invite the next performance from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat and SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. Okay, from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat and SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. Are you guys all here? Okay. So before we begin the competitions, let me highlight some of the regulations that in our debating competitions. So the first one is related to the time. So every speaker will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Yeah, 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. And if my timekeeper ring the bell once, it means that is the start of POI. Yeah. And then if my timekeeper ring the bell twice, it means that the POI time is over. So you must stop giving a POI. So you only have 4 minutes, yeah, in the second minutes until the 6 minutes to give POI. So please pay attention for all the participants. This is not a speech competitions. Yeah, this is the debate competitions. So if you have chance to give the POI or the interruptions, please give as many POI as you can. Yeah. So we can, we can have like good competitions, good debating. Okay. And then if my timekeeper ring the bell 3 times, it means that you still have 20 seconds. Yeah, 20 seconds to speak. In 20 seconds, you can reinstate your positions, whether you agree or disagree with the motions. Okay, and then for the reply speaker, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to summarize your arguments. Is that clear? Any questions? Okay, thank you. And the next one is related to the interruption or POI. There are some rules regarding the POI. The first one, POI only will be given if the timekeeper ring the bell once. And it will end if the timekeeper ring the bell 2 times. Yeah. And then you can give as many POI as you want. And every members of the opposition team can give the interruptions, but it only depends to the speaker to choose which one they want to give the POI. And then please pay attention once again for the speaker. You can only reject the interruption twice. Yeah. So if the opposite team push the button once, you can reject it. And the second time you reject it. The third time you must accept it. Yeah. And then please give the interruptions as short as possible. Yeah, do not take too much time from the speaker. Okay, is that clear? Any hesitations or any questions? Are you guys ready? Okay, thank you so much. Please go to the stage and take your seat. So today, for the next performance, we have SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat as a government team, and SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa as the opposition team. With the motion, this house regret junk food should be banned. Okay, we are waiting to the adjudicators. Okay, while waiting for the audiences, if you have cell phones, please put it on mute so we don't distract the participants. For the participant, could you please try to push the button, the red button? Okay, so if you want to give the POI, you can just push the button. Okay, so for the next performance, we have SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat as government team and SMA Negeri 2 Bejawa as opposition team. With the motion, this house regret junk food should be banned. This house regret junk food should be banned. Without further ado, we give time for the government team to introduce your team members.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the chance and opportunity given to me. First of all, thanks for the Almighty God, because for His blessing, today we can gather in this place and get healthy and happy. The honorable judges, timekeeper, moderator, and beloved all audience, and especially my friends from the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, before I deliver my argument, now I will introduce our team. My name is Tasha, and I am as the government whip.
My name is Risna. I am as the Deputy of Prime Minister.
My name is Anita. I am as a Prime Minister. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, government team. The opposition team, please introduce your team members.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the moderators, timekeepers, the judges, also my beloved friend from the government team. Today, we as the opposition team will start our debating. But before we start our debating, let me introduce myself and my teammate. I'm Amelia Kasanan Useran as the first speaker, and I'm here with my teammate, Fitman Palma Asang as the second speaker, and Rahel Olivia as the third speaker. That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, we will begin with the Prime Minister from the government team to present your arguments. Your time starts now.
Okay, thanks for the time is given to me. The honorable judges, timekeeper, and beloved all audience, especially my friends from the opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is this house regret junk food should be banned. Ladies and gentlemen, from our motion today, I will take two important variables, namely junk food and should be banned. Ladies and gentlemen, the second is junk food. According to encyclopedia, junk food is a type of food that is prepared and quickly, usually using previously processed ingredients. Ladies and gentlemen, junk food is synonymous with practicality and time efficiency. The second is should be banned. Ladies and gentlemen, according to encyclopedia, should be banned is a term used to express an action, habit, or object that must be stopped or existent strictly prohibited. According to wikipedia.com.id, should be banned is a statement or decision that indicates that something must not be done and must be prevented or stopped. Ladies and gentlemen, from the variable above, as the first speaker from the government team, I would like to emphasize that our team totally agree with our motion today, which says that this house regret junk food should be banned. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that lately, junk food has been increasingly consumed by the public. This is inseparable from the development of the times, increasing mobility, and the need for fast and affordable food solution. Ladies and gentlemen, in generally, junk food is related with practicality and time efficiency. So, this junk food has a significant junk food has a significant positive impact on the general public. With this positive impact, why should junk food be banned? No thanks, and I think junk food should not be banned. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I will give and explain some reasons why our team totally agree with our motion today. Yes, please, the first speaker.
Thank you. So, You know that spreading on junk food, it can make the people that before to know about junk food more know about the junk food, and it can make them more addicted about the junk food, and also it can increasing to the high risk illness conditions. Could you please tell me about your opinion about this fact, and young lady? Thank you.
Okay, I get your point. But as I explained before that, junk food has a significant positive impact. This junk food, so why this junk food should be banned? So let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the first reasons why our team totally agree with with our motion today is junk food is more efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, junk food is considered more efficient because it can save time, energy, and cost, especially, yes please, the second speaker.
Okay, so can you tell us what is the positive impact that you mean in here, that you prove that the junk food is the efficiency food, but because the inefficiency food, it can make that in our country got the type 2 diabetes, ladies and gentlemen, and so many cases that we can see that from the junk food itself, ladies and gentlemen. So what do you think about that?
Okay, I get your point. The positive impact that I mean in this case is junk food is more efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, junk food is considered more efficient because it can save time, energy, and cost, especially for people who live in a fast-paced rhythm. No thanks, and I can tell you the real example. When someone comes home for work late at night, it's very hungry condition. Ladies and gentlemen, if he or she, please finish my argument. If he or she has to cook, they need a long time and extra energy, even though the body is already tried. The line eating can trigger stomach problem. Yes, please. For the second speaker.
Okay, so they talk again and again, ladies and gentlemen, about the junk food. It's the efficiency food, ladies and gentlemen. But we need to know about when the efficiency food can make our people in our country get sick and die. It can make so many cases in our country. So
back to my argument, ladies and gentlemen. In this condition, junk food is a solution because it can be consumed independently in a matter of minutes, thus helping to maintain the good health and allowing the risk of illness due to empty stomach for to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, to support this argument, I will provide some data. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the National Institution of Health, maintaining regular eating is essential to prevent acid reflux. Junk food allows a person to eat in a short time when it is not possible to cook or find other food. And then a survey from the American Journal of Life Medical 2021 found that 70% of respondents consume junk food not because they want to eat unplanned food. So ladies and gentlemen, it is why our team totally agree with our motion today. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you for the Prime Minister. Now the time will be given to the leader of the opposite team to present the arguments.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the moderators, timekeepers, the judges, also my beloved friend from the government team. Today, we as the opposition team stand firmly in front of you here to discuss about our motion today on theme health conditions with our topic today, this how to regret the ban on junk food. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays junk food has become a popular food among the public, especially on the teenagers and children. Junk food is a term used to describe a food that has a low nutritional value and high in sodium, sugar, fat, or even calories. Junk food has a little dietary fiber, protein, and vitamin, and makes this food called unhealthy food. Junk food is also known as commercial products, including sweeter and salty snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're consuming junk food too often, it can increase the high risk illness into our body conditions. And I will give you some example of junk food that we can find in our daily life. It's such as nuggets, sausages, basreng, cimol, cireng, or even instant noodle, meatballs that we can find in our daily life, ladies and gentlemen. And the Ministry of Health in 2022 said that junk food can bring a deadly dangers into our health body conditions. The first thing is high cholesterol. Junk food has a low nutritional value that I told you before. That is nothing at all, like most of all, nothing at all. And junk food contains quite high calories and can cause us a cholesterol. The second is diabetes. Diabetes occurs because sweeter, salty that contains into the junk food, right? And it's a big problem in here because junk food is we can find in junk food has a contain with a high sodium and sugar. The third is heart disease. Still related to the first point, junk food has a high content of bad fats. And this also makes cholesterol in the body increase. Yes, please.
Octos Forces, ladies and gentlemen, we hear for the first speaker from the opposition team explain that junk food can cause various diseases. One of them diabetes. Ladies and gentlemen, here diabetes not only caused by junk food. Then I can tell you the data. Ladies and gentlemen, report from Wikipedia. Diabetes is a complex interplay of genetic behavior, environment, hormone, and medical factor. Data show that individuals with a family history of diabetes have a twofold increased risk, up to 80%, ladies and gentlemen.
I got your point.
No, thanks. Let me finish my question. Diabetes in their first being. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can see there are factors can cause diabetes not only by junk food. One of them a genetic.
Okay, so I have a data from the WHO that says that Indonesia is shown in the rank of fourth in the Southeast Asia with a 14.3% of the diabetes cases, ladies and gentlemen. And it can cause us by the consumption of junk food. No, thank you. I will continue to my argument. The fourth thing is kidney disorder. Junk food has a high sodium content in it. Yes, please.
Okay, soldiers, ladies and gentlemen, we hear from the first speaker from the opposition team said that the Indonesian is the four country in South Asia there are have the a country that in people have the disease because they always consume junk food, right? But you must know that then why government still then why government not close the every junk food companies in Indonesia, right? So what do you think about that?
Okay, so as I told you before, the spreading on junk food, it can cause us a high illness risk for the teenagers because the spreading on junk food, it literally interesting for the teenagers and also the children. Thank you. No, thank you. I will continue to my argument. The fifth is liver damage. The deadly danger of junk food is liver damage. In fact, research shows that consuming junk food without exercising the same as consuming alcohol, ladies and gentlemen. And this is also cases carried in the liver, and thus the liver does not work properly or optimally. The sixth is the World Health Organizations recommend the government takes actions to limit children's exposures to food marketing. The habits children and the teenagers too develop early in life, many encourage to them adopt unhealthy dietary food, which can lead them to obesity, overweight, diabetes, and etc. And last is obesity and metabolic syndrome. A prospective cohort study published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition in 2023 found that increased frequency of fast food consumption is significantly associated with an increased risk of obesity, cholesterol levels, and increased risk of metabolic syndrome in adults over a 10-year period. A prospective cohort study published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition found that increased frequency of fast food consumptions is significantly associated with an increased risk of central obesity, cholesterol level, and increased risk of metabolic syndrome in adults over 10 years and gentlemen. If we want our generations or our country to be more healthier, then we have to ensure a healthier food and drinks more available, accessible, and visible into the shop and stores too in our country, ladies and gentlemen. And an example cases is from the nationalgraphic.co.id. A teenager who consumed nothing but fries and other junk food for years is now experiencing blindness due to a poor diet. And this proves that junk food is a food that can make a negative impact on our bodies. Gentlemen, thank you. And as conclusion is, I would like to tell you that we as the opposition's team not regret the banning on junk food. We have elaborated so clearly with you guys that junk food has a bad impact on the health conditions, right? We have shown you guys how junk food with a low nutritional value content and high calories and sugar, also saturated fat, has a bigger contributes to increase in chronic disease. Furthermore, we have emphasized how these impacts are not only limited to adults, but also commonly on children and teenagers. We have to consider the importance of protecting children from the harmful effects of junk food. And through the junk food, we are providing a proactive measures to protect children's health, and it will have a positive impact not only the individually, but also on the society. We can take an actions by considering the implementing on policies that restrict distributions of junk food, especially in schools that are easy to children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the leader of the opposition speaker. Please pay attention once again. If you have interruptions, you can just push the button, yeah, and then you can wait. If the other team reject, you can wait 3 to 5 seconds, and then you can push your button again. Yeah. Okay. The next is for the leader of the Deputy of Prime Minister speaker to present your argument. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks for a chance, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our motion today, this House believe that this House regret junk food so be bad. Ladies and gentlemen, here we from the government team totally agree with our motion that said this House regret junk food so be bad. But ladies and gentlemen, before I present my argument, I want to give rebuttal for the first speaker from the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, she always said that junk food have a negative impact for our health or our body because can cause various diseases, one of them obesity and diabetes. But ladies and gentlemen, here I want to emphasize that diabetes not only caused by junk food because there are factors, one of them genetic. So ladies and gentlemen, and I can tell you the data. A report from the Wikipedia, diabetes is a complex interplay of genetic behavior, environmental, hormone, and medical factors. Data show that individuals with a family history of diabetes have a twofold increased risk up to 80% of diabetes in their first meal. Then, ladies and gentlemen, she also said that when we always consume fruits or the other unhealthy foods, right, it can have a positive impact for our body. But ladies and gentlemen, here I want to emphasize that all foods what we consume every day have a negative impact for our body if we always consume with not too stable preparation, so it have a negative impact for our body. Then why junk food is so be banned in our daily life, ladies and gentlemen? And ladies and gentlemen, if we eat junk food, if we have a freedom, what we want to eat, right? And here, so ladies and gentlemen, here our team totally agree that junk food is not so bad. The ladies and gentlemen, yes, for the second speaker.
Okay, so they talk about the junk food of the diabetes. not come from the junk food itself, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to emphasize again and again, ladies and gentlemen, that we can see from the data from my first speaker said before about the foods with high in calories and calories and fat, it can make the diabetes itself, ladies and gentlemen. So, could you please tell me what's your opinion about this?
Okay, thanks for a chance, ladies and gentlemen. The second speaker from the opposition always emphasized that the diabetes or the various diseases not only caused by the junk food, ladies and gentlemen, but as I explained before, and as I showed the data before, show that genetic factor is the main factor can cause or the contributing various diseases. One of them diabetes. Then, ladies and gentlemen. Junk food is so very helpful for the people. No thanks, let me finish my argument. Then, ladies and gentlemen, junk food, it's very useful for the people in an emergency situation, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please.
Okay, so they always talk about the diabetes not come from the junk food, ladies and gentlemen. But according to our data that proved that by my Prime Minister said before about the 40.3% of the people in our country got the diabetes from the junk food itself, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows about the junk food can make the people in our country, not just in our country, but in the world, got the diabetes, ladies and gentlemen. And it proved that the opposition team support, the government team support our position today, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I get your point, but you must know that. As I explained before, then even the first speaker from my team said that junk food is not dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. If junk food is dangerous, why government not close every junk food companies in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen? And ladies and gentlemen, even you must know that the junk food have a positive impact, especially from alternative for group with limited nutrition access. Yes, for the second speaker.
Okay, so they talk about the junk food not give the negative impact for our people, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to emphasize again and again, ladies and gentlemen, and it clearly shows about according to the global burden of disease and study released in the colon cancer that junk food consumption is the second leading cases of death after smoking, ladies and gentlemen. And it proved that it clearly shows it can make our position, they are super our position today, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because they talk about the junk food not have a negative impact, but it clearly shows about the data from our proof to you that the junk food it can give the case of the number 2 diet in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So.
Okay, thanks for just, ladies and gentlemen. The second speaker from the opposition team said that the junk food can be the second factor, right? It's the manufacturer that contribute to die case in Indonesia. But ladies and gentlemen, as I explained before, junk food is not dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. One of them because junk food can be alternative for group with limited nutrition access. Now, let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, in many areas now is a food desert, particularly in low-income communities access to nutrients. Food is a significant challenge. High-calorie biscuits or sweetened beef. Yes, for the second speaker.
Okay, so they talk about in here that they have a misinformation in here, ladies and gentlemen. That I already proved to you that the junk food give the negative impact, especially in diet, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because the junk food give so many negative impact that we can see from my first speaker said before. So could you please tell me what's your opinion about
ladies and gentlemen, why the second speaker from ladies and gentlemen, so back to my motion. Ladies and gentlemen, in many areas now, as food desert, particularly in low-income communities access to nutrients, food is a significant challenge. High-calorie biscuit or sweetened beef are a critical solution in emergency situation like natural disaster, famine, or displacement. So, ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker said that junk food can make someone or teenagers make them to die, ladies and gentlemen. But when people die because they are like a natural disaster on the emergency situation, it's make them die better. It's more than they consume junk food, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, to support my statement, I will give several data. Ladies and gentlemen, a report from World Food Program. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Food Program in 2020, down, ladies and gentlemen, it is why our team totally agree with our motion. That's for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the Deputy of Prime Minister. Once again, if you want to give the POI, please give the interruption as briefly as possible. If you want to read the data, then please make it as short as possible. Yeah. Okay. And then for the next speaker, we give the time for the leader, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition speaker to present your argument.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone while attending in here. Me, as the second speaker from the opposition team, totally, really disagree with our motion today, which is this House regret the junk food should be banned, ladies and gentlemen. So before going to my argument, I would like to rebut some point from the government team, ladies and gentlemen. So so I want to rebut that the junk food, the government team contended before about that they talk about diabetes not come from the junk food, ladies and gentlemen. And it means that they have a misinformation in here, ladies and gentlemen. That according to WHO shows that junk food is generally high in calories, ladies and gentlemen. Sugar and saturated fats can cause weight gain, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that when the people consume junk food, it can impact for the body, ladies and gentlemen. And then they talk about the junk food, it's efficiency food, but because of this efficiency, it can make in our country, not just in our country, ladies and gentlemen, in the world, got the cases of the diet because of junk food itself, ladies and gentlemen. Not just the number 5 or number 4, ladies and gentlemen, but number 2 in the world cases, diet cases in the world by the junk food itself, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to tell you something. According to the global burden of disease and study released in the Lancet, junk food consumption is the second leading cause of death after smoking, ladies and gentlemen. And then, food high in saturated and trans fat often found that eat junk food and increase levels of bad cholesterol, ladies and gentlemen. Not just diabetes, but cholesterol in here, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that about the junk food, it have so many negative impact, so many bad things that can bring from the junk food itself, ladies and gentlemen. And then, according to Journal of Affective Disorder, ladies and gentlemen, consuming junk food high in sugar and fat can affect mental health, ladies and gentlemen. It begged for our team before, ladies and gentlemen. In our team, talk about health, ladies and gentlemen. And our argument support this theme, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because our talk about health. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. As you explained before, that junk food is before. Okay, thank you. As you explained before, for people consume junk food can bad impact for our body, and people consume junk food have a negative impact, such as can cause diabetes and cholesterol. Okay, but you need to know that when someone consumes junk food, it can help them for their such as they have a problem. Their consume junk food can make them reducing their problems, because if them consume junk food have a positive impact, such as them consume junk food.
Okay, I get your point, lady. Okay, so they talk about the junk food. It's not give the bad impact, ladies and gentlemen. That I already include their points, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, they have a misinformation in here again and again, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because from our data that I already proved to you, that the junk food can bring that so many negative impact. Like once is in the Lancet, junk food consumption is the second leading cause of death after smoking, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that the junk food give the bad impact, ladies and gentlemen. And then they are support our position with the question, ladies and gentlemen. And then junk food is often, yes please.
Okay, thanks for chance, ladies and gentlemen. The second speaker from the opposition team said that, and always emphasize that junk food have a negative for our body because can cause our various diseases. But ladies and gentlemen, junk food, there are verification from the BPO and halal codes, ladies and gentlemen. So it means that junk food is not dangerous. So what do you think about that?
Okay. They always contended about when the consumption of junk food, it cannot bring the positive should not bring the negative impact, ladies and gentlemen. But in here, that I want to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, that I already proved to you again and again, ladies and gentlemen, that we can see from the data that I already proved to you, ladies and gentlemen, junk food high in fat, high in calories, high in sugars, ladies and gentlemen. And then, according to our data that I already talked to you, that so many cases that we can see in our reality, not just in our reality, from the data, we can see that, no, thank you, young lady, we can see that the junk food gives so many negative impact, ladies and gentlemen, and it proved that from the data that I already proved to you, that the junk food can cause about the number 2 of case of death in the world.
Okay,
yes, please.
Okay, thank you. As you explained before that, if in junk food have a high calories and sugar, but you must know that junk food can help people for cancer disease. And I can tell you data, junk food consumption and energy intake in adult US population in National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey. In patients with anorexia and cancer patients who have difficulty maintaining their weight, doctors sometimes recommend consume high calories, including consume junk food.
But in here, that I want to emphasize to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we can see in our reality, in our data, in our television, in our social media, we can see that the junk food brings the negative impact, ladies and gentlemen. That from the data that I already proved to you again and again, ladies and gentlemen, that junk food can cause the number 2 diet in the world, ladies and gentlemen. And then we need to know. Now, thank you, young lady. Consuming foods high in sugar and fat can affect mental health, ladies and gentlemen. Not just the body, but junk food give the negative impact from the mental, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that we must to banning the junk food, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because we cannot guarantee, ladies and gentlemen, about when the people eat junk food, it can bring the positive impact, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because from the data that we can see, the case of number 2 in the world, diet in the number 2 in the world, come from the junk food, ladies and gentlemen. And then, according to American Gastroenterological Association, shows junk food is often low in fiber, which is essential for digestive health, ladies and gentlemen. Like of fiber, your diet can lead the digestive issue like constipation, ladies and gentlemen. And it clearly shows that junk food bring so many negative impact ladies and gentlemen, and this can make our position, ladies and gentlemen, they are support our position today, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why me, as the second speaker from the opposition team, really disagree with our motion today. That says this was regret the banning of junk food. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. For the deputy leader of the oppositions, the next turn is Government Whip. The time is yours.
Okay, thanks for the chance and opportunity given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, before I deliver my argument, now I will give rebuttal to the second speaker by the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker by the opposition team said is people consume junk food can bad impact for our body. But ladies and gentlemen, we know that if people consume junk food, it can make them I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker by the opposition team said when people consume junk food can bad impact for our body. But our team think no. Why I say that? Because junk food consumption and energy intake in adult US population, National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, in patients with anorexia is cancer patients who have difficulty maintaining their weight, doctors sometimes recommend consuming high calories, including consume junk food. So ladies and gentlemen, here I will conclude that junk food no bad impact for our body. And the second is, the second speaker said high calories and sugar can affect mental health. But ladies and gentlemen, here our team not agree from this statement. Because ladies and gentlemen, if people consume junk food, this can increase their mood. And I can tell you data. American Journal of Clinical Nutrition 20 and 22 showed that small intakes of salt and saturated fat can help regulate mood and stress hormones in the short term. So, ladies and gentlemen, here I will conclude that our team totally agree from this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion today, this House regrets junk food should be banned. Ladies and gentlemen, here we from government team regret the ban on junk food because junk food has good nutritional content as stated by the previous speaker that junk food itself already has a BP on label and a halal logo. This means, no thanks. This means that the content of junk food already has a good dose of nutrition, and if you say that junk food can damage health, it's disease caused by, yes please.
But ladies and gentlemen, when children and adolescents frequently consuming junk food, it have a risk to their long-term health problem conditions, and it can be prevent the bad thing that happened by the junk food, ladies and gentlemen. And there should be no compromise that junk food have a bad impact into our health body condition, dear government team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As I explained before that, if children consume junk food, it have a negative impact. Okay, but you need to know that our team think children consume junk food no give a negative impact because it's a freedom for children itself. And if you say the junk food should be banned, but what is the role of parents itself? Yes, please.
Can you give me the evidence that shows that junk food didn't give a bad impact on our health body conditions?
Okay, thank you. Now I can tell you data. Reported by CNN Indonesia, 70% of respondents say they choose junk food because it was served faster. Reported by Compassionate.com, 80% considered it practical because they didn't need to cook. Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the third speaker always said that the junk food is no impact for the public health. So, do you have data can prove your argument?
Okay, now I can show you the data. Reported from Ladies College, research in social Korea on 48 participants showed that consuming chocolate weight 85% could increase the diversity of good bacteria. Polymerase is chocolate as probes affecting the good brain axis and reducing negative emotional. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several reasons why our team regret the ban on junk food. First, junk food confinement than practice for the people. Ladies and gentlemen, junk food is often a quick and government. Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, she said that junk food can bring a good mood, but in fact, we cannot overlook the fact that junk food has a high-risk illness conditions. With our theme today, we talk about health conditions. So what could you tell me about this opinion, like young lady? Thank you.
But I explained before to you, if people consume junk food, it can increase our mood. And I can tell you the data. Reported from lettermango.com 20 and 22, chocolate contains 3 tryptophan and certain pleasure which upon feelings of happiness. A study in the Journal of Psychology found that, no thank you, participants who consume a chocolate report improved mood and focus. Fatigue. Let me continue my argument. The second is improved product quality is not removing it. Yes, please.
So can you give me the... Okay, sorry.
Okay, I don't know where you get from data, but according from the compass.com, case of the deeds improved the 30% at the Indonesians because consuming of the junk food. So what do you think about that, young lady?
As you say, your data 30%? Okay, but you know, but still 70% the positive impact from junk food. And now I will continue my argument. Second, improving product quality is not removing it. Instead, if banning junk food, the industry could be encouraged to make product healthier, by reducing sugar, salt, and fat. Junk food companies have started to change their recipes by offering healthier alternatives such as low fat, low calorie, or more nutritional version. Third, economic opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the junk food industry creates many jobs around the world from production to distribution to sales. A ban on junk food could cause thousands of people to lose their jobs in both large corruption and small merchants that depend on junk food. In addition, the industry plays a major role in local economic, providing access to cheap government food that meets the needs of many people and a budget. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several arguments why I would separate from this motion. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip speaker. The next is for the opposition's whip speaker to present your argument.
Okay, good morning, ladies and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Olivia, the third speaker from the opposition team. Totally disagree with our motion today. Ladies and gentlemen, our motion today said that this house regret junk food should be banned because give up benefits from the public health. Ladies and gentlemen, I get a 2-point from the government team why he's agree with our motion today. First one, junk food is not impact for the public health. Two, the factors genetic is the important role why the obesity and diabetes cases at the Indonesians is improvement. So ladies and gentlemen, he said that junk food is healthy food, ladies and gentlemen. But in historical from the junk food is early 1950s, and the meaning of the name of the junk food is unhealthy foods, high care of the sugar, salt, and the preservative, but low in the nutrition, vitamins, and minerals. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel that junk food give a positive impact because their ingredients have a nutrition or the vitamins ingredients from the junk food, you should be now, ladies and gentlemen, if the nutrition or the vitamins from the junk food mixed with the salt, sugars, and preservative make the nutrition or the vitamin from the junk food that's useless, ladies and gentlemen. And the quoted from the Harvard University found that the consuming food high in the sugar, salt, and the preservative from the junk food can reduce the benefits such as the nutrition, such as the fibers and the proteins, and that can increase the some risk. First one, the cancer, 30%, and the cardiovascular disease, 20%, and diabetes, 40%, obesity, 50%, and diet, 70%, ladies and gentlemen. And the solution for decrease of the minimize of the some risk is the banning of the junk food. And ladies and gentlemen, before that I tell you why the nutrition or the vitamin from the junk food that's useless because their ingredients have salt, sugars, and preservative. The next is, ladies and gentlemen, the process of the preservative. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance, ladies and gentlemen. The third speaker from the opposition team said that junk food is low fiber and vitamin, but high calorie and sugar, and there are a preservative. But ladies and gentlemen, as I explained before, that all food what we consume every day have a negative impact for our body. Even junk food or healthy food have a negative impact for our body. But ladies and gentlemen, here why junk food should be banned? Because ladies and gentlemen, if we consume junk food, no, let me finish my question. But let me finish my question. Ladies and gentlemen, if we eat junk food with a sustainable portion, it have a positive impact for our health. Because ladies and gentlemen,
Please. Okay, I get your points. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I feel that the second speaker from the government team is not understand what I think, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you before that if nutrition or the vitamins from the junk food mixed with the salt, sugars, and the preservative make a junk food is make some risk. Example, the cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and the obesity, and the diet, and that have a person. But in the first. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance, ladies and gentlemen. The third speaker from the opposition always emphasized junk food have a negative impact for our body because can cause the various diseases such as diabetes and the other diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, but in the packaging in the junk food have the composition, right? So we can see what the nutrition what we need for our body, right? So we can choose the junk food with the quality is or is sustainable for our health or the your body needs, right? So what do you think about that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the government
team in the first place is don't give a data, ladies and gentlemen. And according from the compass.com, cases of the deaths improve 30% because the consuming of the junk food, ladies and gentlemen. And according to the global burden of the disease, states released in the Lancet, junk food consumption is the second leading cases of the death, ladies and gentlemen, after the smoking. So, yes, please.
Okay, thanks for chance. Okay, thanks for chance, ladies and gentlemen. As the second speaker explained that the junk food can cause deaths in Indonesian citizens, right? But ladies and gentlemen, as I explained before that, the people who died in the disaster, natural or the emergency situation, it have the more than people who consume junk food, right? And ladies and gentlemen, junk food have a positive impact. One of them case junk food can register, and I can tell the data. Report from Lewis College, research in Seoul, South Korea, on 48 participants show that consume chocolate.
Okay, I get it, your point, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the government team have a misinformation with my motion, ladies and gentlemen. I talk about the global, not just Indonesians. So, ladies and gentlemen, back my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, I talk before why the junk food is low in the nutrition vitamins. And ladies and gentlemen, the process of the preservative, the real important why make junk food have some increase of the risks. Example, the cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and obesity, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, the next point for me is junk food targeting children and creating lifelong addictions. Junk food companies now, if their products is unhealthy food, ladies and gentlemen, but yes, please.
Okay, thanks for chat, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, as you explained before that, junk food have a negative impact on children, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I get it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me continue my argument. That's my conclusion for this debate is the government team in the first place is not give a data can provide that if junk food is healthy food, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what? Because the junk food is unhealthy food. Because junk food high of the sugar, salt, and preservative. So why we shouldn't be disagree if junk food, if junk food should be banned, ladies and gentlemen, because junk food totally give a negative impact for the public health. So, ladies and gentlemen, junk food is targeting for the children. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can see that junk food is, the company of the junk food now, their product is unhealthy food, but they always targeting for the children for their promotions, like the bright packaging, carton mascot, and misleading advertisements that manipulated for young kids, ladies and gentlemen. So, junk food should be banned because give a totally negative impact for the public health. And reasons why I disagree with our motion today. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposite speaker from opposition team. And now the time for both of the team to summarize the arguments. We give 40 minutes and 20 seconds for the reply speaker from government team. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks for a chance, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am as the reply speaker will conclude our argument. Ladies and gentlemen, here our team totally agree that with our motion to that said this house regard junk food should be banned. Ladies and gentlemen, suppose junk food is not be banned because junk food have a positive impact for our health, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, junk food have a positive impact or alternative for group with a limited nutrition access. In many areas known as a food desert, particularly in low-income communities, access to nutritious food is a significant challenge. High-color biscuit or sweetened beverages become a critical solution in emergency situations like natural disaster, famine, or displacement. Then, ladies and gentlemen, junk food have a positive impact because it can be the critical solution when the natural disasters or the emergency situation. And ladies and gentlemen, the other positive impact of junk food, it can reduce stress, ladies and gentlemen. Why I say that, ladies and gentlemen? Because if we have a problem, and we eat junk food, it can reduce our stress, ladies and gentlemen. Then why junk food it should be banned, ladies and gentlemen? And
the pragmatic utility of junk food in modern life. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see and really now many people or even teenagers or students have a busy schedule, ladies and gentlemen. So junk food, it's be the solution or the critical solution if we have no time to cook or we have no healthy food, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, junk food is extensively opted for by modern society due to its pragmatic nature that optimally support our fast-paced and hectic life. In this era, numerous individuals face considerable time pressure, including office workers, students, and individuals engaged in various high mobile activities. They often lack sufficient and nutritious meals, thereby rendering junk food is a valuable solution. The variety of junk food preparation time enables individuals to process sustenance with minutes, if seconds, without having to enter protection weight in the or So let me continue my argument, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, junk food have a significantly positive impact on our body or for our health. Then, ladies and gentlemen, this particularly advantage for those with pace or schedule who cannot allocate specific time for cooking. Individuals burn and can be consumed at only time and place without the need for consume dining attended or the quest for a sustainable dining venue. With this convenient packaging and can generally potentially choose junk food become a prevalent choice when time and convenience are paramount. Then, ladies and gentlemen, in the packaging in the junk food have the information about the nutrition that's contained in the junk food itself, right? So we can choose the junk food that it's sustainable with our body or needs for our body, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, if we eat junk food with the good portion, I think, and I will ensure that junk food is not dangerous for our body and even our health, ladies and gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is why our team totally agree with our motion. That's from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. Now please summarize your arguments for the opposition team reply speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I summarize my arguments, I will tell you that the government team always talk on the economic side, but our team today is about the healthy care side, ladies and gentlemen. And it's so funny why the government team always say that junk food bring a good impact on the people, when in fact junk food has a high risk and illness on the health body conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, why we as the opposition teams totally disagree with our motion today that this house regret junk food should be banned, because the first thing is junk food is a food that high in calories, fat, sodium, salt, but low in essential nutrients. And most of junk food does not contain enough vitamins, mineral, or fiber that the body needs. This means that even though someone feels full, their body still lacks essential nutrition. In the long term, this causes serious nutritional imbalance, especially in children and teenagers who are in their growth phase. So how can we call this food suitable for unrestricted consumptions? The second is junk food is a major trigger for various chronic diseases that endanger life. Obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and even cancer all have a direct connection to the consumptions of junk food that is high in saturated fats and added sugars. Trans fats in fast food can clog blood vessels and can increase the risk of heart attacks. One burger or one serving of fries might seem harmless, but such eating habits slowly destroy health. Third is junk food also affects brain functions and mental health. Research shows that a diet high in sugar and fat can disrupt the brain's ability to store, memorize, reduce concentrations, and can increase the risk of depression and anxiety. Ironically, the younger generations, who are supposed to be the future leaders, are the primary target of the junk food industry. And this is a silent attack on the future of our nation, ladies and gentlemen. The fourth is, junk food is low in fiber and make people hungry again quickly. Because it does not contain enough fiber, junk food does not provide a lasting feeling of fullness, ladies and gentlemen. This encourages someone to eat more in a short period, creating an excessive eating pattern without realizing it. Excessive consumption is what becomes the root of obesity and metabolic disorder. The fifth is, the impact does not stop the individual level. Junk food burdens the national healthcare system. Every year, the government has to spend billions of rupiah to treat chronic disease that could mostly be prevented with a healthy diet. The increase in cases of heart disease and diabetes due to junk food consumptions drains the national budget, reduces public productivity, and hinders economic growth. The sixth is, the junk food industry aggressively targets children and teenagers through advertisements. They create the image that junk food is cool, fast, and fun, whereas in reality, this food slowly damages health. Therefore, banning it is not only a form of physical health protections, but also a form of protections for the character development and mindset of the younger generations. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from the opposition team. That's the end of our debating competitions. Please give them a big applause for the amazing and heated debate today. Please give them a big applause. Okay, thank you so much for all the participants. Please return to your seat and give a handshake for the adjudicators and for each others. Okay, in several minutes, we will welcome the next performance from SMA Seminari and SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa. Okay, once again, good afternoon. Yeah, it's still afternoon for all of us. Okay, I can see that all the participants already here. One important thing to note is that the next performance will be from SMA Seminari versus SMA Negeri 1 Wolomeze. But for some reasons, unfortunately, SMA Negeri 1 Wolomeze withdraw last minute. Yeah, and last minute they withdraw. I think yesterday they decided to withdraw. So the committee team decided to just proceed with the debate competitions, and we have a substitute team, which is I think the student from SMA Negeri 1 Bejawa. They will be act as a substitute team, and please note also that this will not affect the score from SMA Negeri 1 Bejawa. This is only the substitute team, yeah, to support SMA Seminari. Okay, so without further ado, I as the moderator will read some of the instructions before we begin our competitions. So each of the speakers will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. Okay, so in 7 minutes you can finish your arguments, and in 20 seconds you have time to reinstate your positions, whether you agree or disagree with the motion. And then for the time, if my timekeepers ring the bell once, it means that the POI starts. So you can start to give the POI for the opposite team. And then if the timekeeper ring the bell twice like that, it means that that's the end of the interruptions. Okay. So the interruption will begin at the 2nd minute until the 6th minute. It means that each of the team only have 4 minutes, yeah, to give the POI. So for the participants, please pay attention. This is the debate competitions, not the speech competitions. So if the timekeeper gives the chance to interrupt, please give the POI as many as possible. Yeah, so we have good debate and back and forth debate, and you can defend, and also you can attack the arguments of the other teams. And also for the reply speaker, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. For the interruptions, it will start when my timekeeper ring the bell once, and it will end when my timekeeper ring the bell twice. For the POI, there is no limitations for the questions, and the POI can be given by all the members from the opposite team, but it depends from the speaker if they want to, which one they want to accept. Yeah, and please pay attention also for the speaker. You can only refuse or reject the POI twice. So for example, the opposite team give the interruptions once, you can reject it. Twice, you can reject it. But third attempt, you must accept it. Okay. Is that clear? Okay. Okay, and then for the POI, please give the POI as short as possible, briefly as possible. If you want to read the data, please give the short, read the short data. Yeah, give the brief data. And then, yeah, I think that's all. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next performance to take the position in the stage. Okay, each of the participants, could you please try to push the red buttons in front of you? Yeah, okay, so if you want to give the interruptions, you can just push the button. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we give the time for the government team to introduce the team members, but before that, I want to introduce SMA Seminari as a government team and SMA Negeri 1 Bejawa as the opposition team. With the motion, this House believes that national examinations must be reactivated. This House believes that national examination must be reactivated. Okay, the time is for the government team to introduce your team members.
Good afternoon, honorable judges and all of the participants who are attending here, and my beloved friends from the opposition team. As a Prime Minister, it's time for me to introduce my team. Me, Devinono, as a first speaker, followed by Elgadaya as a second speaker, and Adian Veko as a third speaker. It is a beautiful chance that we can have a conversation with you, and I hope we can make the collaboration together. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government team. Now the time for opposition team to introduce your team members.
Okay, good afternoon everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to the honorable judges, timekeeper, moderator, and side of government team. I am Vio as a leader of opposition, and beside me,
I'm Lan as the deputy leader of opposition.
And I am Angel. I'm as opposition whip.
Okay, thank you so much. Now you have 7 minutes and 20 seconds for the Prime Minister from government to present their arguments.
Good afternoon, honorable judges and all of the participants who are attending here, and my beloved friends from the opposition team. As a Prime Minister, I would like to state it that we from the government team totally and absolutely agree with our motion today that says this House believes that national examination must be defeated. Ladies and gentlemen, the big question, that's why we need to re-implement it or reactivate it, the national examination. Please keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, now Indonesia is experiencing the decreasing quality of our students. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why we need the standard. In these cases, we need the national examination to be the standard how to student pass the and graduate their education and how the students can prove their quality. Ladies and gentlemen, this background that's come from this motion is non-active because it doesn't increasing the education quality holistically, ladies and gentlemen. National examination just focus on the cognitive knowledge, and national examination also preserves the students. And the last, national examination appropriate to the Merdeka curriculum. But, ladies and gentlemen, when national examination non-activated, learning motivation of our students in Indonesia is decreased, and there is no way to measure the basic competency of overall students in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you about the keywords that come from the motion today. The first is national examination. National examination means a national evaluation assessment system for basic and secondary education standards carried out by Center for Education Assessment. And the reactivated mean turn on again or re-implemented. There, as a government team, we had set up the parameter on our debate competition today. There is a first Indonesia, and the second is junior and senior high school student. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. My argument is talk about setting up the basic standard. Please keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you before, ladies and gentlemen, now Indonesia is experiencing the decreasing quality of our students. We can show with the cases that according math.com ID, some foreign university don't expect the students from Indonesia because there is no examination as a standard. Yes, please.
You said national examination should be reactivated for improving student quality. But we got another alternative way to improve the student quality with, for example, improving the curriculum and improving the teacher.
I got your point, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind about this one. We need to, that's right, we need to improve our curriculum or our system education, but we need to have the standard that be the parameter of the students who graduate the education. There should be the test to the students who will graduate the education to prove their quality, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's clear. Let's back to my argument. My argument is talk about the setting up the basic standard of Indonesian system, education system, ladies and gentlemen. As I told you before, according Med.com, some foreign university don't expect the student from Indonesia because there is no national examination as a standard of our education system, such as University of 20. Ladies and gentlemen, when the foreign university don't want to expect our student, it means, ladies and gentlemen, we experiencing the decreasing quality. It's become the something problem in our education system, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we need to the national examination for the reactivate the national examination to be the standard, ladies and gentlemen. Government measure the basic competency of all students in Indonesia. National Examination Standard Value is regulated by National Examination Standard Agency, which is an institution under the auspices of Ministry of Education of Indonesia. Yes, please.
Okay. How do you respond to the argument that the national exam is currently used more to punish students who don't pass than as a tool to improve the quality
I got
of
the point,
education?
sir, but please keep in mind about this one. The stigma that we get as a young people, ladies and gentlemen, is the strawberry generation. It is because we have instant mentality. That's why we need to the national examination to prove to all of the people in Indonesia that we can pass. We can pass the test that had by the government, ladies and gentlemen. It means, ladies and gentlemen, all of the students will be the struggle. They will take a process and they will learning deeper, and it will increase our education quality. I think it's crystal clear, ladies and gentlemen. Let's begin to my argument. When we implement the national examination, ladies and gentlemen, when we implement the national examination, we make the justice or equalization of all of students in Indonesia. Equalization means we are running the justice value that contained in our ideology of our country. That's Pancasila, right? Ladies and gentlemen, my second argument is talk about the marked inflation cases. What is the marked inflation cases? According to Melintas ID, ladies and gentlemen, when we remove the national examination, they are worried about the marked inflation, because the school only give the mark to students not based on the result of the students who joined the examination, ladies and gentlemen. It means mark that work in the report of students in Indonesia that no valuable. The quality of our students in Indonesia, experiencing the decreasing number, and the mark doesn't really show the quality of students in Indonesia. Simply, ladies and gentlemen, the mark that work in the report of our students in Indonesia not show what's the quality that has by our student now. Let's take an example. 90 in the math doesn't guarantee that students really able in counting, right? And meanwhile, when the mark comes from the center of our government, ladies and gentlemen, the mark is more objective than which come from school. Ladies and gentlemen, the third is the academic pressure. Not always the pressure makes someone stressed. Please keep in mind about this one. There are so many positive impacts that come from the academic pressure. In these cases, we talk about the national examination. The one of them is become a character building for students. And the pressure makes students to push themselves to the limit. And about the academic pressure, it will crystal clear explained by my second speaker. Therefore, we from the government team totally and absolutely agree with our motion today that says this House believes that national examination must be reactivated. I think that's all for me. I'm Dovinono. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Prime Minister from government team. Now the chance will be given to the leader of the opposition to present your argument. Time is yours.
Okay, I'm a opposition team. The motion is this House believes that national exam must be reactive. The national examination is a standard assessment conducted nationwide in Indonesia to measure students' competency assessment at certain education levels in elementary, junior high school, and senior high school or vocational school. Its purpose is to evaluate how well students have mastered the subject matter according to national standards. However, since 2020, the national examination has been replaced by the National Assessment National, which focus more on evaluating the overall quality of education rather than determining students' graduations. The national assessment is an evaluation of the quality of schools, madrasas, and equivalency programs at the primary and secondary levels. This assessment aims to improve the quality of education by providing accurate information. The difference between the national assessment and the national examination is that the national assessment does not determine graduation. Additionally, the national assessment is conducted at the school level using a sample of students rather than being an individual assessment like the national examination. Disadvantage of national exam, as we know, the lack of a strong educational foundation for children in Indonesia is an issue that must be prioritized. This is evidence from the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, scores which highlight the concerning state of education in Indonesia. The shortcoming of the national examination. Yes, please. Can you repeat again?
Come from the opposition team. We need to still implement the national assessment. Please keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, not all of the students in Indonesia of the school join the national examination. It means the national assessment doesn't show the quality that have by all of the students in Indonesia. What is your opinion about that?
But the option team, we improve the national exam. We believe we can improve the national examination assessment. So let me continue my argument. The shortcoming of the national examination include an approach that overly implements standardized academic assessment without comprehensively considering the diversity of students. The system tends to negate non-academic skills such as creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration, which are incredibly important in the area. Let me continue my argument. Which are increasingly important in the era of Industrial Revolution 4 and Sociality 5. Moreover, yes, please.
My question is simple. How about the college that need a national examination value? Meanwhile, we need to remove the national examination. I need your opinion about that.
I will answer with my argument. The system tends to neglect non-academic skills such as creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration, which are increasingly important in the era of Industrial Revolution 4 and Sociality 5. Moreover, the high pressure often experienced by students can negatively impact their mental health, reducing of the efficiency of learning process. No thanks, let me continue my argument. In many cases, the examination results do not fully reflect a student's ability, especially for those whose learning styles or integration do not align with the standardized testing format. Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, according to the data that I had told you before, ladies and gentlemen, according to math.com, the Warning University don't want to expect the student from Indonesia because there is no national examination. What are your opinion about that? When there is no national examination, but we still implement the national assessment. What do you think? Thank you.
Can you repeat your questions?
Like the data that I had told to you that there's some various university don't want to expect the students from Indonesia because there is no national examination. When we still implement the national examination, what do you think about that?
Let me continue my argument. The weakness of national examination are evidence a student are required to study hard for all subjects, whatever by memorizing or thoroughly understanding the material, only to later forget it. In fact, the focus should be strengthening foundational skills in literacy, numeracy, and science. According to Compass.com, the budget for organizing the national examination from 2015 and 2016 averaged around 500 billion. Interest of allocating such a large amount to standardized testing, these funds could be redeemed to other sectors that directly enhance educational quality, such as improving teacher training, developing strong expanding access to digital learning resources. Maybe is enough. This all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the leader of the opposition's speaker, and then the next turn is for the leader of the Prime Minister to present your arguments. You can start now.
Good afternoon, the honorable judges and all the attendants here. Me, as the second speaker of government team, would like to state that we totally agree with our motion today, which says that the national examination must be reactivated. But before jump right to my argument, I would like to highlight several unbelievable arguments come from the opposite team. The opposite team that stated that national assessment, it also increased collaboration and critical thinking. And how about the club? We increase the collaboration and critical thinking, but just as several schools that joining the national examination, and also just as several students that joining this national assessment. And then the opposite team also contending that national examination doesn't guarantee that the student memorize, that the students understand the material, but they just memorize the answer. But please keep in mind, sir, in the process, in order to prepare for the national examination, the time is, there are lots of time in order to prepare for national examination that I will be explained in my elaboration, in my argument. So I think it's clear, so let's jump right to my argument. At first, as the first speaker of the government team, the government team said that there's a one sentence that we say as academic pressure. So academic pressure, as we know that lots of people think that academic pressure, it makes the students get into depression. So that's why the reason the government would like to non-activate this national examination. But please keep in mind that if we talk about this problem, it is talk about our mindset. Our mindset just talk about the pressure as like a burden and and make us get into depression. But if we see that a pressure of academic pressure, it has a motivation for us, especially in order to prepare this national examination. And it is connected to my argument. I will talk about character building by implement this national examination. Or more detail, I will describe two main points in my argument. That is, first, manage time to learn, and then the second, instill a sense of effort. Let's start with the manage time to learn. Hold on, sir, I haven't delivered my argument. I just started. So first is manage time to learn. According to Media's counter, ideal time to learn, first, senior high school 4 until 6 hours per day, and then junior high school is 2 until 4 hours per day. Let's see that if you would like to prepare, yes please.
Okay, I can ask you, did you worry that the rectification of the national examination would create too much pressure and stress for students, thus disrupting the deeper learning process?
I got your point, sir. So it is, you talk about the pressure. I have said before that it is about the mindset. If we change our mindset, the pressure is not about the boundaries, but a pressure is our motivation in order to achieve the what we want or achieve the purpose. So I think it's clear, so jump right to my argument. So in here, I would like to describe more or explain more the ideal time that, so in the morning, they spend more time to learn in order to prepare for the national examination. So it means that there's still a lot of time for them. So lots of time in order to do something that can that very beneficial. Hold on, sir. That very beneficial, such as they give a reward for himself after struggle very hard, such as recreation or develop their soft skill. Go ahead.
You said before the national examination can be a motivation, but for some people it is true can be a motivation, but
I get your point, sir. So let's see from the sentence from the opposite team. But for some people, there's a pressure. So we need to change the mindset, not as a pressure, but as a motivation. So we need to change our mindset. This is the problem in it. So I think it's clear, so jump right to my argument. So there's a rest of time that can be used to give a reward or recreation and also improve student soft skill. If they consistent, yes, let's see. That's from this point, we can appear one point that very useful is a consistency. If they're consistent with that, they will get a good result. Because of what? They keep balance when they learn, and also they do as like exercises in order to, you know, like to develop their soft skill. And also it what we call as independent learning. They learn without teachers. They will improve in their own way. And let's take a look at this. Our generation is well known as a strawberry generation, which have characteristic that full of ideas and creativity, but easily shaken under pressure. So, in order to overcome this stereotype as a strawberry of soft generation, we need to face the challenge. And the one challenge is by joining national examination. We can fix it. We can prove that this generation have a good mentality. They are strong. And it will connect it to the second argument that I will state it is about instill a sense of effort. National examination is a challenge for this generation, as I said before, in order to overcome the stereotype like this, as we said, the strawberry or soft generation. We need to change our mindsets again. That if we change it, we will get a good result. As I said before, that if we keep consistency to prepare for the national examination, it will also increase or instill a sense of effort. National examination is not the same as a pressure or boundaries, but national examination is as a motivation in order to build your determination to be a winner. In this case, to pass the national examination. So, in order to prove my data, before I end it, there's one saying from the one philosopher. The more you suffer, the more you create it. So if you suffer more, you will create it more. So in here, we from the government team would like to state it that we totally agree with our motion today that stated this house believe that national examination must be reactivated. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. For the Deputy Prime Minister, now the time and chance will be given to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition team to present their argument.
Thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. I am as the Deputy Leader of Opposition want to say that again, we from the opposition team really disagree with this motion. Good afternoon to the honorable judges, the timekeeper, the moderator, and of course, my dear friend from side of government. So before I move to my real argument, I would like to rebut some point from your side. You said UN should be reactivated for improving student equality, but we got another alternative way to improving the quality of the student with improving the quality of the teacher, improving the quality of the curriculum and the quality of the facility in school. And you say that we should change our mindset about the national examination. But for some people, they maybe can change their mindset to make this national examination to be a motivation. But for some people, it still be a pressure. And the worsening of that, they can get stressed and they suicide. And it's a part of worsening of mental health. So I will move to my real argument. The national examination is a standardized assessment conducted nationwide in Indonesia to measure students' competency achievement at certain education level. Its purpose is to evaluate how well students have mastered the subject matter according to national standard. However, since 2020, the national examination has been replaced by the national assessment, which focus more on evaluating the overall quality of education rather than determining students' graduation. The national assessment is an evaluation of the quality of school, no thanks, madrasah, and equivalency program at the primary and secondary level. This assessment aims to improve the quality of education by providing accurate information. Yes, please, for the first speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, my question is, when there is still no national examination, the students will still face the school examination. It means, ladies and gentlemen, the mark efficiency cases that I had told to you will happen again and again. What is your opinion about that?
So, the national examination is a national standardized, and the mark is given by the central. And if we just use the national assessment, the standardized is from the school itself. So I will continue to my argument. The difference between the national assessment and national examination is that the national assessment does not determine graduation. Additionally, the national assessment is conducted at the school level using a sample of students. Like I said before in my answer of your POI, the standardized is conducted at the school level using a sample of students, no thanks, rather than being an individual assessment like the national examination. Some disadvantage of national exam is, as we know, the lack of strong education. Yes, please, for the third speaker.
Okay, thank you. You said before that there is still some people who see the national examination as a pressure. My question is, is that you agree that we have to change the mindset of those people so they can see the national examination as a motivation? What do you think about that?
Like I said before, not every people can change their mindset. Because in this era of globalization, there is too much people that using technology, and the technology can be a burden for them to change their mindset. So I will continue to talk about the disadvantage of national examination. As we know, the lack of strong educational foundation for children in Indonesia is an issue that must be prioritized. This is evident from the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA score, which highlight the concerning state of education in Indonesia. The shortcoming of the national examination include an approach that overly emphasizes. Yes, please, for the second speaker.
Okay, I beat the bullet of your argument that stated about that technology can be the boundaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, please keep in mind that in the 2030, we will face a financial storm that we need to master the AI or the technology itself. So, it is impossible, or it is unbelievable that technology can beat the boundaries. So, we need to learn by using technology. I need your opinion about that.
Thank you for your question. So, if we use the technology, it can be it can be over budget, because as we know, the national examination is take a big budget, and if you want to use the technology itself, it can be it can make the budget bigger. So I will continue to my argument. There is some view about national examination from parent side. First is concern about pressure and children's mental health. The national examination has also raised deep concern regarding children's mental health. Parents realize that preparing for the exam is not always easy for children, who must cope with a large amount of material in a limited time. Children who struggle to adapt to this pressure are vulnerable to stress, anxiety, and even depression. This phenomenon is often seen among students who feel pressure to achieve certain score target. And another view about this, fear that children become too focused on grades. Another concern is that children become too focused on numerical grade rather than understanding the material and the learning process. So with that, we from the opposition team really disagree with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the deputy leader of the opposition team. Now 7 minutes and 20 seconds time will be given to the government whip speaker.
Let's be realistic, then be idealistic. Good afternoon, everybody, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen who are attending. As a government whip, I want to strengthen again our position today is agree with the motion which says this House believes that national examination must be reactivated. But before I go further into my argument, let me give a highlight that something error that comes from the errors mind of the opposite team. The opposite team says that we can improve the quality of our students with improve the facility. But we have to see the reality now, ladies and gentlemen. We have to see the mentality of our students. Our students will not get loss of their motivation if there's not pressure, if there's no pressure for them. And we can see when there is no national examination that the motivation of our students to learn is decreased, like what my first speaker taught to you. So the solution here is to reactivate it again, the national examination, so the students can have the challenge to prove their motivation for learn, ladies and gentlemen. And the opposite team also to glorify that national assessment can replace national examination, ladies and gentlemen. But we have to know, ladies and gentlemen, that national assessments not include of the student, ladies and gentlemen. It's only include some. So national assessment not measure the quality of all the students in our country. So let me go straight into my argument. In my argument, we will look deeper like both my first speaker and second speaker have taught you before. First, we will see about what my first speaker taught you, that the setting up of the basic standard, ladies and gentlemen. The government measured the basic standard competency of our student in Indonesia, and the efficient way for get a basic standard for this, ladies and gentlemen, is to re-implement the national examination, because the national examination include overall all the students in Indonesia, but we cannot replace it with the national assessment, because national assessment only include some students in our country, ladies and gentlemen. National examination standards value is regulated by National Examination Standard Agency, which is an institution under auspice of Ministry of Education of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, it means that the standard that come of the national examination is given by the Ministry of Education in Indonesia. It means that standard is the minimum standard that the students have to get before they go into the next grade, ladies and gentlemen. So every student must pass this standard. And according from medcom.com.id, some university don't accept the students from Indonesia because there is no national examination as a standard. It's a very poor condition, ladies and gentlemen. Just because of there is no national examination in our country. Some university don't, in other country don't allow the students that come from our country. It means that we kill the dream of our students who want to learn in those universities, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because just in our country, there is no national examination. Now, let's go into next argument is marked inflation cases, ladies and gentlemen. What's a new sense of marked inflation cases? As we know, and money inflation. Money inflation, it's happened when money get when money get the decrease of the value. It's like the mark inflation, ladies and gentlemen. Mark inflation happens when the mark not show the quality of the student itself. Let's take an example like this. Someone get the mark is 80, but his quality are not good anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It means that there is a mark inflation because the mark don't show the quality of the students. Of the mark, the quality that's solved by the mark, ladies and gentlemen, get decreased. So we don't want to this happens in our country, ladies and gentlemen. We want the accurate measure for our student, and I have to say again that efficient for this is national examination. With national examination, the mark inflation cases will not happen in Indonesia, will not happen in our country, Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all about what my first speaker have taught to you. Now, let's move to what my second speaker have taught to you. The first is character building, ladies and gentlemen. Why we say that it can build a character building? We talk about the national examination. We don't only see that the score that students get when they do this examination, ladies and gentlemen. We have to see the process. The student have to struggle to, yes please?
In the past time, we already seen so many cases that students suicide because of the national examination.
I got your point, sir. It's like my second speaker taught to us before that. It's because the mindset. The people only think that national examination is a pressure, but it's not a pressure, ladies and gentlemen. It's a challenge for our students to have a motivation to learn more, to face their future. And I will explain more about it in my argument. The second is character building, ladies and gentlemen. Why we say character building? We not only see the score the students get when they finish their exam, but we have to see the process. The students have to struggle to finish this path. Why they have to struggle? Because if they don't finish this examination, ladies and gentlemen, they have to rejoin again this examination, or they don't pass from the school and they can continue into the next grade. So they will struggle to pass this test. And here we will build their character. They will go struggle and build a goal mentality. And we know that the stereotype that given for our generation now is the strawberry stereotype. But with national examination, this stereotype can be gone of this student. Why? Because they will be struggle to finish this examination and pass it. And with this, their mentality will improve and their mentality will become stronger and stronger. Because of that, we from the government team strongly and absolutely agree with the motion today, which says this House believes that national examination must be reactivated. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the government speaker. I want to give you some heads up. If the interruption is, you accept the interruptions and the opposite team give you questions, at least listen to their question first, yeah? Please give a couple of seconds until they end their question, so then you can defend your arguments, okay? Okay, so the next opportunity will be given to the opposition whip speaker. Time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, another judges and moderator, and of course, my dear of government team. I'm from opposition whip, and of course, I totally describe with this motion that national exam is repetitive. Okay, ladies Okay, even thought is not determination of graduation. Why? Nationality exam requires a lot of money, especially when nationality exam uses manual tools such as paper and pencil. That cost of processing paper question really costs a lot of money. Then, three, a computer-based exam solution. The question is how many schools in Indonesia already have electronic and internet? From 2020, Deputy Data, Ministry of Education and Culture mentioned 5,000 schools that did not have electronic, and 2,000 schools did not have internet access. Of course, this crisis is not a lot of money. 210 make a school in Indonesia have electric and internet. Even so, after having access, school can really need laptop or computer. Money criticism from parents and students. National exam here are some conditions. First, national extension has become means delivery kitting if the national exam is not reviewed. I will give a rise to injured, especially in rural schools. Imagine education units do not have access in electric quality of learning education units. 3 months, we have no thanks, my brother. However, parents say will not be fair. School with super cool quality and quality teacher in Jakarta, for example. Yes, please. For the second speaker.
My question is simple. If the government would like to increase the quality of education, if the government just save the money and then they don't want to give the budget for the school, I need your opinion about that.
Can you repeat again?
Okay. If the government would like to increase the quality of education, if the government just save the money and they don't want to give the budget from the school in order to increase their facility, I need your opinion about that.
They already give did budget with budget colored bots. Okay, let me continue my argument. They definitely did. How cool school in remote areas with minimal fallacy from uniform exam scores, 5,000 and above, from the summary of news and field experience. The motive from the casting was no thanks. The police situation of the question. After that, the answer is distributed. Another mountain is that our innovation of tutor, insulin, or bimble, which from yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team had contended about we cannot implement the national examination because we're increasing the lack of facility in school, ladies and gentlemen. But please keep in mind, we may implement the national examination with the paper test. What do you opinion about that?
Okay, I will answer with my argument. The answer case are read or written on the board by the exam superiors. The exam superiors is of ensuring of that examiners are orderly. Instead becomes from bland distribution of the answer case. If you still don't believe that, let's respond as script of procedures and its course. Surely of score or hang right. 10 speakers scores with the are giving rate to again. Okay, let me continue my argument. Second is attitude, skill, and know-how are quality important. Why is only used as backmark? The national extension only tests knowledge. In fact, students are in their school integrated education, not just teaching. If only know bad, it's then national extent, then No thanks. About student attitude and skill competition. This attitude not important. Our skill continue, yes please.
You contended that we can give a budget by boss, but please keep in mind that it means that, as we know that in the November 2025, the government will implement this national examination, and if they would like to implement it, they would like to use the budget in order to buy the facilities and using boss, as you said before. I need your opinion about that.
Okay, let me continue my argument. The Ministry of Education was changed the method of teaching so that teachers don't need to deal with discriminated children. No longer afraid, their jobs is limit to teaching, not teaching to read. The national exam makes non-national exam subject same Indonesia, social science, social study, English. Then, what about another subject, also specifically education, Islamic religion, education, history, and art? Art is not in national exam subject in unimportant. If so, three will teach who say, well, why should I need this opportunity since dance subject are completely unimportant? Of course, this will create friction between national exam subject no evaluation system to different of student coordination. Okay, this is my argument, and I am still disagree with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition speaker. Now to summarize your arguments, please, for the reply speaker from government teams, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, time is yours.
National examination, it's not about a pressure or a boundaries, but national examination is a motivation to build your determination to be a winner. Good afternoon, the honorable judges and all attendants here. Me, as the reply speaker of the government team, would like to state that we still agree with our motion today that stated this House believe that national examination must be reactivated. In here, I would like to deliver several arguments that will prove that our position today is right and absolutely will become the winner on this debate competition. First is about setting up basic standard. National examination, as we know that the government would, by this national examination, the government would like to measure the basic competency overall student in Indonesia. So it means that all the students in Indonesia are take a part in this national examination in order to prove to the government this is the result of our learning process during one semester or others. And then national examination standard value is regulated by National Examination Standard Agency, which is an institution under the auspices of Ministry of Education of Indonesia. That's clear. All of students have an equalization in standard to graduate education, and it is appropriate on the one principle that we uphold. It is about equalization, equality in our consensus or in our ideology, Pancasila. And then, if we see that, there's just a several subject as from the subject that is test in the national examination. Yes, it is because this is a basic competency that the government would like to measure, and also it is as basic competency that will be used in the future, or you would like to compete in globally, or you would like to go abroad, that we use this competency, such as you would like to study abroad, you would like to go to college around the world. So we need this national value, as from the first section said that some foreign and university don't accept the students from Indonesia because there's no national examination. and because there's no value of national examination. And then the second is mark inflation. If we talk about the money inflation, it means that there are lots of money or supply of money, and it will decrease the value itself from the money. And in here, if we don't implement the national examination, the schools just set up their basic standard. So it is useless because it can cause lots of, mark inflation because they have a higher mark, but the quality didn't. The quality is down. So we need to pay attention on this mark inflation. And the second and the third is about academic pressure. Academic pressure, not always the pressure makes someone stressed. So it's about change our mindset that the pressure not as a boundaries, but as a motivation to build your determination in order to achieve what you want or achieve the past examination. And about the character building. Character building including two, manage time to learn. According to Media Center, ideal time to learn is just 4 until 6 hours per day, and then in junior high school is 2 until 4 hours per day. So it means that there's the rest of time that can be used by the students to learn, to prepare for the national examination. So therefore, we from the government team totally agree with our motion today, which says this House believes that national examination must be reactivated. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. Now the time will be given to reply speaker from the opposition team.
Thank you for the time and opportunity given to me. I'm as the deputy leader of opposition want to give a reply speech about this motion today. So, like your deputy prime minister said, this pressure about the national examination can be a motivation because we can just change our mindset. But like we know, in this generation, we call them Gen Z, is doing everything they want and just following the trend. And they maybe cannot change their mindset to make the national examination to be a motivation, and they just think that it's just a pressure. And if you know that in the past time there is so many cases that student is suicide because the national examination, and if we reactivate this national examination, that maybe just reverse the accident, the suicide case. The national examination is a standardized assessment conducted nationwide in Indonesia to measure students' competency achievement at certain education level. The difference between the national assessment and the national examination is that the national assessment does not determine graduation. Additionally, the national examination is conducted at the school level using a sample of students rather than being an individual assessment like the national examination. So I will talk about the disadvantage of the national examination. As we know, the lack of strong education foundation for children in Indonesia is an issue that must be prioritized. This is evident from the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, which highlight the concerning state of education in Indonesia. The shortcoming of the national examination include an approach that overly emphasizes standardized academic assessment without comprehensively considering the diversity of students. This system tends to neglect non-academic skills such as creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration, which are increasingly important in the era of the Industrial Revolution. And the budget for organizing the national examination from 2015 to 2017 averaged around 500 billion rupiah. Instead of allocating such a large amount to standardized testing, these funds could be to other sectors that directly enhance educational quality, such as improving teacher training, developing school infrastructure, expanding access to digital learning, and strengthening literacy, numeracy, and science program to build students' foundation skills more effectively. And like I said in my argument before, there is some parents' view about this national examination. The first is concern about pressure and children's mental health because their parents does not want their children suicide because there is some case that student is suicide because the national examination. And the second view from parents about this exam is fear that children become too focused on grades because another concern is that children become too focused on numerical grades rather than understanding the material and the learning process, with the national exam being heavily outcome oriented. Parents often observe that children concentrate solely on memorizing, preparing for the exam, or practicing with self-evaluation. So maybe that's how the replace speaker speech by me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's the end of the debating performance. Once again, please give them a big applause. And please give each other handshake. We want to appreciate the substitute team to help us with this competitions. Thank you so much for the substitute team. Okay, so this evening, it's already 20 minutes to 6 p.m. So we're going to continue with the next performance. We have 2 performances left, 4 group left. 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, good evening for all of us. I would like to invite the next performance participants to enter the room, and we will begin our next performance. Okay, from SMA Golewa Selatan and SMA Negeri 1 Inerie, are you guys here? Okay, so please take a seat first. I would like to, I would like to read the instruction before we begin. So the first thing is about the timing. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's about the timing. Each speaker will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah. If you already speak 7 minutes, you still have 20 seconds to reinstate your positions. You can disagree or you can agree with the motions. Yeah. And then for the timings, my timekeeper will ring the bell once. If my timekeeper ring the bell once, it means that the POI is started. Yeah. So the opposite team can start give the POI. And then if my timekeeper ring the bell twice, yeah, 2 times, it means that the POI is over. So you cannot give any POI. Yeah. So you only have 4 minutes to give the interruptions. Please give as many interruptions as you can, because this is a debate competition. This is not a speech competitions. If you have any problem, any issue with the opposite team arguments, please just push the red buttons and give your interruptions. And then for the reply speaker, you have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. And then for the POI, it can be given by any members of the opposition team, but it will depend on the speaker to choose which one to speak or which one to give the interruptions. For the speaker, please pay attention, yeah, that you can only reject or refuse the interruptions twice. So if the opposition team give you interruptions 1 time, you can reject it. 2 times you can reject it, but 3 times in the third attempt, you must accept it. Yeah. Okay, and then please interruptions, you give the interruption as short as possible. Yeah. Don't give too many data or too many explanations about the interruptions. Yeah. Okay, so any questions from the participants? Is that all clear? Clear, yeah, okay. Please go to the stage and take your positions. Okay, so we have SMA Negeri 1 Inerie as the government team and SMA Golewa Selatan as the opposition team. SMA Negeri 1 Inerie as a government and SMA Golewa Selatan as opposition team. The motion today is this house will cancel free lunch program for students. This house will cancel free lunch program for students. Okay, so without further ado, please for the government team, introduce your team members.
Good evening and best wishes to all of us. Respected ladies and gentlemen, of the judges, the moderator, accompanying teacher, fellow debate participants whom I respect. First, we shall express our gratitude to God because with His blessings we are always good health. Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Maria Apriliani Bupu, as first speaker, and my friend Angelina Eka Putri Gobe, as second speaker, and Jessica Natalia Dopo, as third speaker. We are from government team.
Okay, thank you so much for the government team. The opposition team, please introduce your members.
Okay, thanks for the chance given to me, moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, moderator, judges, and my friends from the government team. We are from Semasa Golewa Selatan, and we take our position in this debating context as the opposition side. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 members over here. I am still here as the first speaker from the opposition team. My full name is Elizabeth Ramehunga, when my lovely sister.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniela Mia. I am the second speaker.
When the last one, my lovely brother.
Good evening. My name is Ali Losa. I'm the third speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, opposition teams. Now 7 minutes and 20 seconds will be given to the Prime Minister from government team to deliver their arguments. The time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the judges, the moderator, accompanying teacher in fellow debate participants whom I respect. I strongly support all motion that the freelance program sought India to abolish. The judge and the audience. The biggest challenge comes from the budget and effectiveness of its implementation. The implementation of freelance for children requires no thanks. A large budget must be allocated by the government. Some part will oppose the program for that such large budgets to be deferred to alternatives in the education sector, such as improving school infrastructure, improving teacher will and providing better learning facilities. In education, there are also concurred that this program could create dependence of government assistances. Some people feel that the responsibility to the children is the primary responsibility of the family, not the government. Of our schools with the existences of freelance, they are worried that parents will become more dependent on schools and not feel responsible for ensuring that their children get nutrition. This dependence is considered to be able to lead or to culture of living that is not independent, which is currently not good in the long term. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of food quality is also a concern. Several of the lunch programs that have the training in various regions have often been crystallized for food quality that does not meet nutrition standards for even healthiness. There are cases where the food provided to children is no fresh or lacks nutrition, which can actually endanger children's health. Of course, this problem can be overcome with strict supervision, but it requires a lot of money, no thanks, and management. Ladies and gentlemen, the current freelance system for all students is unstable of investments. This program is a significant, no thanks, burden the government budgets and has the potential to divert funds from other important education programs. In addition, this program may not too necessary for our students because many families are able to provide nutritious food. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the chance given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, and my dear from the government team, I see the point your argument. You say that you agree with this motion when I have some question that need to be clarified by all of you. So my question is, my sister, if you say that this house have to cancel free lunch for students, now let us thinking about the students who are coming from lower economical background. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I will answer your question now. However, in recent years, the free lunch program for students have faced several problems such as in current free lunch system for all students in unstable and efficient. This program is a significant burden on the government budgets and has the potential to divert funds from other important education programs. In addition, this program may not be necessary for all students because many families are able to provide nutrition for their children. That's all, and thank you. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, the current freelance system for all students is unstable and efficiency. This program is a significant burden on the government budget and has the potential to divert funds from other important education programs. In addition, this program may not be necessary for all students because many families are able to provide nutrition for their children. Ladies and gentlemen, however, in recent years, the freelance program for students have faced several problems such as high and increasing program costs, limited resources to support this program, questionable effectiveness of the program in improving the quality of education. No thanks. There is question that this program is a fast of research and in addressing poverty and hunger among students. Therefore, the government has considered calling the free lunch program for students. The calculation is expected to solve cost and research that can be used for other programs that are more effective in improving the quality of education. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of calling the free lunch program for students is to save costs and research, then increase the effectiveness of educational programs. Find more effective alternative to support the quality of education. Therefore, our team strongly support our motion.
You still have time to speak? Okay, are you finished? Okay, thank you so much. So the next turns will be from the leader of the opposition team. The time is yours.
Good evening, distinguished judges, honorable audience, and respected opponents. I stand here representing the opposition team to respond to the motion presented today. This House will cancel free school lunches for students. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our debating today, allow me to remind everyone of the importance of equal access to education and basic needs for students. So, ladies and gentlemen, free school lunches are not just about nutrition. They are about providing equal opportunities for all students, regardless of their economic background. So, ladies and gentlemen, our team will argue that canceling this program will have a negative impact on educational equality and well-being of our children. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's our debating today. Ladies and gentlemen, access to nutritious food is essential for the overall development of students. In many countries, the concept of providing free school lunches has been proposed as a way to address issue of food insecurity, improve student health, and enhance academic performance. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this argument, I will explain why providing free school lunches is not just a matter of convenience, but a necessary step to ensure the well-being of students, especially those from lower income families. So, ladies and gentlemen, The free lunch program initiated by President Prabowo aims to provide nutritious meals to students in Indonesia, especially underprivileged backgrounds. The program seeks to address issue of food insecurity, improve student health, and ensure that all children have access to balanced meals during school hours, regardless of their family's income. So, ladies and gentlemen, by offering free lunches, the government hopes to enhance academic performance, reduce disparities in education, and foster a healthier a healthier and more equitable learning environment for all students across the country. So, ladies and gentlemen, here I have one point to support our position why we really do disagree with this motion. So, ladies and gentlemen, the point is improving academic performance. Yes, you change, please.
Okay, are you asked, are you question? How can the freelance program affect children's health?
Okay, thanks for your question. My patrician from the government team. I will try answer your question. So, ladies and gentlemen, children who go without adequate meals often experience low energy levels and difficulty concentrating. This is particularly true in the morning before lunch, when students have often gone hours without eating. When students do not have access to proper nutrition, they may find it difficult to participate in lesson, complete a segment, or focus on text. Offering free school lunches ensure that all students have the energy and nutrition they need to succeed academically. So let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important reasons for offering free school lunches is the direct link between nutrition and academic performance. Many studies have shown that students who are well fed are better able to concentrate, engage in class, and perform better academically. Hunger can have a serious impact on a student's ability to focus, learn, and succeed in school. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say more why we really do disagree with this motion. So, ladies and gentlemen, children who go without adequate meals often experience low energy levels and difficulty concentrating. This is particularly true in the morning before lunch, when students have often gone hours without eating. Ladies and gentlemen, when students do not have access to proper nutrition, they may find it difficult to participate in lessons, complete assignments, or focus on text. Offering free school lunches ensure that all students have the energy and nutrition they need to success academically. So, ladies and gentlemen, moreover, students who regularly consume nutritious meals are more likely to perform better in cognitive tasks, have better memory retention, and show improvements in critical thinking. So, ladies and gentlemen, this impact on academic performance can last beyond the school day, as students are more likely to participate in extracurricular activities and develop a greater love for learning. So, ladies and gentlemen, to force our position in this debating, we have the data to support our position. Ladies and gentlemen, according to USD, the National School Lunch Program costs more when 4.2 billion in 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you about some arguments that I have delivered before. Ladies and gentlemen, access to nutritious food is essential for the overall development of students. In many countries, the concept of providing free school lunches has been proposed as a way to address the issue of food insecurity, improve student health, and enhance academic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, in In this argument, I will explain why providing free school lunches is not just a matter of convenience, but a necessary step to ensure the well-being of our students, especially those from lower income families. So, ladies and gentlemen, the free lunch program initiated by President Prabowo aims to provide nutritious meals to students in Indonesia, especially underprivileged backgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, the program seeks to address the issue of food insecurity, improve student health, and ensure that all children. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I want to say that in this debating context, we really do disagree with this motion. That's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the leader of the opposition team. Now we proceed with the Deputy Prime Minister to present the arguments.
Honorable judges, moderator, accompanying teachers, and fellow debate participation, also to all attendants whom I respect. As the second speaker, I strongly support the argument of my friend, first speaker, that freelance program should indeed be abolished. The judge and the audience, the implementation of the freelance policy requires extra infrastructure readiness. This program not only includes the provision of food on a mass scale, but also demands need coordination between various parties, including local government, schools, and local raw material providers. Ladies and gentlemen, however, the facts on the ground show that many schools, especially in remote areas, still lack basic facilities such as kitchen, dining rooms, or even such to clean water. Ladies and gentlemen, if the government forces the implementation of the policy without proportion, the result may not be expected. Ladies and gentlemen, for example, food may reflect nutritional quality is not gradient to benefit fields because of poor service. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, the supply chain of raw materials is a challenge. The policy emphasizes the use of local materials, which in theory can boost the regional economy. Ladies and gentlemen, however, without proper management, this can lead to equities in the distribution of raw materials. Ladies and gentlemen, for example, areas with abundant agriculture product may be able to support the program's needs, but areas with less soil may struggle to meet standards. Budget then key reallocated to other more meaningful programs significant financial burden for the governments. Funds prioritizing teacher training, the large percentage for freelance programs are often a significant financial burden for governments. For example, by prioritizing teacher training of education technology, the quality of learning nothings can be significantly improved. Ladies and gentlemen, family independence in food provision, this program can encourage parents to be more concerned about nothings. One, the fundamental reason for ending the elimination of freelance is that families should be given responsibility of providing lunch for the children. Ladies and gentlemen, yes please.
Okay, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. My dear friends from the government, I see the point your argument. You say that you agree with this motion. Then I have some question that need to be clarified by all of you. My question is, ladies and gentlemen, what guarantees are there that this program will be implemented effective without corruption and budget misuse? Thank you.
Okay, can you repeat your question?
Ladies and gentlemen, my question is, what guarantees are there that this program will be implemented effective without corruption and budget misuse? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I will answer your question. Budget burden, the cost of providing freelance to all students is significant and could be allocated to other education sectors such as teacher training, infrastructure improvements, or scholarship. That showing the amount of money spent of the program and the potential saving if we eliminated should be presented. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks for your clarification to my interruption. it is important for to say that we still stay on our position in this debating context.
Okay, thank you for your question. Sorry, I don't can answer your question. Let me continue my question. Ladies and gentlemen, students in Papua on February 17, 2022-25, a number of students in Papua Mountain Province held a protest against the free nutrition meal or MBG programs. They reject the program and instead demanded the government to provide free education. The MBG rejection action occurred first in Yahukimo Regency, which then became on the triggers for similar action and several other efforts, such in Intan Jaya, Jayawijaya, Jayapura, and Naber. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the result of the government ambition to insist on implementing the MBG program throughout Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the demands of students in Papua reflects the state's failure to read the real needs of students. They are in accordance with the local context in Papua. Ladies and gentlemen, lack of appropriate targeting, not all students need freelance. A more targeted approach, such as providing nothings to families below the poverty line, will ensure a more effective allocation of research that a number of students who really nothings need assistance and the number of students who are able to buy their own lands need to be present. Potential are abuse, there is a risk of abuse. There is a risk of abuse the program where students do not need assistance may take advantage of the freelance program leading to future funds. Case studies is program abuse need to prepare quality information on a limited budget. With a more focused budget, the quality of food and service for students who truly need assistance could be improved. Ladies and gentlemen, reduction of dependence on social assistance, freelance create dependence on government assistance and undermine the ability of individuals or families to handle their own problems. Children who refuse freelance often feel stigmatized and feel different from their peers. This can affect their self-esteem and create greater social disparities in schools. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy of Prime Minister. Now the time will be given to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition Speaker to deliver the arguments.
Okay, thanks for Okay, thanks for the chance given to me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, respected ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our beloved brother and sister from the government team. I stand here as the second speaker from the opposition team. Thank you to the second speaker from the government team for the several arguments that have been provided based on our motion today. Ladies and gentlemen, here I have to point to support our position why we really do disagree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the first point is of addressing food insecurity and inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, another crucial argument for providing free school lunches is its ability to address food insecurity and inequality. Many families struggle to provide sufficient food for their children, particularly in low-income households. According to a study, 1 in 5 children worldwide face some form of food insecurity, which negatively impact their health, development, and academic achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, by providing free school, Freelances school can ensure that every student, regardless of their economic background, has access to nutritious meals during the school day. This is especially important in countries with significant disparities in income and social mobility, like Indonesia, where a large portion of the population lives in poverty. Free school lunches of their ability need to best vulnerable students, ensuring they don't go hungry and providing them with a level playing field. Ladies and gentlemen, this also helps reduce the stigma that many students from low-income families face when they cannot ever lunch. Having universal access to school lunches eliminates the social divide between students from wealthy and less wealthy families, fostering a more inclusive and supportive school environment. It promotes social equality and helps combat the barriers that often limit opportunities for students in lower income areas. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to share more why we really disagree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the second point is of enhancing health and well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, providing free nutrition school lunches is essential for maintaining the physical health and overall well-being of students. Children need proper nutrition to grow, develop, and perform daily activities. Without access to healthy meals, students may suffer from a range of health issues such as malnutrition, obesity, and vitamin deficiency, all of which can negatively affect their ability to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, our beloved friends from the government, let me tell you more why we really... No thanks, let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, for instance, a balanced meal containing essential nutrients such as proteins, vitamins, and minerals boost the immune system. Yes, please.
Okay, I ask for a question. What might happen if children do not get nutrition food from free lunch?
Okay. Okay, thanks for the interruption, my sister. I see the point of your interruption, but the program seeks to address issues for inequality, improve student health, and ensure that all children have access to balanced meal during school hours, regardless of their family income. By informing free lunches, the government hopes to enhance academic performance, reducing disparities in education, and foster a healthier and more equitable learning environment for students. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, additionally, regular access to nutritious food can help prevent killed by obesity, which is become a growing concern in many countries. Ladies and gentlemen, free school lunches also play a significant role in promoting good eating habits. By providing free school with the meals during school hours, they learn importance of nutrition, then develop healthy eating habits, which they may continue into adulthood. This can help reduce the prevalence of debilitating health issues such as diabetes and heart diseases later in life. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the data we found according to USDA, the National School Lunch Program cost more than 14.2 billion in 2022. Next, according to 2022 report from the Heritage Foundation, are that universal free lunch program are not financially sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the argument that I have given before, it is clearly to support our position. That's why we really do disagree with this motion. This all, and thank you. Good evening.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy Leader of the Oppositions. Now the time will be given to the government whip team to present your arguments.
Honorable judges, moderator, argument teacher, and fellow debate participants, also to all attendants whom I respect. As the third speaker, I strongly support the argument of my friend, first speaker and second speaker date. Freelance program shall instead be abolished. Ladies and gentlemen, the cancellation of the freelance program can provide an opportunity to allocate the budget more activation to other education and welfare programs. By supporting the rules of family and creating more solution to be problems of hunger and malnutrition, the government can ensure that resources are used in a more profound way and affect children development more holistic. Programs that focus more on nutrition, education, training, and target supervision will provide great long-term benefits that freelance that are temporary and case dependency. Ladies and gentlemen, negative impact of the freelance for students depends on government programs. In freelance or profit continuing, students and parents can become deformed. Government assistance with a graduate the sense of individual responsibility to provide for the children's needs. Limit food quality. Freelance program can sometimes profit enable or low quality meals, which affect students' health especially if they are eating less nutritious food. Lack of nutrition education. Freelance program often lack education about learning eating, so students do not learn to cook food that are nutrition and benefits to their bodies. Impact and motivation to learn. Some students may feel less motivation to learn or optimize their time in so they feel the basic needs are maybe burden on government budget. No thanks. Provide the freelance to all students can averse the burden of government budget, especially in developing countries with limited education budget. Ladies and gentlemen, the negative impact of the freelance need to be considered, such as dependence on government assessment and issued for the quality. Therefore, it is important to balance the program with proper, no thanks, nutrition education, and monitoring the quality of the for-profit, careful and thorough implementation. We ensure that each program can provide maximum benefits. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for chance given to me, my sister. Here I have some question. My question is, can you give me a reason why preschool should not be priorities over other educational needs? Thank you.
You repeat the question?
Okay, my sister, can you give me reasons why preschool should not be priorities over other educational needs?
Okay, I will answer your question now. Save contents and resources. Insert the activation of education programs. Find more effective alternative to support the quality of education. Thank you.
I'm sure, Ms. Teacher. Thanks for your clarification to my interruption. It is important for me to say that we still stay on our position in this debating context. I mean is, can you give me a reason why preschool should not be priorities over other educational needs?
Okay, I will answer your question now. Some parties who oppose this program feel that such a large budget should be different to other needs is the education sector, such as improving school
infrastructure, improving teacher role, and providing better learning facilities.
I'm sorry, my sister. I'm sorry, my sister. I have your reasons why free school lunches should not be prioritized over other educational needs, not about your data.
I will answer your question now. Freelance program often do not include education about healthy eating. Parents to children do not learning to choose food that nutrition and beneficial. Let me continue my argument. Therefore, it is important to balance this program with proper nutrition, education, immunization, the quality of the food provided. Careful and thoughtful implementation will ensure that this program can provide maximum benefits without causing major negative impact. Our team therefore strongly support our mention. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip speaker. Once again, if you want to give the POI, please push the red button first. Yeah, if you want to interrupt, you need to push the button first, okay? Okay, so now the time will be given to the opposition whip speaker. 7 minutes and 20 seconds time is sure.
Good evening. Thanks for the chance given to me. Respected ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our beloved sister from government team. I'm standing here as the third speaker from opposition team. In this debating context, we really do disagree with this motion because we have some point to support our position today. Ladies and gentlemen, the point is of encourage social interaction and building community. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is not just time to eat. It is also an opportunity for students to interact with their peers and build social skills. By providing free lunches, school fosters a sense of community and encourage students to engage with one another in a positive, inclusive environment. Students from different backgrounds and social classes are brought together, which help reduce social barriers and promotes empathy and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say more why we disagree with this motion. Moreover, having a shared meal can build a sense of belonging. Students who might otherwise feel isolated due to their financial situation can feel more included in school life when everyone is given the same opportunity to eat together. The sense of community can contribute to a positive school culture and promote mental well-being. So, ladies and gentlemen, free school lunch are not just a luxury, but a necessity for ensuring that all students can success. By improving academic performance, addressing food insecurity, enhancing health, and fostering social inclusion, free school lunch have the potential to make a profound difference in the lives of students. Given the challenge that many students face, especially in lower income households, free school lunches are an investment in the future of the next generation. Schools that offer free lunches are taking an essential step towards creating a more equitable, healthy, and successful society. So, ladies and gentlemen, free school lunches also play a significant role in promoting good eating habits. By providing students with healthy meals during school hours, They learn the importance of nutrition and develop healthier dietary habit, which, no thanks, let me go on to my argument, which they may continue into adulthood. This can help reduce the prevalence of diet-related health issues such as diabetes. Yes, please.
Okay. The quality of food provided in the freelance program does not always meet good nutritional standards. Question is, how can the freelance program affect child development? Thank you.
Okay, my sister, I would like to answer a question. Access to nutritious foods is essential for the overall development of students. In many countries, the concept of providing free school lunches has been proposed as a way to address issue of food insecurity, improve student health, and enhance academic performance. In this argument, I will explain. The program seeks to address issue of food insecurity, improve student health, and ensure that all students have access to balanced meals during school hours, regardless of their family income. Thank you. Let me go on to my argument.
Okay, thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, providing free nutritional school lunch is essential for maintaining the physical health and overall well-being of students. Children need proper nutrition to grow, develop, and perform daily activity. Without access to healthy meals, students may suffer from a range of health issues such as malnutrition, obesity, and vitamin deficiency, all of which can negatively affect their ability to learn. Ladies and gentlemen, for instance, a balanced meal containing essential nutrition such as protein, vitamins, and minerals boost the immune system, providing students with the energy they need to participate in physical activity and focus during lesson. Additionally, regular access to nutrition food can help prevent childhood obesity, which is becoming a growing concern in many countries. Ladies and gentlemen, free school lunches also play a significant role in promoting good eating habits. By providing students with healthy meals during school hours, they learn the importance of nutrition and develop healthier dietary habits, which they may continue into adulthood. This can help reduce the prevalence of diet-related health issues such as diabetes and heart disease later in life. So, ladies and gentlemen, by improving academic performance, addressing food insecurity, enhancing health, and fostering social inclusion, free school lunches have the potential to make a profound difference in the lives of students, given the challenge that many students face, especially in lower-income households. Free school lunches are an investment in the future of the next generation. Schools that offer free lunches are taking an essential step towards creating a more equitable, healthy, and successful society. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I want to say that we really do disagree with this motion. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opposition whip speaker. Now the time for you to conclude your arguments. The first chance will be given to the reply speaker from the government to give 4 minutes and 20 seconds conclusions.
Okay, thank you for the time and opportunity you have given to me. In closing, let me summarize the intent of our team. The freelance program requires a large and increasing budget which burden the government finances. By diverting this budget to other more urgent education sectors, such as important teacher quality, building school infrastructure, on scholarship programs, it can have a greater and more sustainable impact on education. Ladies and gentlemen, the quality of provided in the freelance program does not always meet good nutritional standards. This can have a negative impact on the health and development of children, as well as reduce the efficacy of the program in improving the quality of education. Ladies and gentlemen, freelance programs often do not include education about healthy eating patterns, so children do not learn to choose foods that are nutrition and beneficial to their bodies. Ladies and gentlemen, careful and thorough implementation will ensure that these programs can provide maximum benefits without causing major negative impact. That's all, so our team therefore strongly support our mission. That's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. Now please, the reply speaker from the opposition teams, please give your conclusion.
Okay, thanks for your time and given to me, moderator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud of being here. I stand here as the reply speaker from the opposition team. So, ladies and gentlemen, based on the argument that have been delivered from three of us, well, let me tell you why we do not strongly believe that this House will cancel free school lunches for students. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have 4 points to support our position why we really do disagree with this motion today. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first point is of improving academic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important reasons for offering free school lunches is the direct link between nutrition and academic performance. Many studies have shown the students who are well fed are better able to concentrate, engage in class, and perform better academically. Hunger can have a serious impact on a student's ability to focus, learn, and success in school. So, ladies and gentlemen, the second point is of addressing food insecurity and inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, another crucial argument for providing free school lunches is its ability to address food insecurity and inequality. Many families struggle to provide sufficient food for their children, particularly in lower-income households. So, ladies and gentlemen, according to 4 studies, 1 in 5 children worldwide face some form of food insecurity, which negatively impacts their health, development, and academic achievement. By providing free lunches, school can ensure that every student, regardless of their economic background, has access to nutritious meals during the school day. This is especially important in countries with significant disparities in income and social mobility, like Indonesia, where a large portion of the population lives in poverty. Free school lunches offer a safety net for the vulnerable students, ensuring they do not hungry and providing them with a level playing field. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to say that in this debating context, we really do agree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, the third point is of enhancing health and well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, providing free, nutritious school lunches is essential for maintaining the physical health and overall well-being of students. Children need proper nutrition to grow, develop, and perform daily activities. Ladies and gentlemen, children need proper nutrition to grow, develop, and perform daily activities. Without access to healthy meals, students may suffer from a range of health issues such as malnutrition, obesity, and vitamin deficiencies, all of which can negatively affect their ability to learn. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 4 points of encouraging social interaction and building community. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is not just a time to eat. It is also an opportunity for students to interact with their peers and build social skills. By providing free lunch, schools foster a sense of community and ensure students to engage with one another in a positive, inclusive environment. Students from different backgrounds and social classes are brought together, which help reduce social barriers and promotes empathy and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, free school lunches are not just
a luxury, but a necessity for ensuring that all students can succeed. By improving academic performance, addressing food insecurity, enhancing health, and fostering social inclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, I want to say this. In this debating context, we really do disagree with this motion. So, we proud here in our proposition. So, thank you for your attention. Good evening.
Thank you so much for the reply speaker from the opposition team. That's the end of the debating competition for this group. Please give them applause for both of the team. And for both of the team, please return to your seat. Thank you so much. And give a handshake to each other and also the adjudicators. Okay, so our last performance for the participants, I would like to invite all the participants for our last performance in debating competitions today. Please enter the room so we can start our competition. Okay, so all the participants is here? Okay, thank you so much. Are you still on? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Before we begin our performance, I would like to read some regulations for you. Yeah. The first is about the timings. So each speaker will have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. So if you already have 7 minutes to speak, and then you already finished 7 minutes in your arguments, you still have 20 seconds, yeah, to reinstate your arguments, whether you agree or disagree with the motions. And then for the timings, I have a timekeeper here. She will ring the bell once. It means that that is the start of POI. So if the bell ring once, it means that you can start giving the POI. If the bell ring twice, it means that the POI is end. So you cannot give another POI. Okay? And then if my timekeeper ring the bell 3 times, it means that you still have 20 seconds, yeah, to speak. And then, is that clear? For the interruptions, interruption can be given by all the members from the opposite teams, but it will depend on the speaker to choose which one. Okay, and then please pay attention for the speaker. You cannot reject the interruptions 3 times. So if you reject once and then twice, but in the 3rd attempt, you need to accept the interruptions, okay? And then please give the interruptions as short as possible, so the speaker can have time to defend their arguments, yeah? And then if the question is unclear, you can say, can you repeat the questions? Yeah? And then if the opposite team gives you interruptions, ring the bell, press the button. It means that you can accept or refuse the interruption. You can say no thanks or yes please. Okay? Is that clear? Okay, thank you so much. So for both of the teams, please go on stage and take your position. Please give them applause. Okay, so for the last performance, we have SMA Negeri 1 SOA as a government team and SMA Thomas Aquino as opposition team. The motion will be this House believe that the increasing number of suicide cases amongst teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. Okay, so without further ado, I give the opportunity for the government team to introduce your team members.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the time given to us. The honorable adjudicators, moderator, chairperson, timekeeper, audience, and my beloved partner from the opposition team. We are from SMA Negeri 1 SOA and today as the government team, I'm Antonius Aristolabi as the first speaker from the government team and my friend.
I'm Basilius Glenboge and I'm as a second speaker from government team and also reply speaker from government team and my friend.
My name is Cornelius Perciato Sego. I'm third speaker from government team. I return 8.
Okay, thank you so much for government team. The opposition team, please introduce your team members.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the time and opportunity given to us. In this time, we would like to introduce our team. We are from the opposition team. I'm Dimas, I'm as the first speaker, and my friends.
I'm Diana, I'm as the second speaker.
And I'm Ersa, I'm the third speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Now we give the chance to the Prime Minister of the government team to present your argument and define the motion.
Okay, thanks for the time given to me. The honorable adjudicators, moderator, chairperson, timekeeper, and audience, and my beloved partner from the opposition team. To this motion is this House believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. And in this place, I have two variables that suicide cases among teenagers and mental health. Before I give my arguments, I will give the definition related to this motion. First, suicide case. These are instances where a teenager, typically defined as someone between the age of 13 and 19, intentionally ends their own life. Teenagers, individuals within the adolescent age range, generally considered to be between 13 and 19 years old. And mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual understands their abilities, can manage the normal stress of life, can work productively, and can contribute of their community. It's more than just the absence of mental illness. It's about overall emotional, psychological, and social wellness. Teenage suicide is not random. It highlights a serious issue with the mental health of young people. We can view these tragedies as isolated events. Instead, they reflect a bigger problem, the decline in mental well-being among teenagers. Now, I will tell you why we agree with the motion that this House believes that increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. First, the undeniable link between mental health disorders and suicidal thought. No thanks. Let's really deeper into why we connection. Yes, please.
Brother, thanks for the time that's given to me. I will, based on your argument before, you say that mental health is someone's ability to realize their own potential. So that this means is there are no, mental health is not, the increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is not a manifestation of worsening mental health. Because why? Because as we know, there is so many factors that's why teenagers do the suicide, like the media influence. So I need your response about that.
Thank you for the question. If you say economic or social and others problem,
I'm
Yes,
sorry,
please.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm not saying the economic problems. I say that media influence. Please listen to me.
okay, whatever you said will lead to mental health like depression, anxiety, or stress. So it still means that mental health is the manifestation of increasing number of suicide.
Once again, I would like to say, brother, I not say the economic or something like that. I ask you about the media influence. So please understand with my question.
I catch your point. I will continue my argument. So why we agree with the motion? First, the undeniable link between mental health disorders and suicidal thought. It's really deeper into why the connection between mental health problems, thoughts of suicide in teenagers, so strong and undeniable. Yes, please. Third speaker.
Okay, thank you. If the mental health is bad, what is the suicide rate among teenagers, including in the end era when the people actually have a better mental health? From this, we can see that suicide is not caused by poor mental health. So what do you think about that?
Can you repeat your question?
Okay. If mental health is bad, what is the suicide rate among teenagers, including in the end era, among teenagers, including in the, when the people actually have a better mental health? From this, we can see that suicide is not caused by poor mental health. So, what do you think about that?
Okay, continue to my arguments. Think of it like this. When someone is physically sick with a bad illness like pneumonia, it's so strong and undeniable. Think of makes them feel really weak and unable to do normal things. Mental health problems can have a similar effect on how someone feels inside and how they see the world. When these feelings become too intense and overwhelming, the idea of suicide can sadly start to feel like a way to escape the pain. Mental health isn't just about feeling a little sad sometimes. It involves different kinds of hurt inside that can be very powerful and long-lasting. These hurts are what we call mental health disorders. Let's look at some of the main ones of how they can lead to talk of suicide. First is a depression. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the Prime Minister. Please pay attention. You have 7 minutes and 20 seconds to speak. So if my timekeeper ring the bell 3 times, it means that you still have 20 seconds, yeah, to reinstate your position, yeah. And then for the interruptions, please give the chance to another team to accept or reject your interruption before speak. Okay. Okay, so now we continue with the leader of the oppositions.
Thanks for the time and opportunity given to me. I'm as the first speaker from the opposition team would like to say I totally disagree with our motion, which states this House believes that the increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. Before I start to go with my argument, I would like to give the definition about the mental health and suicide. Suicide is an act of deliberately ending one's life, his own life. Mental health is a condition where an individual process well-being is seen in their ability to realize their own potential. The rising number of suicide among teenagers is a serious issue that requires attention. But when we think the increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health, I think this is a poor mindset. Because why? Because there are too many complex factors that is contribute to this phenomenon. We from the opposition team would like to say we totally disagree with our motion today. I'm from the opposition team, have several reasons why we totally disagree with our motion today. First, media influence. Media exposure to suicide case can trigger a contagion effect, where sensationalized reporting or portrayal of suicide increase the risk of similar action among vulnerable individuals. And then I have some data to support my reason. The research showed that the following the release of some Netflix series with title 13 Reasons Why, there was a 28.9% increase in suicide rates among American teenagers in the subsequent months. This information I got from the National Institute of Mental Health. So based on this data, we can see together, ladies and gentlemen, the mental health is not contribute to the increased number of suicide cases. This is in this era we can see that this is have a media influence. Because why? Because we know in this era we have many media social like TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter that can trigger the teenagers to cut their own life. So this indicates the media influence can be a stronger trigger for teenagers, demonstrating that the increase in suicide case is not solely due to poor mental health, but also due to media's role in encourage such actions. And second, teen suicide is form of social protest, not a critic. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the time given to me. You say that have others problem can make a teenagers have a suicide. But almost every problem will end in mental health and lead to suicide.
Okay, I got your point.
So, can you give an example for a suicide case that is not related to mental health?
Okay, I got your point, brother. But like I said before, I have the data. In the data, it's from the National Institute of Mental Health. Research showed that following release of the Netflix series with title 13 Reasons Why, there was a 28% increase in suicide rate among American teenagers because they influence this is an example for that's reasons why someone do the suicide. It's not the manifestation of poor mental health. So I will continue to my argument, brother. Then suicide is a form of social moral protest, not a clinical issue. In many instances, then suicide is carried out as an act of protest of resistance against a perceived social injustice rather than due to worsening mental health disorder. Teenagers are in process of identifying information, and when they feel unheard by adults or the system, oppressed by social norms or altering family structures, a lack of control over their own lives, they may be resort to extreme action such as attempt suicide to express protest against their circumstances. A study by the Journal of Adult Health in 2020 states that many teenage suicide occur as a form of social communication or cry help, especially when they lack safe outlets to express their problems. And the third, like emotional education and mental health literacy. Teenagers do not always commit suicide because they suffer from mental illness, but rather due to their lack of understanding and skill in managing emotion, as well as a minimal literacy about mental health itself. Many teenagers don't know how to recognize, express, and regulate emotion in a healthy way. They also don't know when and how to seek help when feeling stressed, anxious, or sad. The lack of education and conflict management, assertive communication, and coping mechanism can make even me, my pressure, feel overwhelming. A UNESCO survey in 2021 states that more 16% of teenagers in Southeast Asia have never received formal education on stress management and basic mental health. From this data, we can say, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why someone do the suicide is not always about they have a poor mental health, but this about they do not have the education about the mental health. Research from Yayasan Pulih Indonesia also have so that the teenager often cannot differentiate between stress, clinical depression, and normal sadness. So, as the first speaker from the opposition team, would like to say I'm totally disagree with our motion today. That stage discuss believe that the increasing number of associated cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. I think that's all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the leader of the opposition team. Now we give opportunity to the Deputy Prime Minister to present your argument.
Thank you for the time is given to me, the honorable educators, timekeeper, the audience, and our beloved partner from opposition team. Our debate motion today is this House believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. People with a mental health disorders have not enough access to effective mental health support. It really gets into why not having quick and good mental health help for teenagers is a huge part of why we're seeing more suicide cases. Imagine someone has a really bad infection, like a wound that's getting worse. If they can see a doctor quickly, if the doctor doesn't give them the right medicine, that infection can become very serious and even life-threatening. It's kind of the same with the mental health problems. If teenagers can get help when they first start struggling, or if the help they get isn't the right kind, their problems can get much worse, increasing the rise of suicide. There are many reasons why teenagers who are struggling with their mental health don't get the support they need when they need it. One of the reasons is because of the stigma wall. This is like a cloth of shame and judgment that hangs around mental health. Teenagers might be afraid to tell anyone they are having problems because they worry their friends will make fun of them and their family will be disappointed or they'll be seen as crazy. This fear can stop them from reaching out or no thanks for help even when they are really hurting, and there are many other reasons of why this happened. Yes, please.
Okay, brother, you say increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. But according to my data, only 46% of teenagers could suicide because mental health. Most cases were triggered by a relationship issue, academic pressure, or family conflict. So I can put conclusion that mental health is not a primary factor. So what do you think about that?
Okay, I will answer the question. Almost every problem will end in mental health and lead to suicide. I will continue my argument. Research and experts in mental health have been studying these barriers and their impact for a long time. Here is what their findings show. Dr. Thomas Insel, former director of the National Institute of Mental Health, in the Yes, please.
Brother, you say that almost of associate case is because they have a poor mental health. But like my second speaker said, this according for the data, that is 16% of teenagers is do the suicide because where they're triggered by the relationship issue, academic pressure, or family conflict. So that there is not a relationship between the poor mental health and the suicide case among teenagers. So I need your response about this.
Okay. If teenagers have a problem in their family, that is will make a teenager has a depression, and depression is a depression is a kind of mental health. I will continue my argument. He has emphasized the critical gap between the need for mental health service for young people and the availability of those services. He has pointed out the many teenagers don't. Yes, please.
Okay. Based on my data, 89% the teenagers who committed suicide in Bandung 2023 left a note of hopelessness about the future, not about the symptom of depression. Should be a loud alarm for of us. So we can see that suicide among teenagers is not only from the worsening mental health. So what do you think about that?
Can you repeat your question?
Okay, based on my data, 89% of teenagers who commit suicide in Bandung 2023 left a note of hopelessness about the future, not about the symptom of depression. So be a loud alarm for of us. So we can see that suicide among teenagers is not only for the worsening mental health. So what do you think about that?
Okay, I got your point. Let me continue my argument. Studies on access to care, numerous studies have documented the disparities in access to mental health care for adolescents. For example, research published in journals like the Journal of Adolescent Health consistently shows that young people from low-income backgrounds, minority ethnic groups, and rural areas are less likely to receive mental health service compared to their more privileged peers. This lack of access contributes to poor mental health outcomes and a higher risk of suicide in these vulnerable populations. The World Health Organization, or WHO, has highlighted the global shortage of mental health, particularly child and adolescents, psychiatrists, and psychologists. They emphasize that low and middle-income countries often have extremely limited research, but even the well nations, there are often significant gaps in service provision. That's all the reason that why our team is totally agreed with this motion that says South Sudan's increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the Deputy Prime Minister. Now it's the for the
honorable judges, government team in all the audience. I will continue the first speaker. I'm as the second speaker of the opposition team totally disagree with the motion today. The opposition team argued that the increasing number of teenagers suicide cannot be slowly or even probably reduced to worsening mental health rate. It is a result of a complex web of external, social, and systemic issues that go beyond just mental life. Suicide is the result of combination of biological, physiological, and social factors. While mental health plays an important role, factors as social isolation and environmental pressure are often the main teenagers. Teenagers today face unprecedented pressure such as high academic demands, online bullying, and academic instability. This factor can push teenagers to a point of despair without them necessarily having underlying mental disorders. In countries with high poverty rates, teenagers who die by suicide often come from families facing several economic challenges, which indicates that economic and social factors play a larger role than mental health. A study by University of Indonesia found that 16% of teenagers who committed suicide had no history of mental disorders. Instead, they experience instant pressure from their school and family environments. A teenager in California committed suicide after experiencing years of online bullying. Although the victim had a history of mental disorders, they feel isolated and lack support from their surroundings. No thanks. The research of teenager suicide case does not always reflect poor mental health. External factors such as social, economic, and environmental pressure. Yes, please.
Okay, you say that others factor can make people do the suicide. So can you give an example or a factor of a suicide case that is not related to mental health? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. A study by Journal of Advanced Health 2022 states that many teenagers suicide occurs as a form of social communication or cry for help, especially when they lack safe outlets to explain their problems. I will continue my argument. Yes, please.
If you say social information is a factor of the suicide case, the problem, so whatever you said will lead to mental health like depression, anxiety, or stress. So it still means that a mental health is a manifestation to increasing number of suicide. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thanks for your question. That's not what I say, brother. Okay, I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, here are also some key governments related to the motion today that we, the opposition team, disagree today. The first, suicide is manufacturing, not solely a mental health issue. It's overly simplest and even dangerous to assume that all teenagers' suicide are a direct manifestation of worsening mental health. Suicide can be driven a culture life event such as domestic influence, sexual abuse of trauma, bullying and housing and family instability or poverty. Many of these things, many have not have had a diagnosed mental illness. Instead, they were reacting to external, overwhelming life curriculum tests, often an informant that offering no escape or support. Second, increased unaware and repenting came the data. The risk in suicide case could also be attributable to better tracking, reporting, and unawareness, not necessarily a dramatic decline in mental health itself. In the past, many suicides were reported and neglect due to cultural stigma or lack of data. Today, we are simply more awareness and open about this issue, which naturally results in a profound increase. Third, blaming mental health alone risks overshadowing society responsibility. By attributing suicide as slowly its worsening mental health, we risk individualizing the problem and ignoring legal social failures. So, impact of social media algorithms that promote harmful context, lack of safe place, or supportive adult for teens, system equality like rankings, poverty, and discrimination. And from opposition team, strongly disagree with the motion today. The increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifesting of worsening mental health. I believe that the recent suicide rates among teenagers are not socially caused by deteriorating mental health, but also by social pressure, family, and high academic expectation. We believe that the influence of social media, cyberbullying, and social combination are significant external factors that often have more implemented. So, I'm from opposition team, strongly disagree with the motion today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the leader of the deputy leader of the opposition team. Now the time will be given to the government whip to present your argument.
Okay, thanks for the time giving. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, the honorable adjudicators, team cover, and beloved partner for the opposition team. Motion today is this house believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. And the place I would like to invite first speaker. Our second speaker said before, and I will give more data and evidence. That is, first, Dr. Thomas Insel, former director of the National Institute of Mental Health in the United States, he has emphasized the critical gap between the need for mental health service for young people and availability of, of those services. He has pointed out that many teenagers don't receive evidence-based treatment until years after symptoms first appear. If they receive it at all, this delay can allow mental health problems to work significant, increasing the risk of suicide. Second, studies on access score. Numerous studies have documented the disparities in access to mental health care for adolescents. For example, research published in journal like to journal. Yes, please.
Brother, if you say that the increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of poor mental health, but as we know, in this era, we have a social media. Social media is a powerful platform, so that it can be influence the teenagers to do the suicide. So, what do you think about this case?
Okay, whatever you say will lead to mental health. Lack of social media, so it still means that mental health is the manifestation in increasing number to suicide. I continue to my argument. Next, the Journal of Adolescents Health constantly shows that young people from low income background monitoring ethnic groups and rural areas are less likely to mental health service compared to the higher more progress periods. Yes, please.
Brother, you say that the influence of the media social is it's a manifestation of poor mental health. Can you explain why you say it like that?
I can get your point. I continue to my argument. Third, research on the impact of early intervention. Studies have consistently shown that early intervention and treatment for mental health problems in adolescents can significantly improve outcomes of reduce the risk of yes please. Third speaker.
Okay. You say that the increased number of suicide cases among the teenagers is a manifestation of the worsening mental health. But based on my data, according to research, the Journal of Adolescent Health 2023, adolescents who are exposed the suicidal content on TikTok or Instagram
are the more likely attempt the suicide because teenagers see a lot negative impact. It has bad impact on them. So what do you think about that?
I continue to my argument. For the American Academy of Pediatrics, the color for interest that's all. Thank you for me.
Okay, thank you so much for the government whip speaker. Now we move on to the opposition whip speaker.
The honorable judges, government team, and audience, I'm the third speaker of the opposition team, strongly disagree with our motion today. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, we know that the suicide among teenagers cannot be considered socially a manifestation of worsening mental health. Based on my data, WHO 2021, the mental disorders such as depression or anxiety contribute 17 to 18% the teenage suicide case among third grades, but external factor, for example, impulsivity. Teenagers are prone to acting without the careful consideration due to be improved development in the potential context brain. Situational crisis, breakups, academic failure, or bullying can be direct trigger without the history of mental disorder. So, we from the opposition team strongly disagree with our motion today. Suicide cases among teenagers also come from more dominant social environment factors such as, first, technology and social media. It is because exposed to harmful content. According to research in the Journal of Adolescent Health 2023, adolescents who are exposed in suicidal content in TikTok or Instagram are more likely to attempt suicide. But because the teenagers see a lot of negative content, it has bad impact on them. Cyberbullying, 40% in online bullying victims in Indonesia report suicidal talks. Second, family and support system. Adjourn negatively preparing, a study in West Java 2023 found that 56% of adolescents who commit suicide come from families with poor communication. The stigma is asking for help. Your help is trivial. Don't be a crybaby mixed adolescent. Realize the seek helps. Third, suicide cases can also be economic academic pressures. For example, INBK and the PTN, the spike the teenage suicide cases among East Java 2024 after the announcement of the UTBK, these often suicide with the pressure or having to suicide. These tests make a teenager fall stage and they do pass. No thanks. They likely have the suicidal tendency. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the time given to me. You say that bully is one of a reason for teenager do suicide. If teenager get a bully, teenager itself will have a depression. And we know that depression is a kind of mental health. So whatever you said will lead to a mental health. That's all.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
You say that bully is one a reason for teenager do a suicide. If a teenager get a bully, teenagers will depression. So whatever you say will lead to mental health. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you for your question. The cyberbullying, I found that the 40% in online bullying victim in Indonesia report the suicidal talks. So I continue my argument. Suicide among Indonesia teenagers is a complex phenomenon whose the causes much deeper than the mental health problems. Data and empirical reality actually show that the crisis is more reflection of system failures in various aspects for our socio-economic academic life. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the time given to me. Based on the data we got from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, in the United States highlight the over 90% of a mental illness in suicidal behavior across all age groups. We can infer a similar pattern in teenagers given the developmental stage and unique pressure they face. So what do you think about that?
Okay, but based on my data, only 46% teenagers who died by suicide had a diagnosis history for mental disorders. Most cases were triggered by the relationship issues, academic pressure, and family conflicts. So I will continue my argument. The 40% spike the suicide attempts as Java during the announcement of the UCPK 2024 is not coincidence but rather real evidence of how our education system has started into the hope crossing machines. The first 49%, the teenager who complicated suicide in Bangkok 2023 left a note of hopefulness about the future, not about the symptom of depression, so be alone alarm for of us. Even more concerning, the 2023 US study reflects the 72% of parents in Jakarta openly treated to accept their children if they fail to enter the favorite state university. This is no longer just an individual mental health problem, but has become a cultural epidemic in our society that blinding worsening academic success. As an example, Thailand which not implement not a national exam system, but they launched teenage suicide rates Europa, so that the real solution life is systematic transformation. So we from the opposition team totally disagree with our motion today because based on the data and fact only show that the teenager suicide in Indonesia is excessively triggered from the protest against the system has a failure to project them. This is a humanitarian to Christian to demonstrate our collective responsibility as society. So I'm the third speaker from the opposition team. Totally disagree with our motion today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opposition whip speaker. Now the time for both of the team to summarize all of your arguments. We start with the government reply speaker. You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to speak.
Okay, thank you for the time is given to me, the honorable educators, timekeeper, the audience, and our beloved partner from government team, from opposition team, I'm sorry. Before I will give the conclusion, once again, I will say that our team totally agree with the motion that say the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. We have 2 points of argument why we agree with the motion. First, the undeniable link between mental health disorders and suicidal thought. Almost every problem will end in mental health and lead to suicide. And second, people with mental health have not enough access to effective mental health support because very few places can handle people with mental health. Stress, depression, or any type of feeling we feel when facing problems will affect our mental health, and most of people who end their life must feel that. So it is undeniable that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a cause because mental health. Two main points that our team provides are: one, the unable link between mental health and suicide, and second, not enough access to effective mental health. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the reply speaker from government team. Now the reply speaker from the opposition teams. Time is yours.
Thanks for the time and opportunity given to me. I'm as the reply speaker from the opposition team would like to give the reply information why we from the opposition team we totally disagree with our motion today, which states this House believes that the increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. Before I go far away, I would like to give the definition about the mental health and the suicide. Suicide is the act of deliberately ending one's own life. Mental health is a condition where an individual well-being has seen their ability to realize their own potential. The rising number of suicide cases among teenagers is a serious issue that requires attention. But when we think this is increased number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health, I think this is a wrong mindset because there are too many factors why the teenagers do the suicide. So we from the opposition team would like to say again, we totally disagree with our motion today. We have several reasons why we totally disagree with our motion today. First, media influence. As we know, in this era, media social have a big power in influence the teenagers, and then it means that when the teenagers do the media social, it can influence that to do the suicide. For example, according to research in the Journal of Adult Health 2023, there is so that 14% teenagers do the suicide because they influence with the content in media social. And then the research showed that another example is the research showed that following the release of the Netflix series, we titled 30 Reasons Why, that there was a 28% increase in suicide rates among American teenagers in the subsequent months. This data I got from the National Institute of Mental Health. So based on the data and the argument I said before, that show us why there is no relationship between the worsening mental health and why the teenagers do the suicide. And the second reason is the teen suicide is a form of social practice, not a clinical issue. In many instances, teen suicide is carried out as an act of protest or resistance against the perceived social injustice rather than due to worsening mental health. Teenagers are in phase of identify information, and when they feel unheard by adults or systems, oppressed by social norms or authoritarian family structures, it can make the teenagers do the suicide. A study done by the Adult Health 2020 stated that many teenage suicide occur as a form of social communication or cry help, especially when they lack safe outlets to express their problems. And the last reason is lack of emotional education and the mental health literacy. Teenagers do not always come associated because they suffer from mental illness, but rather due to their lack of understanding and skill is managing emotion, as well as a minimal literacy about the mental health. Many teenagers do know how to recognize, express, and regulate emotion in a healthy way. They also know how to seek help when feeling stressed, anxious, or sad. So we, as the opposition team, I would like to say we totally disagree with our motion today, which states this house believes that the increasing number of suicide cases among teenagers is a manifestation of worsening mental health. Because why? Because there is too many factors that influence the teenagers to do the suicide, like the media influence and the social protest, and the last is lack of emotional education. I think that's all, and thank you very much for the time.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give both the team applause for the last performance. Thank you so much. Now that's the end of our debating competitions for this round. So for both of the team, please return to your seat and give each other a handshake. Okay, so now we are waiting for all the judges to calculate the score for all of the teams that compete today. So as we may know that we're going to get 8 of the team to continue the debate competitions tomorrow. Is that clear? Tomorrow, yeah. Oh, the day after tomorrow, so on Wednesday. Yeah. Okay, so on Wednesday we're going to meet again in this place. We're going to continue with the semifinal round and the grand final round. So, yeah, we will have 8 teams from today to compete in the semifinal. And then for the grand final, we will have 4 best teams to compete.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Our students, and of course the supervisor, and the organizing committee. Everyone is waiting for the results for today. Today we have accomplished watching and also judging debating competition for 8 rounds, and now we would like to announce the ranking of debating team that is going to be joining the semi-final round. So the first one is from SMA Seminari. Yay. With a score 3,612. And then on the second position, it is Regina Pacis, sama Regina Pacis Bajau with the score 3,348. On the third place, SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa with a total score of 3,289 points. And then on the fourth position, fourth rank, there is SMA Negeri 1 Aimere with a total point of 3,231 points. On the fifth round, on the fifth rank, it's SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa with a total point of 3,139 points. On the sixth position, there is SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Selatan with the total points of 3,058 points. And then on the seventh rank, there is SMA Catholic Thomas Aquino with a total point of 2,942 points. And then on the eighth position, there is SMA Negeri 1 Golewa Were with a total point of 2,913. So this is just the babak penyisian, ya. This is just for us to select who will be going to the semi-final. So do not be intimidated if you are on the eighth position or seven. Do not be intimidated by the other ones. Just prepare yourself, be confident. Of course, you have prepared yourself for, days, and your teachers will be there, so, giving you a lot of support, and we will also be supporting you, of course. But when you are competing, you're on your own, yeah? Just be confident and be happy, yeah? Try to be happy. Don't be tense and, Okay, so that's all from us, judges. We would like to give this back to the organizing committee. Maybe Ibu, yeah? No more announcement. So,
okay, so we will continue our debate competitions on Wednesday, 8 a.m. Yeah. So we will continue with the semi-final and then grand final at the same day. Okay. Thank you so much for today.